309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. The top remaining seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Aleksandra Goryachkina. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Caruana, Pragg, they're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field also boasts some of the strongest players in the world. Who will take the throne this year? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Back in Baku, it is the 2023 FIDE World Cup and some huge games ahead in Azerbaijan. We have 2 tiebreaks for you today. It's going to be a feast of chess. We see one of the players already arriving, Anna Muzychuk. She will be facing Nagul Salimova in the women's semi-finals. A lot at stake. We'll come to that shortly. We'll see Nanda on Eric Geisy. And thank you to everyone for joining us. I am your host, Grandmaster David Hull, and I'm joined by Grandmaster, former World Championship challenger, and everyone's favorite commentator, Peter Leko. Peter, it's great to be here again with you.
Yeah, hello David, hello everyone. Definitely it's going to be a sensational day. These tiebreaks between Arjun and Pragg, so much at stake. One of them will get a spot at the candidates. So important for India. I'm looking forward to all the action.
Yeah, we could see a marathon tiebreak potentially in one of the clashes. But first, let's go to those brackets to see and round up what action we had yesterday and over the past couple of days. We already have 3 confirmed semi-finalists in the open section. We saw Magnus Carlsen past Gukesh, a bit of a difficult game for him yesterday. And he confirms his spot in his 3rd semi-finals at a World Cup, and he'll be facing World Cup semi-finalist debutant Nijat Abbasov, who defeated Vidit. Incredibly impressive stuff there from local boy Abbasov, who it looks like might have confirmed his spot in the candidates. Magnus revealing yesterday in an interview that he doesn't intend to play there. So huge breaking news. And of course, Fabiano Caruana as well, winning against Dominguez. Peter, it was his first semi-final as well at a World Cup. Does that statistic surprise you?
Well, the statistics are crazy. The World Cups are crazy. But that's what we love all about the World Cup. You just never know exactly who will make it, who will reach into the final. And so much at stake in all the matches.
Yeah, so much at stake. And also a lot at stake in the women's section. We should go there just to do a quick recap and talk about what they are playing for today. We saw yesterday's semi-finals. Goryachkina did get the draw she needed against Tan Zhongyi, so she's booked her place in the final. She was already qualified for the candidates, and she will await the winner of the. Of course, Tan Zhongyi will get her chance at a reprieve because she will play in the 3rd place playoff match, where the winner will get a spot in the candidates. And that's what's at stake today, Peter. Another big game in these tiebreaks.
Yeah, very big. And yes, whoever reaches the final automatically qualifies to the candidates. Otherwise, there will be a grueling, nervy match for the 3rd place. Well, it's a very even match. Anna had shown tremendous nerves in her previous tiebreak matches. I feel like she's handling the crazy situations those decisive moments extremely well, bouncing back against Elizabeth Petz with the black pieces on demand in the tiebreaks. Salimova, on the other hand, had been truly impressive with the white pieces. So far, winning game after game. I think yesterday's game was one of her very first draws with the white pieces.
Yeah, impressive play. Salimova, the underdog there. But before we delve into the matchups, maybe we can take a look at the format of the tiebreaks that we will be seeing today. We will, of course, start with a best of 2 rapid games, long rapid, I like to call it, where the players will have 25 minutes on the clock. So still a lot of time. And if those 2 games are drawn, if it's still tied 1-1, then time is slashed. It will be down to 10-minute rapid games, where things will start to get a bit nervy. And Peter, we could see a long day of chess, because if those 2 games are drawn as well, then we will head down to the blitz. And we will start with 5 minutes plus 3 seconds and potentially 3-minute blitz if it gets down to it, where just one decisive result will be needed. So we will find a winner by the end of the day. But we've seen some incredible playoffs in this World Cup, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have been talking about this, that adjusting to the new time controls, that's an incredible challenge. Yeah, we are talking about first the players are playing 2 classical games. Now, if it's a tiebreak, that means that match ended with 1-1. Now we're going to see the classical rapid portion with the 25 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. If that's a tie, then the jump suddenly to the ultra-fast rapid play with 10 minutes, I believe that that's one of the biggest challenges on the players. And immediately after that, the 5+3 segment starts. If it gets all the way down there, it's going to be extremely nervy, and it will be all about nerves. I also think that that Anna, yeah, we see that Anna is the only player on stage, and she has been doing this. Everybody has her routine. Everybody has his routine. We see Abasov and Magnus Carlsen coming in the very last second, or sometimes even a bit late. But Anna has her own routine, and I think this is very important. You should never try to copy someone. And we see now also Salimova coming to the board just a couple of minutes before the playoff starts. A lot of nerves. I mean, I'm now suddenly a bit quiet. Look at this. Anna is looking at her opponent. Also, Arjun has taken his seat, ready for action. He plays with the white pieces. Pragg, truly impressive. I mean, how he handled that rapid tiebreak against Hikaru Nakamura, that was amazing. Not giving Hikaru any chances of bouncing back after making that mistake. The opening Pragg is not yet at the board. We see big focus on Arjun. Yeah, you need to calm yourself down. You have to get in terms with all the nerves, or with everything at stake.
Yeah, sorry there, Peter. I had some tech issues. I hope I'm back with you now. And yeah, as you mentioned, plenty at stake. Arjun looks like he's meditating before the game. And yesterday we had an interview with Pragg. He did confirm that they've been spending every evening together. What do you think of that? I mean, does that add something extra to this rivalry today?
Yeah, that was kind of a shocking news to me. I also try to be very close to my friends and everything during tournaments. Yeah, it's normal that you go for a walk, you unwind like this. However, if you are facing that opponent in a match, then personally I would like to distance myself as far as possible from that opponent, just so that emotionally I'm not attached to it. What is your take? How do you deal with these situations?
Yeah, we were discussing before the show today, and I mentioned that I like to kind of be detached as well. Sometimes even hate my opponent. I cannot certainly be on good terms with them if I want to beat them over the board. But somehow these 2 young warriors, they make it work. And whatever they're doing, their routine, it seems that it's got them both in the zone. But of course, just so equally matched on paper, kind of emotionally, they're strong. They're both really energetic when they play. It's so tough to call, Peter. I mean, you mentioned it as well, the Champions Chess Tour, just the performances they have in Rapid. It's up there with the best in the world. Do you think starting with white is going to be an advantage for Erigaisi?
I don't know. I never know exactly who is benefiting from whom. I believe that once you know the result of the first game, then you might have this feeling that, okay, that was important, but right now before the start of the game, I believe, and the handshake there, the game is about to start. 1d4 on the board.
Yeah, 1d4. And we know that Erigaisi yesterday, in a situation where he just needed a draw with white, he did not start with d4. He went for e4 instead. It was the Alpine Sicilian, and eventually things started to go downhill. So switching up his opening strategy. Of course, these guys, they know each other very well. And it's the Nimzo Indian, Peter, and the Queen c2 variation, known to be quite solid here for white.
Yes, it's a very solid line. I think it's also a system that you play with the white pieces.
Oh, you know me so well. Yeah, I tend to play Queen c2 just because I'm not a huge fan of these kind of shattered pawns, and at least it's relatively rational, these types of positions. And here we go, knight f3. Maybe not the most common move, but certainly asking questions of Pragg, and he goes for d5. So still very well-known territory here. Black chops off that knight on c3. Very quick pace. You play this from the black side, the Nimzo Indian?
Yes, exactly. It's kind of my favorite line. Usually, d takes c4, queen takes c4, b6 is the move over there. Yeah, it's on the board. Bishop g5 blitzed out.
Yeah, and Pragg making a bit of a face. He's just going into recall mode, and bishop to a6 is the main move. He hits that white queen, which retreats, all the way back to c1. Must admit, this is one that I know it's possible, but it looks a bit mysterious to me. What are the ideas here, Peter? Going the whole way back with the queen, blocking white's rook on a1.
Well, I think the idea is to get your opponent out of book as quickly as possible. It does not happen. Pragg blitzes out the move h6. And you did mention that Pragg looked at Arjun like, yes, if you look at this opening, I wouldn't be relating it to Arjun. Yeah, he's a player who likes to fight, who likes to go for very uncompromising positions. On the other hand, this one has the reputation that there are a lot of force lines. There is force play. It's basically often some kind of a memory test on the opponent. It's atypical from Arjun. On the other hand, probably he has some surprise, and queen c1 was the move that he was counting on to surprise Pragg.
Yeah, and I guess maybe we just show one idea behind queen c1. It might look like a bit of an odd square to the viewers and to me included, but I guess after bishop to h4, which is now on the board, g5 is often just impossible, unplayable now, because it can be captured, and white's queen suddenly does have a purpose on c1. She swoops over, and white wins material. So I guess that's a theme that will recur in the next moves. White might be threatening e4, e5 very quickly in some of these positions as well. But it looks like a small surprise. Arjun's maybe just banking on the fact that even if it kind of is well answered by Pragg, that white will never be in too much trouble in these types of positions. So just like you say, memory test. That's how chess works at the top level these days, and makes sense from a standpoint of such a kind of big, high-stake match.
Yes, I also feel like maybe h4 is the move that that would really attract the attention of Arjun. The big question for me is, however, that he hasn't blitzed that move out. Usually, if you come up with a new direction like queen c1, you want to indicate your opponent that, all right, yes, you played h6, I'm ready to go h4, and this is going to be a crazy battle. That's already very much Arjun's style.
Yeah, and h4 is a theme in these types of positions. Garry Kasparov's playing h4 ideas for a while. And it looks like he's played bishop h4, and it is Pragg thinking. So at least on the camera, let's see. Looks like Pragg is the one to have been surprised. And how would you react here, Peter? Especially in a rapid game, you don't have too much time on the clock. You were the one surprised in the opening. Probably Pragg was looking in different directions. How does he recover? And how does he approach this position?
Well, it's a very solid position. So the big question, however, there are new things happening, new nuances to the position after the moves h6, bishop h4 included. Eventually, white also has this idea of going g4, g5. There is a hook on black's construction. Black is still also kind of pinned on the h4, d8 diagonal. Bishop b7 looks like the most natural move to me. Stopping e4, making sure that the bishop is back to this vital diagonal, which also probably discourages the idea of going g4, g5, because then bishop takes f3, queen takes d4 at some point should work. However, Pragg has slowed down, and I'm trying to understand what else can he be thinking of. We also know that Arjun hasn't gone for the speculative h4 move. He just sticks to traditional terms with bishop h4.
Yeah, traditional, and makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the bishop b7 move you've pointed out. Once you put it on the board, I can't look past anything else. But I guess in these types of positions in general, with white's queen on different squares, often you play moves like c5 quickly. You play knight b to d7. But okay, some quick moves on the board: bishop b7 and e3. So Pragg playing very sensibly here. And now I'm expecting just knight d7, followed by a quick c5 break to try and accelerate the play, open the center, and make things symmetrical before white's bishop pair exerts too much influence. White still needs to catch up in development right here, Peter.
Yes, that's a common theme. After all, white has got the advantage of the two bishops. If he would have already completed development, we would be talking about clear advantage for white. Very nice little long-term pressure. But black is banking on the fact that he is much faster with development with this very thematic knight b7, c5. Going to open up the c file. The rook is coming to c8, targeting white's queen, no matter if it's on c2 or c1. For the moment, I'm definitely very much surprised that I don't see the benefit yet of queen c1. And we do see the moves ec, knight b7, bishop e2 being blitzed out. At some point, there should come the point behind white's play, but I'm not yet understanding it.
Yeah, very, very mysterious. It looks like black is doing completely fine here, playing c5. I'm not sure whether you prepare that with rook c8 or not, but playing c5 just looks like it solves all of the problems. Maybe Erigaisi is prepared kind of deeply into the middle game. He's realizing he can keep the bishop pair for a long time, but either way, looks very balanced so far. And Peter, should we do a quick intro into the women's tiebreak game? C5 on the board in this one from Pragg. Because it looks like, okay, another opening close to my heart between Muzychuk and Salimova. Looks like a Caruana in that one. And Salimova playing very ambitious, very aggressive chess early on.
So you were the one behind Magnus convincing him to go knight f6 against Duda. Was it against Jan Krzysztof, I believe, that I have seen Magnus playing this line? That
was the fateful game when Magnus's winning or kind of unbeaten streak finally came to an end against Duda. It wasn't me who convinced him necessarily, but I have been playing this e takes f6 Caruana for a long, long time, back before it became popular. I figured, okay, it's a way to avoid all theory whatsoever. You just get a playable position with black, especially in rapid and blitz chess. Black's king is extra safe because of the doubled f pawns. But yeah, now everyone plays it, and there's too much theory, so I've turned away. But it looks like, okay, bishop to e3, not necessarily the main move. White's knight normally comes to e2, and we see this line by Salimova. She gives a check.
Yes, and one question, if you're already such an expert, then let me ask you this, that I believe that it's common knowledge that knight e2 is met by h5. That was the new twist of the position. However, after the move bishop e3, is black really going h5, or isn't it a weakening now that white is actually heading the other direction with the king?
Yeah, very good question. I mean, you can play moves like h6 here. H7 is attacked, of course. You can play h6, but then white normally switches back to the other plan of castling kingside. And the fact that you have a pawn on h6 means you're less flexible to play moves like g6. Later on, white will often bring a knight to g3 and land it on f5. Meanwhile, if you play a move like g6 here, then white will start attacking at some point in the near future with h4. So yeah, it's a dilemma here. And it looks like Muzychuk is very well prepared because she immediately castles queenside in a moment. Yeah, and like you say, Peter, with the knight on e2, this is the way to play with black. With the knight on f3, I'm not so sure. And I know the move b5 with the knight on e2 is quite strong, or at least very playable. But here with the knight on f3, this is the first moment I'm less familiar, and a pawn sacrifice from Salimova.
Yes, and it looks like a desperate sacrifice. I mean, I don't really feel like black has any serious compensation. I mean, even especially with the knight on f3, you mentioned that this knight eventually has the potential of be transferred to c4, and we see a knight on e2 would be always feeling uncomfortable, no real routes to join the battle. It seems like Muzychuk out-prepared her opponent.
Yeah, this is still the Duda against Magnus Carlsen game from that, I think it was, the win from Duda, which ended Magnus's unbeaten streak, but that was with the knight on e2. That's the only difference. And yeah, as you say, with the knight on f3, doesn't look as promising for black. Often you need the e5 square actually as a launching pad for your knight, bishop, or rook. And here, okay, Muzychuk landing her bishop on c6. I also do remember Anna having experience in this e takes f6 Caro-Kann line. I remember she had a game against Elizabeth Patz a few years ago, who she also eliminated from this tournament. And there she was a bit shaky, so maybe having booked up since. So very brave for Salimova to go for this sacrifice. Maybe she's just been tricked, Peter, here with the move order.
Yes, I have the very same feeling, like she's playing exactly the same ideas like you are supposed to play against knight 2, but this knight placement makes such a huge difference. Yeah. I don't see. I mean, there was some rook e7 kind of mysterious way of trying to double on the 7th rank in that Magnus's game. But as you highlighted, yeah, that often black's main idea is then also going knight e5 and the bishop on c6 is kind of vulnerable. Now with the knight on f7, even that idea does not work. So white can just maybe follow up with very simple natural moves like rook h1. And how is black really getting out of this situation?
Yeah, I'm not sure black is getting out of this situation. Rook e7 unpinning that rook, unpinning the knight makes a lot of sense. And she has just played it. We see on the camera, Salimova. But yeah, where's the compensation if white just develops normally? You have this open b file or the semi-open b file, but I'm skeptical, I must say. I'm a huge fan of this opening as black, but this is maybe a case of it going slightly wrong. Yeah, I think this pawn sacrifice just too brave.
Yeah, I see one idea. I mean, okay, at least I'm trying to make some sense that is something like knight b6, eventual g6, bishop f5, a way to make use of that white has beautifully placed the bishop on c6, however, lost the diagonal. I mean, the control of this f1, a6 diagonal, and eventual bishop f5, knight b6 combo could create some counterplay on the light squares.
Yeah, I guess that's probably her next move, right, Salimova? No matter what white does, knight b6. I like the fact it's coming into c4 as well, as you're highlighting. Yeah, I mean, it still takes white a long time to do anything with the extra pawn, I guess, because the 4 versus 2 majority on the queen side, that's where your king is. You can never really push there. I'm wondering how white reacts to that, Peter. g6, bishop f5 incoming. Yeah, there's still, maybe I'm being too harsh. I know it's gone objectively slightly wrong, but there's always practical chances in these types of positions, especially in rapid chess.
Exactly. And after knight b6, if white has to make up her mind, I already indicated that, yeah, knight d2, knight c4 would be lovely. Yeah, the knight is not reaching the destination, just to highlight that knight d2 probably also runs into knight e5. Then suddenly black gets access to that e5 square, targets the bishop on c6, and white's position might even fall apart without that light square bishop. Things are turning, so white has to be careful. We are expecting the move rook h1, but no. Anna goes for h3. She wants to break and start attacking on the king side with g4.
Yeah, and we do see a question mark is attached to that move. As we see in the game review there, that means it did make the position worse. So not a blunder, of course, doesn't lose anything, but maybe a bit slow. You mentioned that breaking with g4 there, Peter, it's a thematic idea, but it does take white 4 or 5 moves to kind of first open a line and then create any threats. So how does Salimova deal with this? I guess at least it's trying to prevent the idea of bishop f5 if a pawn lands on g4. It feels like she has to move the knight black.
Well, I want to be kind of very careful with these question marks, because computer is not playing against a computer. And I do recall just in the last 2 days, yesterday, Abbasov's queen d2, which Nishat also revealed for us that he was very happy. He thought like queen d2 was a very smart move. Computer wasn't exactly claiming that it was the best move. And also Magnus's rook g5 in the endgame against Gukesh was attached the question mark. However, after the game in the interview, Magnus revealed that he was so happy about rook g5. He considered that that being really a key move. And I have very same feelings, like we talked about that black is planning to go eventually knight b6, knight c4, getting this g6, bishop f5 plan. Now with white going h3, g4, things are turning into a completely different direction. And the computer indicates that here the right move after h3 is to switch to the knight e5 plan, which honestly, I don't see black playing. Then it looks like white will just trade and white is a pawn up. The bishop on c6 is not challenged. The knight is not getting active. It might be a very good practical choice.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, my games are peppered with question marks. So as long as there's not two of them, as long as it's not a clear blunder, then of course there's an idea behind this very human approach. Knight e5, like you say, Peter, it's counterintuitive. I mean, it's normally an idea. It's normally the main idea with white's knight not on f3. But here, I guess the idea is just to get bishop f5 as quickly as possible. This idea that you mentioned after a trade of knights.
Yes, and then of course the human first question is what happens after g4. Yes, aren't we just opening things up and stopping bishop f5? Wow, the computer says that f5 is a stunning move. Okay, I mean, this is something of a different planet.
Yeah, I don't think this would happen in anyone's game other than an engine here, especially.
And look at this. The line continues. G takes h5, f4 stunner. Another stunner. Bishop takes f4, bishop f5. And computer says black is winning. Unbelievable, because queen a4 probably runs into rook e4. That's the only thing we can understand.
And queen d2 here, Peter, would run into
rook e2,
I guess. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Beautiful stuff.
Crazy stuff. And after rook d2, which humanly would continue, then computer just says queen a5 plus 5. I'm going to checkmate you because queen takes c3, bc rook b1, checkmate is a big threat as well. Wow.
Yeah, we talk about the bishop pair, and often it's just kind of an untangible, just kind of theoretical thing. But here, the bishop pair, very, very strong. So, wow, if Salimova plays like this, then she deserves to win the World Cup. But this is incredibly tough, especially with just 16 minutes on the clock.
Yes, the line is also not forced, of course. Why doesn't have to? It was just an illustration that why we don't want to face computers, why you just prefer to play human versus human, because computers are just too strong already.
Yeah, and I think, okay, that was a pretty checkmate at the end, but knight e5 is pretty much only justified by the fact you can play sacrificial chess like that. You have to find maybe f5 to keep the balance, and not easy to foresee that. She doesn't look comfortable on the camera, Salimova, at least in terms of body language compared to previous days. Maybe we leave her to mull over this important decision. Knight e5, I'm not sure how many alternatives there are, but if you're too slow here as black, you're just a pawn down and facing an attack if white gets g4.
Yes, maybe it's a good chance for us to go back to the Pragg's game to catch up. I'm pretty sure that Salimova will be spending some more time. And wow, okay, things are much calmer here, but one shouldn't be fooled. And we do see the idea of Arjun that he was moving his queen to e1 very quickly to go back, bishop e2, c5. This we have still seen, castles, rook c8, queen e1 was played. Yeah, trying to hide that queen, getting out of the range of black's rook on c8. Pragg shows a lot of confidence. He knows the position. Yeah, g5 is a thematic idea. It does look like a weakening, but it's not so important. Knight e4 is coming, hitting that bishop. White continued rook d1, takes on g3, queen f6, bishop b5, rook c7, and we have seen some very fast trades. Bishop takes d7, bishop takes f3, g takes f3, rook takes d7, d takes c5 on the board. That's the current position.
Wow.
Looks fairly equal.
Looks very equal, Peter. It looks like they've just hoovered off all the pieces. And temporarily white's a pawn up, but this weird structure on the king side makes a bit of a strange impression. What would you be inclined towards here as Pragg? He knows he's on the brink of equality, a brink of a draw, but just take on c5, or do we take on b2? Do we play rook d8 first? Lots of options for him.
Yes, lots of options. I feel like, because it's a rapid game, it would be nice not to make it too sophisticated. Yeah, it does look like black has nothing to worry about the king on g8. The pawn on g5 is not a weakness at all. Black can very nicely put the king to g7. Yeah, Pragg captured back, b takes e5. I like it. And knowing the line, because this is my line from the black side, I felt like Pragg has done everything exactly according to the spirit of the position. And the reason why I'm so happy about this position is with black, that usually white is the one who has to fight for an advantage. And if with just natural play, I'm able to equalize like this, then the pressure is on white.
Yeah, pressure on white. And Peter, are you surprised that Erigaisi, he's barely spent any time? He started the game with 25 minutes. He's still got almost 23 minutes. And I mean, we talked about switching up this mindset, this mentality to rapid chess. Do you feel he's playing a bit too quickly? Or maybe it's still preparation? It's a bit mysterious either way.
I think it has to be some kind of a preparation, because black has done all the most natural moves. Arjun has also blitzed out this move 19, bishop b5, going after the knight on d7, making sure that he transforms the position into this structure. And the move queen c2 shows that he is into the position, because otherwise, especially in a rapid game, you wouldn't be allowing black simply to capture on f3, getting access eventually to white's king with ideas like h5, h4. It's clear that Arjun is banking on queen takes c5, and he has a very active queen, which kind of eyes the g5 pawn, so it's not easy for black to start advancing the h pawn. Then the pawn on a7 is slightly vulnerable, and now that white is blitzing all these moves out, I'm somehow maybe even tempted to just play the move rook b8, just to have things more under control than getting into that sharpness with queen takes f3.
Mm-hmm. Makes a lot of sense, rook b8. And how do you expect Arjun to react there? Probably very quickly, because he might still be in prep, but rook b8. Yeah,
queen takes c5, rook takes b2, and then I believe white would protect the pawn on f3 with king g2. I don't want to push f4 yet, just to be more flexible. The pawn on a7 is still some kind of a target. It might be that the position looks completely innocent. However, Arjun has analyzed it deeper and understood that, hang on, if we continue, some computer lines seemingly completely draw, but there is much more than to it than it meets the eye at first glance.
Yeah, that's just modern chess, as we mentioned earlier, right, Peter? Just a test of memory. If the opponent's very accurate, if they find all the best moves, fine, a draw is a fair result. But Pragg, he's burnt a bit of time. He's got roughly half the time, just over half the time that Arjun does. He plays rook b8. Looks like he's done everything right, rook b8. Yeah, he's just going active. I think he will pass this test for the first game with the black pieces.
Yeah, looks like he should. But actually, if into the position, then probably it's some kind of pawn sacrifice, this rook b8. Yeah, that, for example, white, just to make two moves, queen takes c5, rook takes b2, king g2, and all of a sudden, I don't see a good way of protecting that a7 pawn.
Mm-hmm. This is true, although white's rook is a bit passive. I'm not sure if we can profit from that.
That's the problem. Yes.
Yeah. I wanted to say initially, okay, let's say I play a move like a6. I'll force you to go and take my pawn.
Okay, thank you. I take. And then?
And now queen c3 maybe?
Threatening queen takes e3 using the pin.
Mm-hmm. I just want to keep your rook passive if I can.
Yes. I think, okay, we just have to go to the update. We will be seeing something like this, because queen takes c5, rook takes b2 on the board. I feel like if Arjun wants something from the position, and clearly he wants, then he will play the move king g2. Mm-hmm. And then we might be seeing, but you were very smart with this a6, provoking the queen to a6 and then going queen c3. Well done. You should be still playing at the World Cup.
Oof, oof. The problem is I know how to play these positions where I'm just fighting for a draw. I can't remember how to win against the top guys. I'm not sure I ever knew how to win against the top guys. But yeah, I mean, at first I was just thinking, okay, I need queen e3, so I need to trick your queen away. Maybe black can also wait. Initially I wanted to say rook a2, but I'm scared white's rook might get active. You just need to be slightly accurate here.
And if I would not go after the pawn, but try to activate the rook with rook d1?
Mm-hmm. This is what I was more concerned about.
But maybe you can just step up with the king, getting rid of any kind of checks. And it's so difficult for white also to make any real progress.
Yeah. Either way, white has to displace his rook or queen to go after the pawn, and that shouldn't lead to too much. It means that black can get active.
I even feel like since we have a very solid position, it might be a chance to go back to the Anna Muzychuk game, because that was so much more wild, and we keep an eye on both games where we feel like there is more action. We're going to jump right into that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and a couple of moves since we were last there, Peter. It looks like black didn't go for that 95 move, which totally understandable. Very counterintuitive, that one. So going for the more natural knight b6, and after knight to d2. Yeah, let's ignore those red crosses on the board. This is very human chess, very natural chess. f5. Okay, big threat on the board. f4, trapping that white dark square bishop. How to fight against that?
Yeah, that's
easy.
Yeah, not easy. It's of course one could argue that okay, why not then g3? But g3 does first of all run into any kind of, I don't know, even the positions exchange sacrifice with rook e3. I wouldn't be ruling it out. It's a very strange kind of construction, but also maybe black can try to play suddenly on the king side with h4, breaking this construction. It's kind of ugly. White can't take on h4 due to f4. And one needs to calculate lines like bishop g5, f6, bishop takes h4, g5. But I do believe that with the rook on e7, we shouldn't be worrying about grabbing that bishop on h4.
Yeah, this is why I like this line in Blitz and Rapid. It's just full of resources for black, and it's just, yeah, really testing white. And you mentioned that exchange sacrifice, rook takes e3 type of ideas. That does happen in the kind of analogous lines, the synonymous lines with that game we mentioned earlier between Duda and Carlsen. So definitely not ruling that one out for later. White's bishop on c6 looks very nice, but actually it's kind of just sitting in thin air, and black's going to play around that piece. So the pawn deficit doesn't really matter. And I must admit, in practical terms, Peter, I think black has full compensation, or at least a very playable position.
Yes, I also have the feeling that things are much more complicated than the computer indicates. For example, the main line with which computer gives a clear advantage to white is almost impossible to evaluate. The computer goes bishop g5, f6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, f4. Again, the rook on e7 is protecting black's king very nicely against queen g6 checks. So that's not a real worry. But after bishop h2, that bishop is completely logged out of the game. Humanly speaking, this is so difficult to even think about this. Yes, the computer is fearless, doesn't care about that bishop, believing that rook he1, knight e4, and whatever, white will be strong enough. Making that decision in a rapid game with so much at stake, it's very difficult.
Yeah, it's very difficult. The only way she might come to that conclusion, Muzychuk, is by looking at bishop g5, which is maybe the first thing you kind of see. Okay, you can make a pin, provoke a weakness, but once you see it gets chased around to h2, you kind of stop calculating, right? And maybe the only way is that she sees no other alternative. g3 wasn't so attractive either, so those would be the two main candidate moves.
Well, there is one line which is maybe kind of solid. If white plays g3, okay, we have to think about the exchange sacrifice, but it might not be so attractive for black yet. So the main move after g3, h4 still looks like the main move. And then white has this move, bishop f4, making sure that she trades that bishop, the troublesome bishop, maybe giving some stability. On the other hand, also the pawn structure is getting destroyed for white.
Yeah. I mean, for example, after a trade on f4, queen d6, I guess white will potentially lose the f-pawns, but you can just fight for the e-file, rook e1. And yeah, maybe dynamically, black is struggling to find the time to go and take those weak pawns. And white's still a pawn up. So yeah, this is solid, but as you say, it's kind of got some drawbacks. Everything's got drawbacks here for white, so it's understandable that she's burning almost 5 minutes on this one move. Anna Muzychuk, she had a time advantage. She played much quicker at the beginning of this rapid game, but clock's starting to level out.
Yes, she had a big time advantage, but by now things are clearly getting out of control. Certainly, the preparation has long ended. It looks like basically you only know that you can take the pawn. Computer likes it. It looks good. You definitely not going to continue analyzing that position. And yes, this knight b6 f5, very natural human moves. Salimova down to 12 minutes, but posing practical problems to her opponent.
Yeah, and she's done that so well during the tournament. You mentioned she's winning nearly every white game, so this one of vital importance to her with black as well. If she survives or turns it around, or maybe even wins, then yeah, Anna Muzychuk will face a massive uphill struggle. So this is key to start the day. Yeah, I think I would play g3 just because there are options there at least, and it gives black a few questions, a few different ways to play. So kind of throwing the move back to the opponent, but such a wild, complicated position.
Yes, I mean, once you notice that this g3 h4 bishop f4 gives stability and you get away unpunished, it gets attractive. The big question is that, is there a case to be made that over the board, a human player can simply dislike the fact that, yes, it's an exchange, but a destroyed pawn structure, black gets the dark squares, black has all this h4, queen d6, the bishop can retreat to e5. Yes, the computer does not appreciate it too much, but humanly speaking, you know that black definitely has long-term compensation.
Yeah, it's possible that this type of position is hard to evaluate. We do see a move, however, from Anna. And okay, she does move her knight again. I was going to say this is not going to happen because knight c4 is always allowed. But yeah, I guess she is attacking this pawn on c5. So let's ignore that question mark again. It looks like a decent move in a difficult position. Not objectively strongest, but we're not expecting that.
Yeah, but how do we
react?
Yeah, and how do we react after knight c4? That's also a big question. We can't take on c5. Let's just highlight this, that after takes, black has rook takes b2. The b2 pawn is vulnerable. That's the tactical justification behind knight c4. Yeah. And the position remains out of control.
Yeah, totally double-edged here. And knight c4 almost instantly from Salimova. I like the fact that she's played that move quite quickly. In such a chaotic position, it will be easy to get dragged down a rabbit hole of calculating. But okay, do we see a quick response there from Muzychuk? She just defends her bishop. Okay, no exchange sacrifice needed here, Peter, because white's willing to part with the dark square bishop just for a knight.
Wow, this is very risky. I mean, it shows that Anna is kind of panicking. She didn't know what to do against this f5, f4 threat. Okay, we do see that the computer says that this is a serious mistake because black can push f4, bishop d2, and then follow it up with the very powerful g6 threatening bishop f5. However, white has the move queen d3, so I'm not yet panicking. Let's just quickly show this here. f4, bishop d2, g6 being the key move, trying to activate that bishop on f5, and after queen d3, black simply brings the knight back to e5 and finally forking the queen and the bishop, plus the bishop still can come to f5. This is getting very dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous. And I guess here Anna would be forced to pretty much take that knight with her rook and hope that she can go for this exchange sacrifice. But okay, this was very strong, this recurring theme of landing a bishop on f5, trapping the white queen, but it didn't occur. I think she plays the more natural, maybe the more human approach, just snapping off the bishop. I'm also inclined, I'm very biased towards the bishop pair, my biggest weakness. And she does take on e3.
Yes, so we are expecting f takes e3. Yeah, it's kind of natural because rook e3, bishop f4 loses the exchange. And I don't believe that Anna is thinking about such options. Yeah. I'm expecting the move f takes e3 to happen any moment.
She's pausing though, unless surely she's played that move. Looks forced. And how will black react, do you think there, Peter? Still one pawn down for Salimova.
Yeah, but with the dark squares control, I feel like Black has now Black has certainly full compensation. The big question is that how easy it is to play. After all, White has also very nicely cemented the position. Bishop on c6, now that the Black knight is eliminated, the two bishops are good to just keeping the position, but don't really cause too much of a threat to White's king, for example. Yeah, this construction, pawn c3, b2, king c1, the knight eventually trying to be rerouted to c4 seems to give White enough stability.
Yeah, so we are expecting that. And okay, it looks like she has actually recaptured the board, just being slightly delayed there. So pawn takes knight on e3 has happened. Peter, maybe we can check back in on the other game just while we await developments here. Salimova now with good compensation. And Erigaisi against Pragg. Meanwhile, we've had just 2 or 3 moves. Actually, we pretty much predicted those moves. And just this last turn, Erigaisi has landed a rook on d4, and he spent a lot of time for the first real occasion in this game, Erigaisi. And okay, rook d4. It does cut the black queen off from jumping anywhere active. I like this last move from White. Do you think this is suddenly slightly unpleasant in practical terms for Pragg? He's down 6 minutes on the clock now. Still some questions to solve.
Yeah, I'm very impressed actually by both players. When we were speculating about this, the first time you mentioned the move a6, it was not yet on my radar. I did not see the computer lines. Then after we started analyzing this a6, rook d1, king g7 move, computer indicated that rook d4 is kind of the only test to Black's position. It's a rapid game, and we see what an incredible precision is happening here at the board. The computer says that queen f5, but this is such a difficult move. I mean, the queen on f6 seemingly stabilized that king on g7. If you ask me, I would have told everyone that, okay, just don't move that queen. That queen is just ideally placed, protecting the king, eyeing eventually the f2 pawn. But apparently queen f5 with the idea of queen c3, queen c2 would be a kind of nice way of liquidating into a drawish rook endgame. Very difficult move to spot. It's not like any other moves are bad for Black. No. It's just like, according to the computer, if you don't play the move queen f5, maybe White can try to pose some problems.
Yeah, that's a cool line, Peter, allowing some discovered checks, but of course hitting the white queen. The problem for me would be queen f5 psychologically. It's a pawn sacrifice, right? Queen f5, you go into a rook endgame, a pawn down after a queen trade and rook d6, unless I'm missing something. And evaluating this, first of all, is not easy because of the weird pawn structure on the king side. It should be a draw, but just knowing that you're kind of going to suffer slightly, or at least be a pawn down, it takes guts. It takes a bit of kind of confidence to go into this.
Yeah, very difficult to decide on it. I believe that once you already do it, you kind of understand that, yes, okay, this is the famous A pawn which is doing nothing. Black also has this great counterplay with g5, g4, fixing White's construction. The king is not able to march toward the queen side. But yeah, all eyes on Pragg. He has to make a big decision. Yeah. Not an easy one. He might actually have to give up a pawn sooner or later anyway. Yeah, that's maybe the point, because this pawn on a6, and if we start chasing that queen with rook b5, I'm worried of something like queen c6 attacking the pawn, and also eventually setting up ideas like queen e8, rook d8. That would be terrible in a rapid game.
Yeah, it's certainly a case of White having better kind of coordination, centralization here. In queen and kind of heavy piece positions, queens and rooks, it's all about the safer king, and both look okay right now, the kings. But yeah, like you say, Peter, it's definitely easier to see White launching a sudden kind of shock attack against the black king rather than the other way around. So, I mean, once you say queen f5, I'm just drawn to it. But yeah, incredibly tough. And okay, he doesn't go for that. He plays rook to a2, eyeing up the a pawn, but slightly offside now, this rook.
Well, yes, clearly after rook a2, Pragg is probably going for queen, but even one could argue that queen takes f5, e5, rook a4 would anyway win the pawn, so it does not really change that much. The computer hates the move rook a2 because computer says that I mean, not like hates, but does not consider it precise, that white has this fixing move, g3, g4, making sure that queen f5 won't be executed. On the other hand, if you play the game and you haven't noticed the idea queen f5 at all, because it's such a mysterious idea, then the move g4 does not frighten you at all. Yeah, it's we are not computers. And by the way, also the computer has calmed down already, giving just very tiny advantage for white, nothing very serious.
Yeah, and I mentioned that the clock times shouldn't be too dramatic for Pragg, especially, but after a move like g4, he will be forced to tank again because suddenly he's running out of moves. I think Peter, it's not as if it's Zugzwang, it's not as if black is kind of totally stuck, but the black queen is suddenly almost immobilized. Black's rook, there's a disconnect there as well. You're kind of just sat waiting, right? So g4 is, as well as kind of cutting out queen f5, it's just saying, okay, what's your next move? And I think it's in rapid terms, blitz terms at least, that's what I find most unpleasant, when there's no obvious kind of plan, when there's nothing immediately clear comes to mind.
Yeah, and also long terms in just some rook endgame. Yeah, if of course, if we eliminate the option of queen f5, one could say that what kind of rook endgame are we talking about? But just in general terms, if white gets g4 in and we trade queens, and white gets rook a4, rook takes a6, black won't have that counterplay with h5, g4. That's a big step forward. How important it is, we don't know. It's probably not decisive, but every little detail, every small nuance can be quite important in this type of positions. What I feel like Pragg is probably counting on, and the main idea behind rook a2 is that eventually he's maybe hoping of some rook a1, queen g6, queen b1 idea, trying to target white's king on g2.
Yeah, that would be a big cold shower for Erigaisi if that ever happens. But I guess, yeah, queen g6 is always at the very minimum met by a check on e5, so still takes a while to set up. Yeah, I mean, knowing players like Magnus, he would play a move like g4 just instantly, just because he loves fixing structures. He loves preventing his opponent's A and H pawns from moving. But yeah, it's not supernatural, I guess, to play that. Maybe there are other tempting options. I'm not sure what. The white rook doesn't really want to move because it allows the black queen in. The white queen, does he go pawn hunting Erigaisi? Is that what he's calculating? Moves like queen a5 looks slightly unnatural, but at least there would be a purpose. It would be a slight temptation.
Yeah, however, after queen a5, is there a case that we can try to attack the pawn on f2? Of course, queen f5, we know exactly, computer believes that we can sacrifice the pawn in the rook endgame, and that should be a draw. But if we don't know that fact, then after queen a5, maybe a move like queen g6, eyeing the threat of queen c2, preparing counterattack against the f2 pawn would be maybe logical.
Yeah, I think that might be what Pragg's kind of banking on his next move. Queen g6, no matter what, probably, is his idea. So we will wait to see.
But be careful, because after queen g6, if the queen is on c5, white actually has rook d8 all of a sudden, and then queen f8 check, and who mates whom first? It's always a big question, but definitely scary.
That's true. g4, which we were talking about ruling out queen f5. Maybe it is close to Zugzwang because queen g6, rook d8, and don't get checkmated. Yeah, scary stuff suddenly for Pragg. I mean, all out of nothing. This is incredible preparation from Erigaisi, finding a no-risk position where he can ask some serious questions, actually. 10 minutes around there for both players.
I also feel that it's a very practical choice, yeah, that you feel like you are not risking anything. The position also feels like black at the start of this position can very easily relax, thinking like, okay, the job is done. This is going to be a routine draw. And once psychologically you kind of adjusted yourself to the fact that, okay, I just have to make 1-2 more precise moves and the game will end in a draw because there is limited material. And suddenly that game continues to pose problems. It's always very difficult to adjust to that situation.
Yeah, you just want the game to be over. Pragg wants this one just to be a draw, to move on, have the white pieces. But first he has to defend. And okay, for the first time in this game, though, Erigaisi is lower on the clock. So maybe just struggling to find any forced variations that work. that's why maybe he might come to the conclusion that just a waiting move, a kind of slow improving move like g4 might happen. But okay, big moments in this game. Without g4, well, it feels like Pragg might be closer to the draw.
Yes, and I still believe that Pragg probably sees that he has this rook a1 idea. That this rook a1 idea, just in case, because certainly are looking for different options, that what can I do if my opponent just passes the move. I'm pretty sure that Pragg is kind of anticipating the move g4. It's a typical move that black is afraid of, and white feels like, I want to do more than that. Yeah, it's kind of a very special psychological situation.
Wow, and rook to a4. I'm shocked, Peter. That does allow the black queen in.
Yes, okay, then white clearly wants to trade the queens with queen d4 check, but that endgame with e takes d4 structure looks like a complete draw. Black will also have h5, h4 ideas. I mean, Pragg should be very relieved. Nothing to worry about after queen b2.
Yeah. Massive sigh of relief there from Pragg, potentially. Yeah, as soon as the opponent allows any hint of activity, I think in chess in general, especially in Rapid and Blitz, it's reasons for optimism for the opponent. So queen b2, I think, is going to be automatic here for Pragg. Nothing else to even think about.
Yes, I think there is a very instructive line to highlight what we are talking about in the rook endgame. Queen b2, queen d4 check, queen takes d4, e takes d4. Then black puts the rook, for example, on d2. King f1, trying to kick that rook away, trying to get the king to e2 against rook d3 so that we will win a pawn. Then black just goes h5, and finally black will have, yes, queen b2 on the board. We might be seeing this. I believe that this is what we're going to see. Finally, black will have this h5, h4 counterplay on the king side and should make a very easy draw.
Yeah. It's time to get those queens off. e4 here does defend the f2 pawn with white's queen, but it feels like you're playing with fire. Suddenly black might start going for checkmate on the first rank, as you highlighted earlier, Peter. So time to get those queens off, and Erigaisi will try to milk that endgame, but should just be totally drawn.
Yes, I mean, compared to that endgame, which computer first suggested to us with queen f5 and trade on f5, it looked like, yes, it should be a draw, but white can play with the isolated pawn on d4 and with black's counterplay coming with h5, h4. I somehow feel that it just completely draw. It's nothing to play for.
Yeah, and I think Pragg looks more confident, at least from my experience of his body language. And there we go. He looks away. Queen d4. It's going to happen. I think, there we go. Any second now, the queens will be off the board. And you're predicting rook d2 here, Peter, just to keep that white rook tied down. Keep it honest.
Yes, there is also the case to be made that after rook d2, maybe white plays the move g4. But if after rook d2, white plays g4, then we're going to play rook d3 and the white king will not be able to move. So that's why I thought like rook d2, king f1 is the only try, and then we will have time to push h5. And there is also the case to be made that you can also play h5, but I'm pretty sure that Pragg will play rook d2.
Yeah, he's very good at calculating force variations, Pragg. And rook d2 is one of those. I love that. It's really instructive. Putting the rook on d3 ties down both the white rook and white king completely. Just all of the weak pawns. No, he goes rook a1.
Wow, okay. He wants to box white's king on g2. It's also perfectly fine. The position has such a wide margin, yeah, and it's a very nice idea. White's king is locked. White has to grab the pawn. Yeah, it's captured. Rook d1 will be played on the board. Rook. Yeah, how do you... I mean, rook a4 is a very sad move. Then again, Pragg can actually, that just highlight this. Rook a4, he can park the rook on d3, eyeing all three pawns, nothing moves then.
Yeah, that's total paralysis. The problem is if you went the other way with the white rook, then the a pawn would have been hit as well. So it looks like, yeah, he's found this beautiful setup. Really, really nice stuff there, instructive stuff from Praggnanandhaa. And despite being a pawn down, we know all rook endgames have a drawish tendency, and white is just completely stuck. Black can even just wait here. h5, king g6. And this
Yes.
one will be a handshake any moment.
Clearly, yeah, we also see that Pragg is very relieved that it finally turned out to be such an easy game. There was a moment, yeah, after this rook d4, the disconnection between the queen and rooks, he might have felt a little bit uncomfortable and sensed that, all right, this might be a tough game to hold. But the fact that he made a very easy draw, because I think it's not too early to call that this is going to be a draw, will give him big confidence boost. Yeah, king g6.
Yeah. And we'll likely see the players at some point start repeating moves. Yeah, white's pawn simply cannot run, and if you want one of them to run, you have to give up another one. So, yeah, this one I think won't last too much longer. Maybe we'll stay here just till the end, and then we'll zoom over to the game between Muzychuk and Salimova, which is very different from this one. It's wild. It's still all to play for. Very dynamic over in that game. Meanwhile, Peter, what's the most professional way to finish this one for the two players?
Well, everything is possible. H5 is possible. It's just the question that does Pragg want to do something, or he can also just play king g7, and I believe white will have to repeat with king g2. Or is he thinking like, all right, it's a dead low position, but there is no drawback of breaking white's construction. We would be seeing probably some gh5, king h5, white falls back with the king, then black puts the king back to g6 and sits and waits. But he might just not do anything. No, h5 on the board.
Yeah, Pragg, very ambitious player. Maybe he's got some hidden agenda of even playing for a win here if white is careless. Suddenly Erigaisi's got a really unpleasant situation of he's going to have to give up a pawn at some point. He can't just wait forever. And who do you think is going to, assuming it is a draw, Peter, who do you think is going to be the happier of the two players?
Well, clearly Pragg. Arjun was blitzing his preparation, and in this type of position, which seemingly it's nothing really happening, it does not matter if my opponent is prepared or not, but believe me, in a rapid game, you are falling behind and you know exactly that you are, and draw a grid.
I think a very timely draw offer there from Erigaisi. It is a drawn position, of course, but no winning chances, however, for white, and some small risk of things turning. So happy result there for Praggnanandhaa, and a fair result. They go on to game 2 level. So let's whiz over to the women's section where things are heating up. It looks like potential time scramble incoming. We see the clocks there. 1 minute for black for Salimova, just under 5 minutes for Anna Muzychuk, and a really tense position. White's still a pawn up, but black owns the dark squares, Peter. White's king potentially in some huge trouble if Salimova can open things, get the queen on the same diagonal as her bishop.
Yes, it's all about move pair, move play. In long terms, there is tremendous pressure against white's king. The big question is there some tactics in the position? But the tactics should usually work. Black, knight takes e4, bishop f5, pinning, eventually trading everything, queen f6, coming and invading on the long diagonal, time trouble. Certainly, black is very happy here.
Yeah, and she takes with her rook on e4, so this doesn't walk into a pin with bishop to f5 because white can play rook takes e7 and rook e8 check. So we do see a trade of rooks on e4 instead. And I like this from Salimova. She's either going to get her bishop to f5 or she's going to land her queen on f6. This is really scary for white.
Very scary. Yes, knight takes d4, bishop f5 comes, and that bishop will be traded for the knight, followed by queen f6. Where is white's king hiding? The good news for Anna that she's up on the clock, because if she would be done to a minute, it would be practically, I believe, hopeless.
Yeah, so impressive from Salimova. This opening, she's somehow worked her magic, and she owns all of the dark squares. And Peter, in these types of positions, right, the pawn count is secondary. It's all about the king safety, especially with opposite color bishops on the board and heavy pieces. It's all about who has the initiative. Here, white's bishop on c6, again, just hitting thin air. It looks nice and pretty on this outpost, but black's bishop is the most valuable piece, the MVP. And which way would you take back on e4?
Well, Anna is taking her time. I mean, naturally, I would want to capture with the knight, because Anyway, black goes bishop f5 and then takes on e4, but she might feel like the knight is guarding the king. We do know that, yes, the knight is a fantastic friend of the king usually, but I don't know, against the dark squares with queen f6, I don't see white able to fight, so I certainly feel that knight takes e4 is the move.
Yeah. And I guess on the plus side, on the bright side for white, it takes a while for the black rook to ever join the attack. Black's rook on b8 doesn't really have any access to any open lines right now. So, okay, she takes with the queen instead, and the evaluation bar drops, Peter. Is this a blunder?
Yes, it is a big blunder. After queen f6, computer is screaming that it's fantastic for black. It screamed like +2 advantage. I mean, also, how do we protect? It's not only that queen b2 check queen. No, queen a5 had been played.
Wow. 5 instead. And is this the wrong direction? She's played a very natural move. She's getting in with her queen. Queen c3 check, queen a3 check, a2 hanging. Why is this a miss? Why is this inferior to the other direction, Peter?
Yes, I mean, okay, only computer can answer that question. Queen a5 is equally very unpleasant for white. The computer says that there is some kind of a sophisticated way of dealing with the threats by just playing a move like queen f4. But how do you play a move like queen f4?
Oof. You need ice in your veins to play a move like queen f4 while the white king is facing some serious threats. Maybe it was just the fact that on the other diagonal, the black queen and her bishops would all team up together as well. They would coordinate really, really well. And yeah, actually that rook on b8, she plays it.
She plays it. Wow, sensational play by Anna. And it hits the rook on b8. It also pressures the f7 pawn. So eventually some rook e8 check, queen takes f7 counterplay ideas are available. The position is heating up. Now it's anybody's game.
That's anybody's game, but in that type of situation, you want more time on your clock, and maybe that will become the deciding factor here, Peter. 2 minutes against 30 seconds. Salimova, she for sure hadn't foreseen this queen f4 move. Suddenly, how does she react? 25 seconds left. She needs to do something. She's going to give a check, forcing the white king into the center, where it's pretty safe for now. What next?
Yes, and here we see Anna's decision. Yeah, she sensed that that knight on d2 will be so vital in protecting her king. Salimova down to 15 seconds.
Yeah, and black's rook is attacked. Black has no good squares. White's rook is threatening a check on e8. Feels like you need drastic measures. 5 seconds. She gives up her rook. Bishop f5. Wow.
Wow, sensational stuff. It's first line of engine, top move, brilliant idea. Black had to sacrifice the rook, and she has done it with 10 seconds on her clock.
Beautiful move there. Giving up a piece with check is always the most difficult type of tactic to find. Double exclamation mark, and rightly so. Should that rook on b8 be captured, Peter? Because suddenly white's queen will be far away from the defense, and white's king is facing some nasty checks.
Yes. Very nasty. The queen on f4 is a stabilizing piece. Rook e3 is a very strong move as a defensive resource. Otherwise, white is in huge trouble.
Okay. He has to find rook e3, is that right? Taking the rook here, taking a free piece with check, might backfire. This is not easy.
Yes, I mean, rook e3 and then hide that king behind the rook on e2, sheltering everything. But this is a nervy game down to 1.5 minutes.
But the temptation of a free rook, of free snacks there, I struggle to resist when my opponent's offering me material. First instinct is, okay, take it and try to defend. But here, resist that temptation. And Anna Muzychuk, okay, still with 1 minute, so that's a bit of a luxury here, even if it's such a crazy position. Rook to e3, yeah, just defense, pure defense here. For white, that's needed. Oh, I don't know. I think it's tough ask to find rook e3 here, Peter.
Well, probably you find it by elimination only. The question is, with little time on the clock and with nerves at play, are you able to think quietly? It's insanely difficult.
Yeah, now ticking under 30 seconds in a moment. Anna Muzychuk rightly spending all of her remaining time on this key moment. Queen and bishops in her face, about to deliver checkmate. Huge attack incoming. She cannot take the rook, but she has done. And is she getting checkmated now? The white king is powerless. Bishop c2 check, queen c2 check. White's queen is just too far divorced from her king, too far offside, and she comes back.
She comes back, queen f4.
But this looks like it's ending in checkmate. Sorry, go on.
Well, also there is bishop d3, stopping the king e2, and then queen c2 check is coming. But Salimova down to 10 seconds. How do you continue the attack?
Yeah, I would be too tempted to give a check. Ooh, 2 seconds left when she plays this move. Bishop to h6. Is that good enough? Looks like
it's good.
Yeah. Looks like it forces white to give up the queen. This is a skewer. You cannot retreat to f2 because you will be checkmated. What to do?
And Dana is now down to 10 seconds herself. She doesn't know what to do. Key moment.
Huge moment. She has to give up her queen and pray. 1 second when she made that move. This one looks like it's over though. That's a nasty check.
It's checkmate. It's checkmate in 3.
Mm-hmm. And checkmate was coming next move. Anna Muzychuk resigns and Nagil Salimova takes the lead with the black pieces in this huge game. She's now on the brink of the candidates, on the brink of the final in the Women's World Cup. Peter, first reaction to that mind-boggling game.
Sensational stuff. I mean, the way how Salimova handled the situation, playing on her last seconds, finding bishop f5 sacrifice, and then also bishop h6 was practically a decisive move. I'm completely shocked how she handled that situation so well and won a fantastic game.
Yeah, amazing play, world-class play from Salimova and Peter. Maybe we can just go a slow action replay there, just of the last few moves, starting with bishop f5, this double exclamation mark move, giving up the black rook, and maybe we can show the viewers how white should have defended and how it ended up going downhill for white after being tempted by this free rook.
Yes, white had to find this stunning resource of rook e3, forgetting about that rook, poisoned rook on b8, making sure that after rook e3, white will be able to hide that king on e2. It's not really obvious how black would have continued the game. Computer says that queen a1 is only move for black. White plays king e2 and then black moves the rook now to f8, stabilizes the king side. It's kind of a crazy 0-0 position, compensation, but nothing decisive. How can you play positions like this with 10 seconds on the clock? Muzychuk was unable to find rook e3. She had more than 1 minute, but it was just too much for her nerves. She grabbed that rook on b8, probably not seeing a forced direct mate immediately, but it was not about the direct mate. It was just like in long terms, white is completely helpless. After king h7, queen f4, the move bishop h6 was a very powerful move, deciding the game, because if white is not sacrificing her queen, which is technically a lost position, then it just ends up in a checkmate like it happened in the game.
Yeah, maybe we can just show that checkmate to show why Muzychuk resigned here. This would have been a nasty blow. King caught in the center. And if the king had gone the other way, then checkmate as well in just a couple of moves. Oof, we have a decisive result. And this would have been checkmate. Yeah, beautiful win from Salimova. And I think this is the perfect time, while the players take a refreshment, to go on a short break. Let's catch our breath. We do have a huge second tiebreak game coming up in both of these matchups. So don't go anywhere. Anyone, stay tuned. We will be back very shortly with game 2 of the tiebreak day.
This August, engage in a battle of epic proportions against some of the most bodacious artists history hath ever seen. Behold, Raphael, the prince of painters, doth seek a fresh apprentice. Dost thou possess the prowess to impress him? Michelangelo, a true Renaissance man, painter, sculptor, architect, and poet, doth possess a myriad of artistic talents. Yet one wonders, can his creative genius translate to brilliance upon the board of chess? Prepare thyself for a game as dramatic as the Baroque paintings of Artemisia Gentileschi, one of the most expressive artists of the 1600s. A renowned sculptor, Donatello stands tall as one of the most important artists of the early Renaissance. His unique blend of creativity, aesthetics, adaptability, and patience maketh him a challenging foe. Lo, Leonardo da Vinci, known for his artistic talents, scientific curiosity, and innovative ideas, is the very embodiment of the Renaissance. He is not only among the greatest artists to ever live, but also one of the greatest thinkers. May fortune smile upon thee. Create thy masterpiece on chess.com. Cowabunga! Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today. 309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. The top remaining seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Aleksandra Goryachkina. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Caruana, Pragg, they're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field also boasts some of the strongest players in the world. Who will take the throne this year? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Don't miss this week's Bullet Brawl Arena. Every Saturday, watch the fastest titled players battling it out in a 2-hour bullet arena with $1,000 on the line. Your favorite streamers, like Hikaru Nakamura and Daniel Naroditsky, bring you right inside the action with event coverage on their own streams. Use exclamation point Brawl in chat for more. Peter, will you be playing in this week's Bullet Brawl? That's the big question.
Definitely, it's a big question. I don't know yet. I did get a new mouse because so far I felt like with the mouse I had, I was just unable to control. The mouse was too smart for me, and I'm just a total amateur. I got a stable mouse. I might be able. On the other hand, I had the privilege of commentating with Daniel. I have seen his wizardry with the mouse, his quickness, his sharpness. I still have to sleep about it, but who knows? It might be time.
Yeah, I don't think many people can compete with Daniel's mouse skills, his tactical vision. But yeah, either way, I might play this time. You know, it's been a while. I'm a bit rusty, but I do have my mouse too. And I've been addicted lately. I warmed up for this actually by playing a few hours of blitz chess last night until 4 a.m. So we'll see. But meanwhile, back to the action. More important matters at hand. And of course, we saw that dramatic game, that huge victory by Nagil Salimova, who's now got 1 foot in the finals of the Women's World Cup and potentially in the candidates as well, but also in the open section, a draw between Pragg and Aregaisi. Peter, let's check out some of, let's check out what's at stake in this tournament. It looks like a lot of money on the line, especially in the World Cup. The open section here, $110,000 first prize. That's not too bad. 80,000 for second and 60,000 for third. What do you make of that, Peter?
Not bad for sure. On the other hand, we know exactly that the players are here for the prestige foremost. Yeah, winning the World Cup, that's clearly the main aim of Magnus Carlsen. The other players, I believe, came like, okay, let me try to grab one of those candidate spots, and if I have that in the bag, then I will start to think about the title. And the situation is heating up. I mean, nothing is guaranteed yet.
Yeah, nothing guaranteed yet. And these prize pools, I mean, clearly a bonus, but the remaining players have bigger things on their mind. And here we see the prize pool for the Women's World Cup as well. $50,000 first prize. Of course, that is fantastic, but also spot in the candidates for the top 3 finishers. So whoever comes top 3 at this point, it's going to be Goryachkina, who's already in the candidates, but Nagil Salimova and Muzychuk, they have a lot to play for. This next game is going to be huge. And 3 minutes now till that second tiebreak game begins. Peter, we saw the drama, the emotion of that final game. How do you think Anna Muzychuk especially is going to recover? She has to win with black.
Yes, she has to win with black. It's a very tough situation. I believe that she can get some confidence and energy out of the fact that she has done it already in the tournament against her very good friend Elizabeth Petz. She managed to bounce back there, and we do see Anna sitting there already at the board. I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at her face, and do you feel like she has recovered already? I mean, she has to, because she has such an important game to play.
Yeah, she has to recover. She has to just forget, be a goldfish, as they say, just focus on this game. And yeah, it's not going to be easy, but as you mentioned, she's been here, she's done it before. It's just the manner of the previous defeat where I think in her eyes it would have come so suddenly, it would have come as a bit of a shock. Maybe she thought, oh, I'm trapping a rook, I'm about to win a piece, and suddenly she gets checkmated. So it's definitely not easy to recover. That being said, Nagil Salimova being so strong with the white pieces, that's a hurdle in itself. Winning with black is tough at the best of times, but when your opponent's on fire, it's going to be an extra challenge. What do you think for Salimova? Just keep doing what she's been doing, or do you think she's going to adopt a solid approach?
I don't think that she can adopt a solid approach. She has to stick to her play. On the other hand, it's more like Anna, yeah, that we have seen yesterday. She played the Queen's Gambit accepted. That's completely out of question. That's a very solid weapon, but it's not suitable for a must-win situation. I believe that Anna is the first who needs to get off her comfort zone, which actually also helps Salimova, because then she can just stick to her main repertoire. Yeah? She doesn't have to do anything crazy. On the other hand, how difficult it is to seal such a match situation we have witnessed yesterday. No other than Magnus Carlsen was in a lot of trouble, or at least some kind of a trouble against Gukesh. It's never easy. Nerves at play, and the black side has nothing to lose already.
Yeah, and trust me, I was there in Baku. There's nothing more nervy than that last minute when the countdown clock is ticking down. It's like you're impatient to get the game going. You want those clocks to start. You want those moves on the board. And here we see as well, Pragg taking his seat against Arjun Erigaisi. And he has the white pieces. What do you make of this one? Cagey draw in the first encounter?
Well, that was a rather solid draw for Pragg. He finally managed to draw that game without any problems. He's in a good psychological situation. However, so far in that match, we have witnessed 2 black victories. So one shouldn't be just thinking like, I'm playing with the white pieces, so I'm perfectly safe. No, these players are incredibly dangerous with both pieces. We have even seen that Erigaisi has played much quieter than usually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, much quieter than usual. And this one just so balanced on paper between Praggnanandhaa and Erigaisi. We might even see more action from them if this game ends in a draw. We'll see more rapid tie breaks. And okay, we're off. It's a handshake. And Nagil Salimova opens with d4. And okay, e6 from Anna. Already a bit provocative. Not her usual repertoire. Like you say, Peter, taking risks already.
Yes, she has to. Salimova goes knight f3, a very professional way of dealing. You don't want to show yet which direction you go. You don't want to be provoked. Certainly as a d4 player, you don't want to enter some French defense discussion. Knight f3. Also keeping the pawn yet on c2, avoiding any kind of quick c4, bishop b4 check lines, which are a little bit tricky.
Yeah, and Anna here, she clearly wants to surprise her opponent at an early stage. And there we go. I did suspect it, and it is the Dutch defense. Not something that Anna employs regularly, but at least it will force Salimova to think on her own 2 feet here in these early stages. What do you make of this? The Dutch doesn't have the best reputation necessarily, but leads to fighting chess, Peter.
Absolutely, and also there are a lot of nuances with white knight already committed to f3. Yeah, white plays g3, bishop g2. It's clear. Black has the stone wall kind of setup that Magnus Carlsen is a big expert on. Do you see, however, Anna going for a stone wall, or you have to be a stone wall player to be able to play that? And she might, yeah, and she goes for the Leningrad Dutch setup with g6, bishop g7.
Yeah, she goes for this setup. So she has spent a move with e6, which isn't usually part of the plan, but she does have time to do so. Yeah, I was going to say Leningrad Dutch, kind of maybe more up her alley. The stone wall, very positional, very kind of slow there. I don't think for the match situation, it was what she wanted. And okay, just very standard development from Salimova here. She will be trying to occupy the center with white. Very nice, quick, easy development, and just early days. But I like the fact that Anna Muzychuk mixing things up in the opening.
Yeah, this is what she has to do. She has to be feeling the moment that, yes, I mean, I just can't play normal chess. I have to go all in. It's risky. Objectively, it's not sound. I believe that as a player with such a class like Anna, it's not easy psychologically to do something like this. But she also understands the importance of the situation. Drastic, critical situations call for drastic measures.
Yeah, indeed. And she plays pawn to d6. She's getting ready at some point in the near future, Anna Muzychuk, to prepare the e5 break. Like you say, queen e7, lining up e5. If black can achieve that unchallenged, then black tends to be doing quite well, doing okay. But meanwhile, white tries to go for something very similar, often supporting the e4 break, either with queen c2 or rook to e1. So yeah, it's a fight for the center, as chess always is in these early stages. And I've always found these positions hard to navigate, Peter, unless it's walking down some theoretical line. It's like, when do you break in the center? When does it favor white? When doesn't it?
Yes, it's a very delicate matter. I do believe that now that black has wasted the tempo, because usually in the Leningrad Dutch, the pawn is on e7 and it's black to move, and clearly black will never play the move like e6. Black would play queen e8 and knight a6. I believe that white plays exactly correct, rook e1. That's a clear idea, going for e4. Also trying to use that extra tempo, and that black wasted on e6.
Yeah, she's so principled, Salimova, with her style, just always going for the most challenging moves here. And okay, it is a challenge indeed. Knight e4 on the board, and this is just purely to prevent white from occupying the center. She's blocked it up, and now to take or not to take, I don't think you necessarily want to capture here, because white's knight on f3 will be hit and doesn't have a great retreat square. So queen c2, I think, or queen d3, as you're indicating there. One of those two looks likely.
Yes, and the problem for black is after a move like queen c2, we know that black has to keep maximum tension in the position. Black is just unable to capture on c3, because that will release the tension. Black will have to play d5, and then we are getting into these stonewall type of positions where white gets perfect grip with bishop f4, and it will be rock solid for white. I'm expecting the move queen c2, because it's kind of a very nice transformation of structure.
Yeah, rock solid for white, rock solid for black as well, probably, but unfortunately, that's not what she wants, Anna Muzychuk, in this must-win situation. Peter, should we let this game stew for a while? Should we check in on the opening between Pragg and Arjun Erigaisi, where I must admit I've never seen this maneuver before that Erigaisi has employed in this Queen's Gambit.
Wow, the knight is on f5. How did this happen? Let's just go back and check it out. First of all, Pragg started with c4, e6, knight c3, d5, d4, c6. Black is offering white the chance of going for the Slav gambit with e4. Unless you have expected it, you don't want to get into those jungles. cd5, ed5, the classical approach, bishop f4. And wow, black goes knight e7. I have never seen this move order in my life. e3.
Me neither.
Nice to hear that. I'm feeling much more happy not to be alone.
Never walk alone. And knight g6, it's not just knight e7 to g6 maneuver, but a third consecutive move with the knight, Peter. This is sophisticated stuff.
And knight f5 back. Everything blitzed out by Arjun. Yeah, this is the typical Arjun, and that's why we were kind of surprised what we have witnessed in the first game, him being extremely solid and pragmatic. He likes to go for this very interesting, unknown kind of lines, targeting the bishop on f4. Well, it looks kind of tempting to go bishop f4, but then black will play bishop d6. And you remember, guys, everyone who followed our broadcast, David already revealed the big secret that the knight on d6 or the knight on d3 is always a monster knight. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I'm slightly surprised the kind of route that knight took, because it could have landed on f5 2 moves ago, but it's just kind of gone round in a circle almost. via g6, h4, and then back to f5. But in general, the knight's really close now to its dream destination, and hinting that he might take the bishop pair if given the opportunity. You were talking about pragmatic. I thought it's Pragnananda who's supposed to be pragmatic. But it's definitely Arjun here testing his opponent. Again, it looks like he's the better prepared player, at least in the early stages of today's match.
Yeah, he has probably more these surprises in store. Yeah, Pragg probably has a very good general preparation. However, Arjun, knowing him, sensing him, well, he tries to get out of those type of positions. I believe we also should mention that the justification of Black spending so much time with the knight was based on the fact that the move knight g6 hit that bishop on f4, so that's a tempo. And after bishop g3, knight h4, knight f3, knight f5 is another tempo move hitting the bishop. So basically, seemingly Black has just moved with the knight 1, 2, 3, 4 moves, but at the same time keeps on harassing White's bishop. That's the justification.
Yeah, and one question for you, Peter, because I want to learn here. In these Carlsbad structures, which are really topical, which arise from the Queen's Gambit, which arrives from plenty of other openings, knights versus bishops, which one do you favor here? Because, okay, Pragnananda didn't take the opportunity to move his bishop away from g3. I've always found it difficult with these pawn structures. Which piece is superior? Is it worth, for example, Erigaisi snapping off that bishop now while he's got the opportunity?
Yeah, it's always a very delicate matter. I believe that the reason White is kind of agreeing to the fact that Black can capture on g3 is that the knight wasted 4 moves already. If it comes from knight f6, knight h5 hitting that bishop, then you feel like you have to move that bishop. You just can't let this trade happen. But with Black wasting so much time, and also after knight takes g3, h takes g3, there is some new element. The white rook on h1 joins the party immediately. There will be a pressure on the pawn on h7. White will follow it up with bishop d3, the move queen b3. So indicates that, first of all, White wants to make sure that Black won't be able to quietly develop that bishop on c8. And maybe also White is already thinking about long castles, adding some more spice to the position.
Yeah, adding fuel to that fire. I think it's kind of been declared, Pragg, almost by this last move, that he wants to hit with a quick castle queenside and e4, just because Black is lagging so far behind in development. And I would be slightly afraid here. Erigaisi, clearly he was in preparation, but that prep has now ended. And how would you react here? Not too many options for Black, Peter.
Well, one of the thematic reactions after queen b3 is always queen b6. Yeah, it's like one of the very first things you have to consider. But the point being, I believe that after queen b6, queen c2 is a nice retreating move, threatening some knight takes d5 due to the hanging bishop on c8. And eventually, if Black captures on g3, we again see that White's queen from c2 and rook on h1 are already eyeing the pawn on h7. Bishop d3 also to follow. That queen on b6 is slightly misplaced. It might take Black some more extra time to bring that queen back. Practically, I believe that Pragg has made the right choice with queen b3, taking also Arjun out of book, forcing him to think. That's a great game.
Yeah, really nice reaction here to the surprise. I was praising Arjun for his great opening preparation, but it is one of those positions where White can be creative. Lots of choice, lots of flexibility. I mean, at least until this last move, I was expecting him to quickly take that bishop on g3 and go for g6, bishop g7, or just put the bishop on d6. But I'm slightly afraid that White is just too quick here. Maybe we can show a variation where White strikes in the center. For example, knight takes g3, maybe bishop d6 follow up. Does White already hit with e4 after castling?
Or maybe even immediately. Yes, I mean, okay, d takes e4 would be the natural reaction. Then White takes knight takes e4, Black castles, and White castles. And all of a sudden, computer already gives plus 1.8 advantage for White, almost decisive advantage, because Black's king comes under very heavy fire.
Wow. So this is how quickly it can spiral out of control. Somehow I'm getting the contours of this beautiful game that Giri had I think against Gukesh in FIDE earlier this year. But okay, that was without queenside castling even, where white just built up a huge attack with the isolated queen's pawn, knights coming to g5. Yeah, black's king bereft of any defenders.
Yes, that's why probably if black already decides on capturing on g3, which is a very risky move, that's why Arjun is taking his time. He has to follow it up with g6, bishop g7, making sure that, yes, black will be able to castle short with a protecting bishop on g7. And also after moves like e4, probably black is not forced to capture on e4 because we don't have to worry about e4, e5 as much as against bishop d6 when it's a big tempo. Black can play bishop g7, sacrificing the pawn on d5. It's not about the pawn. Black has the two bishops. If the position opens up, then black will have plenty of compensation. It's much more important to get a safe shelter for black's king.
Yeah, and I just don't see how, other than maybe this variation where you are getting to safety, I don't see how black is going to meet e4. I mean, if you develop in other ways, bishop d6 immediately doesn't seem to change too much. Feels like e4 is coming nonetheless.
Yeah, and it's kind of a sad move. Of course, it's a solid move, bishop d6, but white hasn't moved the bishop. That's okay, just have it on the board. Yeah, bishop d6. I also feel like clearly white will not take on d6 because bishop takes d6, knight takes d6 would take away all the dynamics that we have been talking about. We would expect a move like bishop d3 or long castles and insisting on the same problems, pressing that h7 pawn.
Yeah, and that dilemma I mentioned earlier, knight versus bishop in these positions here is just more important factors. It's just the fact that white's so dynamic and so quick. White's developed now 4 pieces, black's only developed 1, so exploding the center makes a lot of sense. I've got to say, Peter, I really think that this has been a promising outcome, actually, just based on this last move, queen b3, for Pragg in the opening.
Yes, sensational reaction. It's now that the move has been played, it makes so much sense. We are praising it. I believe if we would have just moved back to the original position and we would have been thinking, yeah, what should white play? Queen b3 was such a deep move. But that's why we are big Pragg fans. He's capable of coming up with such great resources over the board, immediately changing the dynamic of the game. Arjun was blitzing his prep. Now he's completely out of his comfort zone, spending already more than 6 minutes.
Yeah, and that's why preparation with computers, for example, it can be tough. You need that human element. Queen b3, a very human approach. And yeah, suddenly Arjun may be being given questions, being given problems he did not expect. So, okay, shall we check out the other game just while Arjun wrestles over this dilemma of how to develop his pieces?
Yes, I think it's a great idea because we'll have plenty of action there for sure. Yes, in fact, Salimova has played the move queen c2, and the move that Anna decided on knight takes c3 was not an easy choice. It just shows that she does not want to determine the structure. Yeah, after knight e4 queen c2, we talked about the other option of going d6 d5 bishop f4, this stone wall, a kind of construction with bishop on g7 doesn't give black too much dynamic. So she had to capture on c3, and after queen takes c3, she follows it up with knight c6. I think that's a very sensible move. She still tries to go for e5, so tries to pressure the pawn on d4, discouraging any kind of e4 moves. White opted for bishop g5. I'm not a fan of bishop g5 because queen e8 kind of is a move black wants to do anyway.
Yeah, it's very thematic, queen e8, just to support e5 in this Dutch defense. And I just want to ask one question, maybe about the psychology here, Peter, because if we just go back a couple of moves, knight takes c3 for black. As far as I know, in kind of analogous positions, b takes c3 is very kind of typical, just because your queen on c2 really supports e4. And I know there have been many kind of prominent games of white doing this, getting e4 very quickly, and the doubled pawns, they don't necessarily ruin white's position too much on the c file. So it feels like to me this is the principled way. You get your plan, you're kind of guaranteed to get e4 next move. Do you think just being ahead in the match, just needing a draw with white, has that influenced Salimova to maybe make a subpar decision?
I think so. Also knowing that she's a very aggressive player, somehow b takes c3 followed by e4, energetic play, going after the opponent's throat. looked so much more her, but the match situation, we have seen this already yesterday. And bishop g5, queen e8, queen d2, e5 on the board. Anna is fighting back. She got the type of position she was really hoping to get. It's an unbalanced position, still a lot of pieces on the board, a lot of dynamics, and Salimova is out of her comfort zone. She's also down to 30 minutes on the clock, and Black is taking over.
Black is certainly taking over. This is a dream for any Dutch defense player. I mean, I'm good friends with Simon Williams, and the daring Dutch, the dangerous Dutch. He's been dreaming of these positions his whole life. You've got the pawn center, you're playing e4 as you're highlighting there, Peter, and suddenly White's pieces lack coordination. I'm just tracing it all the way back to that b takes c3 decision. She basically lost 2 moves with her queen just to keep a slightly kind of more harmonious pawn structure. And suddenly Black's moves are easy. How would White stem the tide here? The evaluation part's still in the middle, but momentum Black.
Yes, definitely. I mean, Black also has a very easy play of setting e5, e4, also bishop e6 developing with a tempo, hitting the pawn on c4, eventually going rook d8, because I do believe that White will have to trade that bishop, the dark square bishop. I believe that bishop h6 is practically the only move in the position, which also would make sure that e5, e4 is not anymore a big threat, because we trade and we get access to the d4 square. I'm basically expecting the bishop h6 and it's on the board.
Yeah, she plays it. Very natural move. And okay, how does Black react? Bishop to e6 looks very natural.
But be careful. Bishop e6 runs into takes, queen c3, and White gets stability.
Yeah, I was very careless there. I doubt Anna will be following in my footsteps. So maybe a move like queen to e7 just to control some dark squares.
Yes, I think so, yes. So that after bishop g7, we are able to take with the queen. We are again probably setting e5, e4. White has to play the move rook ad1, reinforcing the d4 square, and then maybe the chance of going bishop e6. But bishop e6 runs into some knight g5 tactics. Wow, this is very important. Yeah, bishop takes e4 is met by bishop d5 check. And White wins an exchange after the trades. King h8, knight e6. We also see that the rook beautifully protects the queen on d5. There is a fork. So a lot to play for. Bishop h6, a very well-timed move. And probably thanks to this, White is still kind of in control. It's not risking much.
Yeah, no, really classy move there just before it's too late. If Black got one more tempo, then suddenly things would have properly turned around. Yeah, Salimova, it seems like when the chips are down, when she really needs to, she pulls it out the bag. She kind of rises to the occasion and always finds the best moves. And yeah, controlling the dark squares here, very important. Bishop h6, nice touch.
Also, I think that the previous game showed that she's incredibly good controlling her nerves with little time on the clock, and she's not panicking, going down really low on the clock. So that's one thing, and I know this from the older generation. I mean, as long as you give me time, I'm controlling the situation. And then, because I'm used to having time, the clock is ticking, and if I get down to a couple of seconds, I can just blunder anything, blunder the whole house. If I start with very low time, then things are much more balanced. And this is the kind of art that the players need to adjust with this time control. You mentioned that you don't like this 25 minutes rapid control because it's a very specific, it's a completely different animal.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I was eliminated in this 25 minutes because it feels like you've got a lot of time, but actually in reality, you'll be under pressure very quickly. And yeah, it's very hard. It feels like limbo. It's like you're not playing classical, you're not playing blitz, you're kind of in that halfway house. So yeah, I prefer to know exactly whether I'm in time trouble immediately in blitz or whether I have the time to kind of take the luxury of 3 or 4 long thinks. Meanwhile, this trade that we were expecting has happened very quickly. And yeah, 12 minutes under now for Salimova. Big difference on the clock. She takes with the king, Anna Muzychuk. I'm slightly surprised there because she will get pinned. There we go. Salimova quickly planting her queen on c3. Very healthy move.
But actually, I had the feeling that king takes g7 was a very classy move by Anna. She kind of plays according to the demand of the position. She feels like Okay, anyway, white gonna get that grip after queen takes g7, rook a d1. We have seen that bishop e6 run into knight g5 kind of ideas. Now with king on g7, black probably is thinking of some queen f6, bishop e6 kind of setup. And the bishop always finds a very nice retreating square on g8, just in case if it's needed after any kind of knight g5 tricks. Black will follow it up with rook a d8, and everything will depend if black will be able to push that e5, e4 in the right moment.
Yeah, e5, e4 will be so important just because that white bishop on g2 will be blunted. It will gain space, gain time, queen f6 on the board, as you predicted, Peter. And I'm very much expecting it to be move by move now. Salimova needs to be quick to at least fight against these plans that black has. Black has very natural play. Far less easy for white to decide what to do. And yeah, rook to d1 I'm expecting, but then after that, really unclear what white's doing next.
Yes, well, there is a case to be made for some b4, b5 ideas. That also brings us to the question that does then black waste a tempo on playing a5, slowing down white's play with b4? At the moment, it's too early for white to play b4 because then black wins on the spot with a timely e5, e4. Yes, it looks like the queens are traded. Then black just takes with the king and the knight hits the b4 pawn. The pawn hits the knight on f3. So white has to be careful. That's why we believe that white has to make the move rook a d1 at this moment. Let me refresh the board. And then potentially if white is afraid of bishop e6, b4, e4, knight d4 kind of options, then there is an argument for a7, a5 as well.
Yeah, depends on Anna's taste there, whether she wants to hold up the play, rook a d1, the most natural move on the board now, Salimova, and a key moment. Yeah, if white does get b4, b5 favorably without blundering anything, which is not necessarily easy, then yeah, at least some counterplay, some plan that I alluded to there. Peter, this one looks like it will take a more strategic turn over the next few moves. Shall we go back to Pragg against Erigaisi?
Yes, it's a good chance to go back, catch up on the action there. We have the bird's eye view. Wow, things are really heating up. Let's get into the essence of discussing what is really going on. So after queen b3, Arjun has played the move a5. It was the top engine move, a5. On the board, bishop d3. Now he grabs the bishop on g3, and after h takes g3, plays g6. Everything first line, and Pragg goes for the most critical e3, e5 break.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can tell Erigaisi studied this position, or this type of position before. Okay, he was surprised by Pragg's queen b3, but after taking a while to find his bearings, he's playing all the best moves, as you say. And now, how does he continue doing so? It looks like the center is about to explode, and black has not developed at all. White has beautiful centralization here, despite the fact he's missing the dark squared bishop. Does he do... Yeah, okay, there we go. It's on the board, bishop to g7. I was going to say, does he do as you predicted, just ignore the central tension? Is this a pawn sacrifice?
Well, it's a pawn sacrifice, but it's a pawn sacrifice that you know that your opponent won't be accepting. Yeah, so basically e takes d5, short castles is something that black would be very happy. It's all about the momentum. It's all about finishing development, get that king out of danger zone as quickly as possible. Also, once ed5 happens, then it's clear that black will eventually get that knight to c6, which will hit the pawn on d4. Black can then also follow it up with bishop g4. I don't see that happen. It's now more of a question that how is white making sure that he is safe? In this game, so much is at stake. The first game was a draw, so if there is a decision, then the one who loses will not get a chance to try to bounce back.
Yeah, and it's definitely not one of those positions where you can kind of pull the plug, go into reverse gear and just play it safe. Okay, he does take the pawn. Wow. I just didn't know what else, to be honest. Which way is Pragg going with his king? He goes kingside, so foregoing any chance of an attack on the h-file, but at least this feels like the safer side for white's monarch there. Okay, pawn up at least temporarily, Peter.
Yes, and he had to play like this. First of all, like this, he knows that he's not really risking. The only reason why I'm not that euphoric about white's situation, that just a couple of moves ago after queen b3, it looked like, wow, white has all the chances to fight for initiative. Arjun reacted beautifully, and somehow I'm expecting something like c takes d5. It's very much this Grunfeld spirit. Knight is coming to c6, will hit the pawn on d4. Black also has this a5, a4 kind of ideas. I just believe that c takes d5 is important. Arjun has already captured, yes.
Yeah, you mentioned the Grunfeld there, pattern recognition. I mean, I know Arjun plays the Grunfeld from time to time. It's very reminiscent of these bishop g5 on move 4 type of Grunfelds, where you just give up a pawn. It looks like for nothing, but you get your beautiful dark square bishop as black. And long term, you have targets. Yeah, it feels like this one, if the center totally disappears, if both sides lose their d-pawns, any chances for black there? Or do you think white will be able to find a way to guide this game towards safety?
I believe that white should be able to liquidate into some draw, but he has to give up on ambition, because usually if white keeps on fighting for the advantage, that's the way how you end up getting into trouble, also burning too much time on the clock. Things are getting out of control. Black has the 2 bishops. You basically have to stay realistic. The match situation is absolutely fine. You have already drawn with the white pieces, no reason to go crazy. Also show credit to your opponent. Yeah, it's not only great preparation, also fantastic reaction by Arjun then over the board with a5 and then taking on g3, g6, bishop g7, everything with perfect timing. And yes, Pragg goes queen takes d5, an indication that he knows that he's not fighting for advantage. He just makes sure that he's safe.
Yeah, very safe. And yeah, he had to take with the queen. I think taking with the knight would have got white in trouble, because suddenly we would see the strength of this a5 move. And yeah, black would be able to hit with a4, dislodging the white queen. Not beneficial there for white. So you pretty much have to take the queens off. And in this position, okay, knight takes d4 is threatened. If the center disappears and black maintains the bishop pair, the 2 bishops, then it's only going to be one-way traffic. So yeah, it's very much about Pragg finding safety here.
Yes, a move like rook a d1, you highlighted that we have to kind of deal with this weakness on d4. Rook a d1 fits into that concept, just protecting and eventually also preparing some bishop e4, getting that bishop to the diagonal, also inviting some kind of bishop g4 ideas, eliminating the knight in order to get back the pawn. However, that will be very drawish.
Yeah, I think those are the 2 key words here, Peter. Very drawish. Just 2 great players cancelling each other out so far. But they're both very ambitious. I wonder if we'll see any deviations there to our predictions. I'd definitely be slightly worried here as white, just because it feels like momentum might kind of get me carried away. But 11 minutes should be enough to yeah, just find these nice, safe, kind of calm, composed moves.
I think the previous game already showed that, for example, in Arjun's case, yeah, that he was trying something, but then he also understood, yes, I was prepared, I was up on the clock, but my opponent played good. All right, what to do? Yeah, you have to show respect to the opponent. And rook a d1 on the board, white is playing exactly as he has to.
Yeah, playing as he has to, and he needs to continue doing so. And now it's up to Erigaisi. I don't think he can spice it up at all. That's the problem now. You're pawn down, so probably just liquidate, trade off as many things as possible. Bishop g4 comes to mind. And yeah,
yes,
this game, Peter, fizzling.
Yeah, bishop e6 or bishop g4. There is also an argument for bishop e6, which kind of invites white to capture on d8. And after, I don't know which rook, probably doesn't really matter, rook fd8 looks more natural, then white can play the typical d4, d5, sacrificing the pawn back. And after bishop takes d5, knight takes d5, rook d5, it's clear that in this opposite colored bishop position, the draw is the most likely result. There are some issues with the pawn on f7. There is some pressure on the b2 pawn, but it should kind of lead to a draw.
Yeah, looking like this game, with some accurate moves, will ensure that the players go down to the quicker rapid. That's one of my favorite time controls, the 10-minute games. So let's see. Should we check back in on the other encounter, Peter? Just while we expect Arjun to find a way to win back his pawn and equalize the position.
Yes, let's do that. And we see not too much change compared to what we have seen. Rook a d1, bishop e6. We were thinking that maybe white can play b4. White first played the move h4, making sure that she gets access to that g5 square. Anna has covered that g5 square with a6. Now white opts for b4. Black uses the typical e5, e4 move. White plays knight d4, very important. Of course, white was unable to trade queens because then again, there would have been this double attack on the pawn on b4 and the knight on f3, knight d4 on the board. And all eyes on Anna. I mean, she's up on the clock, so she feels like she has some chances, but there is also the danger that the position simplifies. So how do you try to keep some dynamic that is required? What is your take on this?
Not easy. I mean, I would actually, just because it's a stylistic thing, I think I would be looking for ways to maybe keep a nibble in an endgame. I'd be happy to make some exchanges potentially. Which way is white capturing if I take on d4? Black's king is closer to the center, maybe slightly better secure pawn structure.
Yes,
it's hard,
I
as
think,
you say, Peter, in a must-win situation to trade off pieces psychologically. But.
Yes, but also for white it's difficult because exactly what you are highlighting, that queen takes d4, which kind of would suit the match situation, is actually quite risky because after takes, I don't know, these pawns are vulnerable. Black might be able to target them with a5, fight also with rook d8 for the d file. Eventually, somewhere some c5, b takes c5, rook c8 ideas also could happen. Just to highlight, for example, rook a d8, rook e d1, rook takes d4, rook takes d4, c5 comes to mind. It might not be such a great idea. I'm just trying to show the dangers, and suddenly there are weaknesses. Both sides need to keep a very calm head, and in fact, after knight takes d4, I believe rook takes d4 is the right move.
Yep, it looks that way. And those positions you mentioned, there are ways to imbalance it. I mean, of course, Salimova should be fine here, but yeah, definitely nerves will play a part. 6 minutes now. And Peter, I'm being told something that I wasn't aware of, actually. A couple of things. Between these two, there is a bit of a dynamic here because a couple of years ago on a spin-off from the Champions Chess Tour, it was called the Challengers Tour, when some really young players were coached by more experienced grandmasters. Anna Muzychuk was actually the coach, the designated coach of Nagil Salimova. So these two, they know each other well, and maybe that gave Salimova some insight into her more experienced opponent. Do you think that just adds an extra layer? Is it something that's maybe in their minds right now?
Well, definitely something, but it was 2 years ago, and in case of, yes, maybe because of this, that Salimova in 2 years' time definitely has improved her play, and Anna might not exactly know where Salimova stands at the moment, while basically from an established world-class player already, you don't see such developments. And basically the mindset. Also, I very much remember Salimova's performance in that tournament, and she was there fighting with Pragg, with a very young Pragg, Vincent Keimer, and Abdusatulov, Gukesh, fighting and having some crazy games. I believe that she has also gained tremendous experience from those tournaments. It's a very interesting that it got highlighted. I think it's very important.
Yeah, and I think we can bring up the graphic just to show that these two do have that history together, that shared experience. I remember actually these lectures, these classes that Anna was running, they were put out online on Chess24. So people can see her as she coached some of these youngsters, including some very prominent talents like Christopher Yu, Carissa Yip as well. So, wow, interesting backstory to this rivalry. And who knew 2 years later they'd be meeting in such a high stakes game. Definitely the biggest game, I think, of Salimova's career. Anna, of course, has been in similar situations before. And yeah, also, Peter, this one, I'm hearing rumors, and I have to say it now, just before the chess gets more dramatic. I'm hearing rumors that one of Salimova's coaches recently for around 6 months was no other than Nijat Abbasov. So student and master, both now doing incredibly well in the World Cup. They're doing something right.
Definitely, and it's very important and very nice to be getting all these insights. It's always fascinating to hear that. And basically also we can see that how ambitious, for example, Salimova is, that she's trying to work with very strong players. She understands that this is the right way of developing her career. And also when you are working with players like Abbasov, 2600 plus players, that boost your confidence. You feel like if I'm able to handle that type of chess, then I'm kind of ready for any situation.
Yeah, it seems to be working for both of them. And credit to Abbasov as well, who's a very renowned coach these days. He works a lot with other people. I'm hearing he's worked with others actually in the tournament. But yeah, doing well on his own account there. Tournament of his life as well. So he's going to be watching this game with a lot of interest. Meanwhile, a couple of moves, rook a to e8. Not the move we expected necessarily, but keeping some imbalance if white does decide to trade off on e6.
Yes, I think that rook e8 was a very natural response given the tournament situation. In any other circumstances, black would have probably automatically captured on d4 and tried to look for chances. If I get chances, it's fine. If not, okay, not the end of the board. But in this match situation, it would be the end of the world. It would be the end of the dreams of Anna, and she has to keep the imbalance. And knight takes e6, rook e6 on the board. We see this unbalance, the knight versus the bishop. The bishop on g2 is at the moment shut out of the game with this monster pawn on e4, this construction f5, g6, e4 pawn structure, pawn chain is doing its job. It's a bit risky for white. I mean, white has to make up her mind. Do you trade some more pieces with rook d7, rook f7? Is that good or is it dangerous? And Salimova done to 4 minutes.
Yeah, I must admit, I don't particularly like this decision in practical terms. It feels like now there's something significant for Anna Muzychuk here to hope for. I mean, the knight certainly more active than the bishop right now. And dynamically, that means tactics are likely to work in black's favor if Salimova continues with her forcing play. She gives a check. That's blocked instantly. And white's queenside pawns are weak here, Peter. I must admit, I don't see the path towards safety, towards a position where you can kind of bank on the fact that you're solid enough. She trades her rook. Is she going to take queens off the board as well? Surely she's got to keep them on.
Yes, she has to keep them on. I mean, queen trade would play into black's hand. Suddenly all the pieces all the pawns are vulnerable. Black's forces are very well coordinated. I feel like something like queen a3, trying to go for some direct ideas with b4, b5, hitting that pawn on a7 is the only justification of what has. All right, queen e3, that's another solid move, eyeing the h6 pawn and also setting up that idea, hitting that pawn on a7.
Wow, really dexterous play there, hitting h6, which is undefended, and wow, provoking Anna into going for it now, g5 on the board. This is a consequence of kind of that inclusion of the h-pawn pushes that Salimova kind of insisted on earlier. And the good thing for Anna is b5 can always be met by knight to d4, black's knight just posting up in the center. It definitely feels like momentum is turning.
Yes, yeah, black is creating chances for herself. I also believe that it's very vital for Anna to keep the time advantage. We have just seen that she was controlling her game as long as she went down to those last couple of seconds. And it's so typical. You don't want against a very young player to get into that time scramble. They are just much, much faster, much more used to that kind of situation. With still 40 minutes on the clock in a critical, decisive moment, Anna will have to time to calm her nerves down. But now it's a big decision. Do you take with the queen? Challenging that queen on e3, but the kind of spoiling, destroying your pawn structure, or do you just capture with hg5?
Yeah, I'm old-fashioned, Peter. I would take hg5 and just to keep the integrity of the pawn structure. But queen takes g5 is kind of in this specific scenario very tempting, just purely as you mentioned, because white's queenside pawns are hanging. If white has to lose another tempo running away from a queen trade, then black might start advancing even further on the king side. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more tempting it is, and Anna has paused. I'm getting flashbacks. I was knocked out of the World Cup because of an h takes g5 move that I thought was an automatic recapture, and it turns out it wasn't. So, okay, Anna, what's she going to go for? Which one would you play here, Peter?
It's so tough to call. It's we understand the match situation. There are arguments for both moves. I mean, h takes g5, keeping the pawn structure intact, plus also making sure that the queens are not traded. However, exactly maybe the queen trade is what black needs in order to target the weak pawns on the queen side. A very tough call.
Very tough call, and we'll let Anna ponder over that one. Meanwhile, pieces are coming off the board at tempo in the other game. So let's go over to Pragnananda against Erigaisi. We could well see a peace treaty here in the next few moves. It's opposite color bishops as well. White temporarily up a pawn. That's been the theme of this game so far, but black sufficiently active to compensate for that. And
Yes.
maybe we can just quickly backtrack to see how the queen's, knight's pieces came off the board.
Yeah, rook a d1 happened. Black had different choices. Bishop e6, bishop g4. Bishop g4 was one of them. Bishop e4, exactly just as expected. White also activates the bishop to the long diagonal. Bishop f3, gf3. Black takes on d4. Queen takes d8. Rook a d8. White first stabilizes with rook d3, rook fd1. So Arjun actually forces the trade with knight e6. Rook takes d8, rook takes d8. Bishop takes b7, and it's the current position. Knight c5 on the board, top engine line. Black wants to stay active, wants to hit that bishop, and indicate that with rook d2, I'm gonna have very serious compensation.
Yeah, at the very minimum, serious compensation. I mean, it should be level, of course, just reduced material, not too many pieces left on the board. But if, as you're highlighting, if black gets a rook on d2 and a bishop on d4, you don't want to be in Pragnananda's shoes necessarily, because you'll be stuck passive. You'll give your pawn back. You pretty much have to. And it's going to be no fun just sitting and waiting.
Oh, wow. There is a very nice line. Bishop c6, rook d2, and then rook e1. Threatening rook e2, and after rook takes b2, we have this super important rook e8 check, forcing black's bishop away from the long diagonal. After bishop f8, we fall back with the rook, covering the second rank. That's a ultra professional way of solving the problems. Well, Pragg has 7 minutes. I think that he needs to find this. Yeah, bishop c6 on the board. Practically speaking, this is so important not to give the initiative for your opponent.
Yeah, probably other ways lead to a draw as well, but that just feels like a clean, clear-cut way. And wow, yeah, the level of accuracy these two show on a day-to-day basis, so consistent these days at a young age. It's just incredible. Bishop c6 is by no means easy in itself, just hanging in thin air, kind of in midair, this bishop. And yeah, do you think he spotted it after rook d2, rook to e1? Because it's not instinctive. It's very much based on kind of a 2-3 move calculation sequence.
Well, it's Pragg. Yeah, so I'm expecting I'm expecting him to see this. I'm expecting this to happen. I'm wondering is there some kind of a idea of trying to hit that bishop with rook d6, but there is a trick with knight d5 actually. I don't know if that trick really works, because yes, rook c6, knight e7 check is fantastic, but maybe black can just avoid that trick with king f8, and suddenly we have some very loose pieces with the bishop on c6 and the knight on d5.
Yeah, and you know what they say about loose pieces? They sometimes drop off. Rook d6 on the board, Peter. You called it. Rather than go straight for a draw, Arjun, that shows his level of ambition right now. He's at least asking questions again of Pragg. White's bishop may be forced to some awkward squares. Is it going to b5?
Yeah, probably bishop b5 and then rook d2, rook e1 still on the board. Arjun goes for rook d2, everything blitzed out, and we are kind of expecting the move rook e1.
Yeah, and we saw Pragg reach out with his hand there, then he had to temper his instincts. He's just double checking his calculations. You mentioned it, uber professional, just everything just comes with a purpose with these guys, and it's hard to separate them. Whoever ends up eliminated going home, it's going to be so heartbreaking for them, because they both deserve to be in this semi-final. And okay, rook e1 we're expecting, and should just be 2 or 3 more moves, accurate moves, and a draw almost guaranteed.
Yeah, Pragg is about to move.
Reaching for his rook. On the board, of course.
Yes, exactly. Of course, nothing else is expected for Pragg, just perfect precision. Making sure that rook takes b2 is again met by rook e8 check, deflecting the bishop from the long diagonal and then falling back with the rook exactly the same way. Basically a handshake, a draw agreement is very near. I don't see there is one way to unbalance the position with bishop takes c3, b takes c3, going after the a2 pawn, and one could argue that that knight on c5 is blocking that pawn, but white will be very fast hitting that knight, and once that knight has to move, then white will have all the chances. So yes, rook takes b2 played. We're going to see the professional finish to the game.
Yeah, professional finish. Something I learned only actually quite recently was that apparently rook and bishop combine better than rook and knight, which is strange because queen and knight combine better than queen and bishop. And again, theoretical stuff, but yeah, no need to imbalance this one. Erigaisi just going for the safe approach, and Pragg, he's going to retreat his rook. I think that's just another theme. Rooks on second rank, seventh ranks cannot be tolerated, so trade them off, and rook e2 will signal the draw.
Well, there is a question. Is it possible that Pragg, knowing that he managed to force that bishop away from the long diagonal, so bishop d4 is no more an issue against the pawn on f2, that he tries something like rook a8 himself, trying to go after the a5 pawn? I don't really believe in it, because black anyway has the rook c2 move, but he's taking his time. He definitely considers it.
Yeah, these two players are ambitious. Every time I seem to play them in blitz or rapid, they're always pushing for a win. I'm like, come on, it's a dead draw. And they're like, nope, I'm going to test you one more move. Yeah, rook a8 would be brave. Hats off to him if he plays it. But I think rook e2, I mean, it feels consistent just with this whole mechanism of rook e1, tricking the black bishop away. It just feels consistent, logical. And we say draw there because opposite color bishops are in the position. And once the rooks disappear, everything else is pretty much balanced. The knights will cancel each other out.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
moment, rook e2.
Big moment, exactly, because okay, rook e2 is kind of a draw offer and it's a mini match. Pragg might feel like, if I have the slightest chance, then it would be nice to signal to my opponent that yes, I'm willing to fight and I'm ready to try to exploit any chance. However, it's a big if rook a8 is a chance and rook e2 is played. I perfectly agree with this choice. I think this is the right decision.
Yeah, very professional, playing the position, not being too emotional about it. A lot of players would be pushing the boat out with white, thinking, okay, this is my chance to strike. But yeah, 2 more games. If this one is a draw, plenty of chances ahead for both players. Rook takes e2, the rooks are off the board. Do you think we'll see a draw offer? In the previous game, it was Arjun to make the offer. Is that a psychological ploy? You never want to be the first one to kind of submit right to the opponent's will there.
Exactly. That's what I was also thinking. There is a way like you play the move bishop g7. It's kind of a silent draw for that. If white wants to go knight e4, then okay, we know that knight e4 happens. You take on e4, you can offer draw because that's it. Everything is traded. f5, a slightly ambitious move, making sure that white is unable to trade the knight with on e4, and eventually indicates that I'm a little bit faster, but white will give bishop c4 check, slows down black's king. White will also push the pawn to f4. There's nothing to play for.
Yeah, in the previous game as well, there was this pawn structure that doubled f pawns for white. And yeah, here it's going to help just completely close the king side. Definitely a bit of pride on the line here. Neither one wants to be the one to extend their hand off of the draw. And we will shortly, of course, rejoin the action where it's a bit more dramatic in the clash between Salimova and Muzychuk. We'll just wait for this one potentially to finish in the very near future. Not too much left.
King g7, f4 blitzed out, exactly, just as expected. And we are somehow waiting for some kind of a move repetition or something, because nothing is knight d7. All right, knight d5, knight f6. That would be shake hands territory and give us the chance to jump right into the other action.
Yeah, we await the handshake here. Queens are off the board meanwhile in the Salimova Muzychuk game, and we'll update you on everything that's happened over there as well. And still a few minutes left on the clock for both players over there. So knight d5, and we're waiting for knight f6, Peter. Probably several ways to signal the draw here. Okay, looks like he was about to reach for his knight. No, bishop to c5.
No, bishop c5 first.
Hinting at knight
okay,
to b6.
Hinting at, yes, knight b6, exactly. Now white will play king g2, and we're gonna see knight b6. Everybody's happy. There you go. Come on, knight b6. I mean, we love the fighting spirit, but we also know that there is nothing to fight for. Yeah, knight b6 is on the board, and the handshake
Yeah, as you mentioned there, Peter, everyone happy. Erigaisi happy getting a draw with the black pieces. Pragg happy just to neutralize some slight pressure there. And we're happy here in the commentary booth because that means more chess. And the players just quickly doing the drawing of lots there to pick colors for the next set of rapid games. So let's not miss out on any more action in the clash between Salimova and Muzychuk. Let's whiz over there. And this one has changed somewhat. It looks like black is a pawn up, at least temporarily. And 2 minutes on the clock for Salimova against 5 for Muzychuk. Peter, is she going to strike back, Anna Muzychuk?
Yeah, it looks like, because rook b1, which would be kind of the ideal scenario for white, runs into this devilish tactic, rook b6, and after c4, c5, there is knight d3 check. And then, thanks to this tactic with rook takes b1, black is winning. If white captures on b7, then the bishop will be in a very awkward situation. Besides, also the pawn on a2 is hanging. Black also gets a big tempo with rook b6. Yes, I think this is also key. Bishop takes b7, rook b6. The bishop has to fall back. Then black has the chance of capturing that pawn because rook a1 will be met by rook b2 protecting the knight. Super precise play. She has actually opted for queen take g5, just very quickly to highlight that this is where this position was reached. I have to say, incredible play by Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah, incredible play, resourceful, and the fact that she's not afraid to trade queens even in a must-win situation, I think that's a good tip for everyone at home. You've got to play according to the demands of the position. The black rook and knight, earlier I mentioned rook and bishop usually work better, but here the black rook and knight just so active, and white's pawns all just weak. And here we're expecting rook to b6, just to be accurate, before capturing this white pawn on a2. And yeah, I think just sufficient time here, 5 minutes against 1.5. I said it before though, and Salimova came back and fought, but that was a very tactical, dynamic position. This one is a pure technical grind. And somehow white's structure just not appealing. Black's a-pawn potentially very strong.
Yeah, one has to admire the incredible qualities of Anna. Fighting spirit, keeping the composure, keeping her nerves at check, playing a basically perfect game. All her decisions were excellent. And Salimova in a lot of trouble. We might be seeing a bounce back from Anna, just as she did against Elizabeth Petz.
Yeah, winning with black on demand. She's made it look easy. She's turning it into an art form. And okay, now it's time to put the finishing touches on, however. And Salimova maybe regretting the fact that she traded off. I was really shocked that she took on e6 a bit earlier, kind of creating that bishop for knight imbalance. That's the last thing you want to do in situations where you want to play safe. Just kind of create these small differences in pieces, pawn structure. Also taking the queens off. You mentioned that queen takes g5, really good decision for black, but Salimova, I'm not sure she was obliged to trade off. Again, just influenced by the match situation, it feels like. And okay, she doesn't look too happy on the camera. Salimova either. Rook b6, Peter, anything else here? Is she tempted to take this pawn on a2 with the black knight?
Yes, it's also possible, because after rook a1 there is knight c3, and this is what Anna is probably comparing. Just intuitively, I felt like I want to keep that a-pawn. That a-pawn could be very unpleasant, especially given the situation that white's bishop is out of the game. It has to fall back to f3, and that knight rook combo on a2, and yes, and she plays rook b6. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, in practical terms, this looks like the more controlled way of doing it. The white bishop drops back. And now to take that a-pawn or to play rook a6, I guess that's the dilemma. She takes it.
Yes, takes the pawn.
Mm-hmm. And Salimova needs some kind of counterplay now. She needs to get the white rook active.
But how do you do that? Yeah, how do you activate? Black seems to be controlling everything.
Yeah, that's the problem. I want to play rook h1 somehow, or maybe starting with g4, I was going to say, just to try and get as many pawns off the board as possible.
Yeah, but on the other hand, this a-pawn, that's why we wanted to keep that a-pawn alive. Black might just ignore everything and start pushing that pawn. The bishop on f3, which is usually such a strong piece fighting against a side pawn, is not really able to join the battle against that pawn.
Yeah. Normally that bishop combines so well with the white a-pawn, as you mentioned. And yeah, a5 would be really classy. I think it's human instinct to react to kind of either take this white pawn that's just landed on g4 or play f4 to bypass. But Tempi could be important here. If White's rook gets active via h1 and kind of comes around, then at least counterplay, at least you start to sweat as black. And yeah, trading pawns on g4 doesn't make too much sense either, because suddenly White's bishop's slightly more active. Yeah, the one saving grace is maybe you can give up the bishop long term for all of black's pawns. Rook and knight versus rook, we know, should be a draw, but still a long way in the distant future.
Yes, very long. And the only worry I have for Anna is that she's becoming visibly very nervous. She feels that she has a chance. She has a golden chance of winning this game with black, and falling down to 2 minutes on the clock. This is not a good sign. Of course, she has to spend time. She has to control the situation. But finally, with little time on the clock, the situation will get out of control automatically, no matter what you do.
Yeah, that tends to be the most difficult thing. Playing good strategic moves, making kind of difficult decisions in a middle game always tends to feel a bit easier, just because less at stake. But now the reality of bouncing back is close. Okay, she trades on g4. Doesn't change anything, doesn't ruin anything. But there we go, a5. The pawn is running. And she has 2 pass pawns now, the g pawn as well. White needs to get that rook active. Salimova needs to try something. I don't know what to suggest, Peter, for White here.
Yeah, very difficult to suggest anything, because it's clear that black keeps on pushing that pawn. If White plays rook a1, black will answer it with rook b2. If you try to rush with your king towards the queen side, it looks very tempting, but it eventually might run into some tactical problems with knight b4, forking that rook on with knight c2. It's not easy. Clocks are vital. Salimova down to a minute.
Down, yeah, under 1 minute now. I think maybe king to e3 is the most natural move, like you say, just running into the center, hoping maybe for some rook f1 checks, just to get the white rook active. But yeah, it's potentially some tactical problems. At least it's the kind of move you go active in endgames. You hope at least you scare your opponent with that activity. She needs to decide though, and okay, she hits that black knight, forcing rook b2. And it's a bit like that standoff yesterday between Erigaisi and Pragg, a rook in the corner versus all of black's army, basically tying the opponent down, but also white's rook is paralyzed short term.
Yes, the big question is black will probably get that pawn to a3, but then how do you make progress? Yeah, okay, not so easy. White plays the move bishop d7, trying to stop the pawn already on a5. On the other hand, black will get some extra moves like king e7, eventually going towards the queen side that could beautifully support the construction, all the action there.
Yeah, beautiful maneuver there with tempo. You'll gain at least 1 or 2 tempi against that white bishop. Yeah, maybe just the wrong direction, stopping that pawn with the bishop. Okay, she goes central first. She'll still do the same thing, just via d6, I guess, king e5. Oh, but the bar reacts. What is the
yes,
message?
but no, I mean, we have to forget about the bar. It's a practical game. Black is doing everything right. It will be a very nerve-wracking game. Rook g1 played, targeting the pawn on g5. Knight c3 is brutally strong, but giving up the g5 pawn with a check, which loses also the pawn on a5, not easy at all.
Not easy at all. That relies on some forks, potentially, some double attacks, some tactics there. That would take great evaluation and intuition from Muzychuk if she plays it. Knight c3, oof. But what else? Maybe king d6 is more natural, hitting that white bishop first.
Yes, also going back with the king to f6 if you suddenly panic, yeah, like, okay, nothing is spoiled yet. But if she finds that tactic with 1 minute on the clock in such a tense situation, that would be just absolutely world-class reaction.
There we go. She doesn't find knight c3. Understandable. She does instead play the more natural move, hitting the bishop. And
now rook d1 check.
Nice check. Ooh, that could be a key check. Actually, rook d5 is coming now.
Yes.
A pawn is being hunted.
Yeah, so black has to fall back with the king to e7. And now Anna probably feels like, this case I should have gone to e7 right away. I had a tempo move, now she lost the tempo. But still, white is not out of the woods yet. It's a big question. How do you deal with that bishop hanging and knight c3? Bishop g4 retreats.
Yeah, far from out of danger. But Salimova, her nerves are just so strong. She's playing all these moves with 15, 20 seconds on her clock. And Trading threats. Yeah, suddenly it's all improved. It was all a matter of time, and rook d7 check, Peter. It's coming.
Yes, and finally, White's rook will be able to land behind the a-pawn. That will be wonderful news for White.
It feels like the worst has passed. Black can start running the a-pawn, but it's just slightly too slow. It will allow a white rook behind.
And then also down to 30 seconds. A4, rook d7 check. King f6, rook takes c7.
Pawns are disappearing. What to even try here? Suddenly white has a passed c-pawn as well, which could start running very quickly down the board. It feels like Anna, has she blown it, Peter?
Yes, she has. And it's heartbreaking because she played so fantastically well. And just again with this clock situation, yeah, when the clock ticked on, she made one inaccuracy and it will cost her the qualification. I mean, at this moment, it looks like the draw is the most likely outcome.
Chess is cruel, chess is brutal, and yeah, just one slip from Anna. Nagil, though, you have to praise her for her tenacity fighting in this difficult position. Rook to b4 on the board. Is it time for that pawn to start? They start running, it's pinned. The white bishop on g4 is hit. Nice move there from Anna Muzychuk.
Very good move. I mean, if you can capture the pawn on c4, that will be torturo, and that's not a draw. I mean, computer can say whatever it wishes. You feel in a human game you have a chance. Rook a6 check, that's unpleasant. The king has to move. King e5 probably will be played.
Yeah, this one's far from over. Got to move that king. And there's tactics here. The bishop can land on e6, protecting its pawn on c4, but suddenly there might be knight checks, knight round to c5. Okay, king e5, she's coming forward.
Yes, probably white has to give up the pawn on c4 and play for activity. This bishop e6, knight e4 check, knight c5 is what black is dreaming of. That might give another turnaround to this game.
Yeah.
And down to 9 seconds.
Ooh. She gives up the pawn. That pawn is captured. Still 2 passed pawns for black. Still alive this game.
Knights all to play for because black is also threatening with g5, g4. Yeah, rook a5 check happened. Where do we go? That's a very tough question. Yeah, king f6. Clearly in a practical game, you don't want to give up that g5 pawn easily.
And another check. She's going to harass that black king for a long time. No safe squares for it. She might have to give up g5, Peter, eventually. But she wants to do it on her own terms.
Yeah, she goes king e7. This case, white is not picking that pawn up with a tempo. Rook a7 check, king d6. The king is reaching towards the ideal scenario, towards the b4 square. I'm not liking what Salimova is doing, but with 10 seconds on the clock, who can fold the players?
Feels like she's chasing the black king where it wants to go. And there we go, g4 on the board. Suddenly that black king's going to hit the rook as well. She's lost control again, Salimova, and we could see maybe Muzychuk win this game, Peter?
Yeah, now it looks like black has stabilized, but I'm already not daring to call out what's going to happen. It's unpredictable, but it does look like black has stabilized, which was a big problem before for Anna, that she wasn't able to do that. And white is losing the coordination, down to 12 seconds.
She's got to move. She's got to find a safe square for a bishop. And whoa, huge decision here. She's offering to trade off minor pieces, but this is either very good or it's very bad. There are tactics all over the place. You can even make an argument for king to b6, but taking that bishop looks very tempting, Peter. 2 passed pawns for black.
Yes, takes, and then king b6, and she grabs it.
Changing the nature of the position is the most difficult, most risky thing to do in endgames, especially with only a few seconds on your clock when you can't calculate or evaluate. She's banking on winning the black g-pawn and pushing the white e-pawn, but black's rook is perfectly placed.
Yes, a3, the rook gets behind the pawn with rook a4, and then you keep on pushing a2. This is a win for Anna Muzychuk.
It's over. Just like that. She fought so well, Salimova, but Muzychuk pushing, and eventually breaking the defenses. Just bringing the king. The black king looks sufficient now. She's reaching for it.
Yeah, the king is coming closer. Rook will land on a4, of course. All eyes on the players. Super tense moment, but Anna is bouncing back.
Yeah, white needs to somehow just magic that g-pawn off the board, but black's g-pawn holds the white king hostage. And okay, rook to b1. It's not going to be working here, though. Like you say, just rooks behind past pawns, Peter. Textbook stuff.
Yes. Yes, a2, rook a4. Is there some trick with e4 and then try to count on that e-pawn? Is that the reason why Anna is not... Yeah, she plays first rook a4, just to be as flexible as possible.
Good practical choice there. She will get checked, but the black king is coming forward where it wants to go. Just wondering whether she can give up the g-pawn here and a Muzychuk by stepping onto the fourth rank. Okay, first she blocks. Repeating the position once.
And rook e4, yeah, she just wants to make sure that e4 is not coming. She noticed that that's the only saving idea for white, e4 and then getting counterplay.
Yeah, and the problem is the white king's just so far away. Even if the e and g pawns disappear at this point, it is winning for black. And now the black king can cross the fourth rank.
Yes, king c4 and then a2, king b3. That should be it.
Oof. So close, Salimova, but we will see more chess. Rook to b8, and the black king is coming. The black rook is ready to shield any checks from behind. I think we'll see a handshake any moment now. Black's pawn's too strong.
Yes, there is no hope, but she will be fighting. Yeah, rook a8, king b3, setting up the bridge with a2 and rook b4.
The bridge has been built, and next move, rook a4, is the threat to promote the a-pawn. We'll see the handshake now. And there we go, one last check.
Wow, she could have played king a3 and then queening, but okay, everything wins.
And there we go. It's guaranteed another tiebreak game. Anna Muzychuk strikes back with the black pieces. Salimova failing to capitalize on her lead. 1-1. And in both matchups today, we will go down to the quicker, rapid portion. Peter, more chess. How happy are you with that?
I'm super happy, especially because Anna has played a fantastic game. Absolutely deserving to bounce back, and we come to that narrative that Salimova should have just stick to her type of play. You mentioned that in the opening she should have captured with the pawn on c3, go for the initiative. That's where she's so strong, giving the psychological upper hand for Anna, and then with incredible technique. Yeah, in the time trouble there was 1-2 moments when she lost control, but the overall performance was just astonishing.
Yeah, just nerves of steel there from Muzychuk, and in the end she did deserve that win. And now we will go to those tie breaks. And just while the players go off, make their preparations, while they refresh, I think it's time for us to take a short break as well, Peter. So thank you everyone for joining us. We will be back shortly, just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We will see more chess today, tie break day.
Do you guys play chess? You want to talk about it? Yes.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
Do you guys play chess? You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our dome.
Okay, when I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen.
Hikaru.
Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics.
Toby Maguire.
Oh my God, you saw Pawn Sacrifice?
Yeah.
If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay, super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not
So
interested.
you're not interested in chess players?
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yep. No, I cannot. Anna Taylor-Joy.
Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm gonna give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlsen, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did it! You get $50, dude! Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that?
Hello everyone and welcome back to Baku, where we are live with the second set of tiebreaks of today's action. It's quarterfinals in the open section and semi-finals for the women, but huge stakes. And Peter, we've seen two very different types of matches so far.
Absolutely. I mean, we had seen one perfect match between Pragg and Goryachkina, going down for 2 draws, basically faultless play. And we have seen nerve-wracking, fantastic fight with sensational win by Salimova with the black pieces going for a rook sacrifice, checkmating her opponent, and then Anna showing her incredible skills, winning that black game on demand. Sensational stuff.
Sensational stuff, and that does mean more chess for us to enjoy, of course. And let's check out the time controls, the format of these next set of games that we're going to see. And we are done now with the 25-minute chess. Time is slashed. It's down to 10-minute tie breaks now. Still rapid chess, but 10 minutes, of course, a significant deduction. And that means pretty much we're going to be in time pressure from the off. It's going to be faster, more furious. And that might mean more drama, especially in the matchup between Pragg and Goryachkina, where so far it's just been supremely high quality. And of course, we'll talk about the blitz that we might get to a bit later on, the formats there. But for now, it is 10-minute chess, 10 seconds as the increment. And the players are ready to kick off, ready to get started. Always that wait between games is the most anxious. And Peter, any predictions here? Do you think Goryachkina is going to switch up his strategy?
Well, definitely we won't be seeing another Queen C2 Nimzo. That's my guess, but you never know. In these mini matches, it has its own psychology. If Arjun feels like that, actually, I did prepare 2 lines inside this Queen C2 Nimzo, and I have the chance, and maybe I was holding back something for the 10 minutes portion. You never know, and that's why I wouldn't dare to predict, but it sounds unlikely.
Yeah, sounds unlikely. And now we see the counter. It's the 10-second countdown now. And the players will be ready to start. It looks like Salimova not at the board, maybe just recovering, taking a bit longer to get back after that setback. And the clocks have started without her. Nagil Salimova will update you on that one. And wow, Peter, the center game, E4, E5, and D4. This is a rare guest at top-level chess.
And Pragg looked a bit aside, like he wants to recollect that, yes, how does this line go? Arjun plays bishop d2. It's a very interesting choice. Certainly you don't want to do that in a 25 minutes rapid game. It's too risky, but with 10 minutes, only 10 minutes, and Pragg not being a complete e4, e5 player, yeah, he more often plays e4, c5. A very interesting psychological decision there by Arjun.
Yeah, huge. And it shows his ambition, Arjun. He doesn't want just another solid game. The solid Queen C2 Nimzo didn't work out to anything special. This time he's getting ready to play knight c3. He's getting ready to castle queenside. And the reason we don't often see this is because objectively it is a bit dodgy. It often involves pawn sacrifices for white and speculating, often moving the queen out too early as well. Goes against ancient chess wisdom. So yeah, Pragg, I guess the main move here is bishop to b4. There might be others.
No, but that's the trick. That the main move used to be knight c3 for white. Yeah, when black plays bishop b4, bishop d2, short castles, that's the kind of standard line. Long castles, rook e8, and then black attacks the pawn on e4. The reason why Arjun has played it is exactly for the fact that bishop d2 is a completely different position, and Pragg is maybe not familiar. Actually, you have to switch to bishop e7 and then going for some very quick d5. That's kind of the cleanest way of shutting down white's idea.
Oh, Peter, I'm glad it's not me sitting there opposite Goryachkina hit by this surprise. I thought it didn't matter. I thought the move order always transposed, but no, I'm learning. I'm taking notes. Bishop e7 on the board and a Maroczy bind, c4. This is very modern chess.
Yeah, basically, white has to play the move c4 if he's ambitious, because after bishop e7, it's clear that knight c3 will be met by d5 before white castles long. If white castles long, then black will have a lot of trouble getting that push in. We see the move c4. The Maroczy bind, on the other hand, things are slowing down a bit. But long terms, white has everything to play for. Yeah, if white gets knight c3, he gets also h3 in, making sure that black won't have any annoying knight g4 jumps, and slowly develops. Then white will have the the control of the center and probably some nice prospects. Black has to be energetic here.
Yeah, black has to be very energetic, and this Maroczy bind, the clamp with the pawns on e4 and c4, it just means that it's piece play rather than pawn breaks that are the name of the game. And I must admit, Peter, I always struggle in these positions where it's all about activity of pieces. There's so much to calculate. I need time on the clock, and of course the players don't have that. And the surprise value of this opening means that already 2.5 minutes ahead, Arjun Erigaisi, but Pragg reacts knight g4 immediately, something you mentioned. This is spicing up.
Yes, a very nice decision by Pragg, basically also signaling to us that he understands the dangers of the position. Yeah, that just playing some routine moves like castles could be possible, but if white gets that grip, that's what he wants to avoid. He also asked that queen a little nasty question that where do you go? It's not so easy to find a safe square. Queen g3 would be kind of natural to hit that knight, but I'm not sure. The queen g3 runs into potential bishop h4. Black might be able to sacrifice even a pawn like d5, going for bishop h4. Very risky stuff. So Arjun plays the move queen e2, stabilizing. Yes, it's ugly because the bishop on f1 is not yet developing. Black will be jumping, but I mean, it's extremely nerve-wracking.
Yeah, nerve-wracking, and awkward moves often have concrete ideas. I guess you're just hitting g4, hitting this black knight, the intruder, and at least you gain a bit of time for development. And Peter, do you think he's still aiming to castle queenside? I guess he's just too slow now to castle on the other flank to get his pieces developed there.
Well, it's all about move per move play. I feel like, first of all, now Black has to make up his mind. That does he play the move d6, which gives white the chance of developing that knight to c3? Or do you go knight e5 and then try to jump knight d4 as quickly as possible? Or do you combine d6, knight c3 with knight d4? So many questions, and that's the thing that is the biggest problem, the biggest enemy of Pragg, that he has to burn time, and he goes for d6. All right.
He goes for d6, and we should mention these two. They have great experience in rapid chess. They've played against each other a few times, and on the Champions Chess Tour, they both play very well, but there the time control is slightly longer. So now that things have sped up, it's going to be a bit more tricky. I'll just mention their head-to-head scores. In rapid chess, Praggnanandhaa is just 1 point ahead. And if it gets down to blitz later, then it's Arjun who is ahead. They haven't played each other too many times, though, Peter. So it definitely feels like these early stages of the tiebreaks, just feeling each other out with all these weird, wacky openings.
Yeah, we, I think, also sense it that they know each other way too well. Yes, the statistics was revealing that they haven't really been playing too much officially. I can imagine they have been blitzing hundreds of games against each other at home. And that also adds to the situation, yeah, adds to the pressure, because you know that your opponent knows a lot about you. That's why I believe Arjun is trying to come up with this surprise. Bishop h4, wow, trying to provoke g3, but okay, g3 is not something that white is worried of doing.
Yeah, you mentioned that the white bishop on f1 was struggling to get out anyway, so g3 looks like it could help. This is also reminiscent of Praggnanandhaa's early win in the World Cup against Maxime Lagarde, where his pieces were hanging out like on h4. He had a queen on g1 as black, knight on g4. But yeah, it's kind of holding together with very active piece play. g3 instantly by Arjun.
Yes.
Bishop drops back.
Yeah, bishop drops back. I believe the reason is why Pragg has felt that maybe g3 is a weakening, that somewhere some knight g5, knight d4 jumps, and the f3 square could potentially be weak. That's what I'm guessing, but if it really will make a difference, or if white has a chance now, for example, to play h3, kicking that knight away, and knight g5, follow it up with f4. It does run into knight d4, it looks scary, but knight d4 is also so much to calculate that maybe white can sidestep with the queen to f2, knight c2 check can be answered by king d1, knight takes a1, f takes e5, and then that knight on a1 is kind of trapped. Try to make sense of all this. It's super tough.
Try making sense of all those variations with 6 minutes on the clock if you're Pragg. Not easy. But it has finally forced Erigaisi to slow down. So even if bishop h4, this type of idea, maybe not objectively approved by the computer. That's kind of the sweet spot. You want to find moves that are good enough, but take your opponent outside their preparation. So what are we expecting from Erigaisi? Is he going to harass that knight on g4? It looks super tempting. Can he castle queenside? Looks a bit risky.
Yes, I believe that all these moves like long castles, f4, h3, we can give tons of arguments why each of these moves makes perfect sense. The long castle, getting that king away from the center as quickly as possible. f4, making sure that the knight from g4 won't be able to fall back to e5. The pawn move with h3 aims at kicking back black's pieces as quickly as possible. That's why Arjun is also taking his time. He knows that this is a very important moment.
Yeah, we mentioned those head-to-heads. It's so close. These first days, solid draws, so close. But this feels like the wildest position we've had in a long time. So the players do a time scramble, I think, quite early on here. I can imagine. I mean, this is just move 9, and they've already spent a fair chunk of their time. I could definitely imagine a situation where it's move 20 and we're playing on increment. It's one of those types of positions, just pure craziness. And Arjun, he's tanking, spending over 2 minutes on this move. He's going to push a pawn, I have a feeling. He's going to do something ambitious. That's Arjun Erigaisi.
That's for sure. And we are about to see his move. His hand is reaching out for h3. Yeah, kicks away the knight. I also feel like with this time control and this position, the least predictable result here is a draw. I do believe that this is a very double-edged game. Also, we know that so much at stake. I just don't see any stabilizing constructions. Yeah, it will be a very wild game, a very nerve-wracking, dramatic encounter. We will see the first blood. That's what I'm predicting.
Yeah, I like your prediction, Peter. And it definitely feels like that. Now, not just on the clock facing this, but also if his pieces don't find stability, if he doesn't find anything concrete here, White's just going to gain 4-5 pawn pushes for free as he kicks back the black pieces. So, yeah, incredibly tough position. And okay, knight back to e5. Moment of truth. Is he going to continue getting harassed? f4. And once we see where Pragg's pieces land, then we'll check in on the opening of the game between Salimova and Muzychuk. Nope, castle's queenside first from Erigaisi. Makes a lot of sense. King safe. He's catching up in development.
Yes, exactly. And f4 is coming anyway. We have the bird's eye view. Let's take a look. And I believe we should be jumping there because otherwise we are way behind on action. I'm trying to get the game up. Yes, and here we go. It is Salimova with the white pieces. And what a big contrast, yeah, that Anna Muzychuk does not need to play for a win. So she plays her main opening. The Queen's Gambit accepted. That's what I'm guessing from the move order. But this is exactly what Salimova and her team had expected. And White has very dangerous initiative here.
Yeah, dangerous initiative. The Black King knight slightly offside on a5. Fractured f-pawns. Then again, some stability. Yeah, a6 as well is a target. Some stability due to the fact that White has this IQP, the isolated queen's pawn, which we saw in multiple games yesterday. And unless White can break in the center, long term, that could be an issue. But okay, there we go. Very ambitious play. This is Salimova at her best, where we've seen her just rack up so many victories, take the scalps of some higher rated opponents where she's just ambitious, going for the king. None of that maneuvering strategic stuff that we saw in the previous game where eventually she fell to defeat bishop h6. Peter, I like it.
Yeah, this is her style. This is the way how Salimova has to play. I mean, you have to be true to your style. Forget about the match score. It's, of course, very easy to say. We have seen yesterday Arjun suffering with that, Magnus suffering with that. It's never easy. But after losing, she knew that, okay, she has to play true to her style. Do we see bishop f8 being played? I do feel like it's a stabilizing move. Rook g8 would be another very natural move. Activating that rook. How would you proceed here?
Yeah, I guess those two moves would be very natural. Black's unlikely to castle anyway, so you might as well go for one of those two. But then it's a pawn sacrifice, Peter. Or maybe White's winning a pawn by force because a6 is hanging. You cannot defend it with queen to b6. this pawn because white can pocket a different pawn with bishop to g7. So yeah, I guess she's obliged to do something active here, Anna. Just kind of evaluating a position where she's going to be down a pawn, but maybe with some compensating factors.
Yes, I mean, so much at stake. We know that it's all about getting into the finals. She has just bounced back, so she has all these incredible emotions inside her. On the other hand, all these emotions you have to try to kick away. It does not matter at all. You have to stay focused in the moment. Yeah, and at this very moment, Black is faced with a problem. King in the center, pawn on a6 hanging, Black not being able to castle. So I somehow feel like a move like rook g8 is natural, but there is also this case that, wow, and she plays knight b3. She jumps with the knight to b3.
Ooh, that is brave. That knight does eye up the d4 pawn, but it could be hit in the near future with bishop to c4, and bishop to c4 could be a scary threat in certain positions, hitting the e6 pawn as well. A very quick reaction from Salimova. She's not fearing seeing any ghosts here. Look at white's pieces so well centralized. Black's coordination here isn't there. I guess she wanted to set up some rook g8 followed by knight takes d4 type of tactics, but it looks so slow for Black.
Yes.
I think she has to stabilize. I think a move like bishop d5, as you're highlighting, before it's too late. Just give up the a6 pawn. Queen to a5. Wow. Ambitious stuff from Muzychuk here.
Wow, so she's trying to go for an attack with queen h5, but there is this thematic d4, d5 push. I think that this is a very strong move. Yeah, computer screams that d5 is almost basically decisive, cutting off Black's dreams of creating counterplay against White's king, and it will be much more Black's king on e8 that ends up in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you mentioned it's thematic, Peter. At least when I was young, I was playing isolated queen's pawn positions with both actually with reopening, and yeah, that's the first thing you look out for, throwing away that pawn to open up your pieces, and often it messes up the opponent's calculation. I think they call those invisible moves when it looks like the opponent has a square covered 3 or 4 times, but by throwing a pawn or a piece onto that square, you kind of force them to lose connection between all of their pieces. And d5, wow, yeah, it does kind of force a bishop to capture, I guess, but then you're happy to play a pawn down, cutting off the Black queen's coordination.
And she has played it. Yes, that's it. d5 on the board. Yeah, beautiful, and a lot of headache for Anna how to handle this. And this is Salimova at her best. She goes for the initiative. She's very aggressive. Queen takes d5 is of course met by bishop b5 check. That's a discovered check. Black loses the queen. So bishop takes d5 is practically forced. Yeah, you have to stabilize. My very first instinct was something like bishop b5 check, a b5, rook takes d5, and I thought like, okay, just close the eyes and win. For some reason, computer is not even mentioning that move as top 3 alternative. It just shows that white is probably so much winning.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can even play slow chess, even move like bishop to e4, just eliminate, slowly trade off, and you have a long-term initiative. But yeah, there must be some tactics, as you say, Peter. Maybe bishop takes a6. You have to work out, I guess, what happens after bishop takes f3 there. But yeah, probably no ghosts at all. You can just recapture. Black's position just falling apart. It's no surprise when tactics happen. It favors often the side with better centralization.
Yeah, but I believe that it would be very natural for Salimova to play the move bishop b5. I mean, this, humanly speaking, feels like it should be a win. But let me even put it why computer thinks that it's not right. Okay, it gives advantage, but it's not decisive. Rook takes d5, and then Black falls back with the bishop to f8. Okay, it's a horrible position. White is clearly better, but yeah, bishop takes d5 had been played. All lies on Salimova, what she will do.
Yeah, this looks like she's, wow, bishop takes a6, she's on fire. She's setting up bishop b5 check now, Peter, as you mentioned. She's hitting the Black rook as well.
Yeah,
she's
Black has
so
to
quickly and confidently.
I mean, Black has to give up the exchange. I mean, basically you have to play king e7, bishop takes c8, rook c8, and hope that this monster bishop on d5 will give you some practical chances, and forget that you are exchange done. Just rely on some coordination there. But if White ever breaks that construction, then clearly Black's position is falling apart.
Yeah, she has to find it King E7 and a Muzychuk, and it's so much tougher to defend when you're low on the clock than it is to attack. So 3 minutes to find a move like King E7, even then it's grim. Not easy. Yeah, at least visually, those bishops make a good impression. So yeah, King E7, I think she might be drawn to as soon as she realizes there's literally nothing else. It looks like she was... I'm looking at her eyes here. It looks like she's thinking about taking this knight on F3, which was my first instinct as well. Just to try and say the white queen is overworked, but I don't think that comes to anything.
But I mean, queen takes F3, queen takes A6, queen takes F6, followed by rook takes E6 check. That should be crushing.
Yeah. I think this is what she's calculating, but it looks like quite a straightforward variation here. Oh, she's moving her rook.
To C5.
Defending her bishop.
Yes, but okay, now white will give a bishop b5 check. Black has to play king e7. And all the pieces are very loose. The knight on b6 is protected by the bishop, but that bishop is at any moment can be eliminated with rook takes d5. Yep, bishop b5 check played. Yep. King e7, and by the way, just bishop e3 wins material on the spot. Yeah, if you are materialistic, after king e7, you can just fall back with the bishop on from h6 to e3, saying that the bishop has already done its job on h6. And if that rook is eliminated from c5, then the d5 control will be lost as well.
Yeah, just everything wrong with Black's position here. Knight on b3 hanging in all of these variations too. And okay, 2 minutes on the clock. What is she considering here? It looks like king e7 strictly forced. Is she thinking about king d8? Running in that direction, but that looks like it shouldn't work. It cannot work.
It feels hopeless. Yeah, it just moved 20. But she ran into some very strong preparation. I think
we'll just see the next move or two here, Peter, and then we'll go back to the other game between Arjun and Pragg, where things are really, really heating up. Suddenly she does play king d8, and maybe we see how Salimova tries to push her advantage here. What are you expecting? Still bishop to e3?
Yes, bishop e3, also queen e3 settling, rook takes d5. I mean, white has so many winning moves. Bishop g7 just collecting on f6. A really matter of choice. Black is in a lot of trouble. I would always say that it's hopeless.
Yeah. Okay. Salimova, she's got a lot of time. She's got a 3-minute time advantage. I think today that's a rarity for her. She's been behind on the clock in both encounters so far. But this is right up her alley, right up her street in terms of style. Very aggressive player. And she does play bishop to e3. She's going to win material and most likely the game. Peter, is that a sign we should go to Arjun against Pragg?
Let's do that.
Yeah, and there a lot has been clarified. A lot of pieces off the board. Black's knights were jumping last time we were there. But everything has been exchanged. And I'm doing a quick count. Not my best skill, but it looks like Pragg is down a pawn.
Yes, he is down a pawn. He has played the move b7, b5, just in the previous move, creating confusion. And Arjun has simply sidestepped with his king from c1 to b1, making sure that he can capture everything on c4. Here we are seeing the trade. Okay, it's a pawn, but white's e4 pawn is vulnerable. If black is able to trade the e4 pawns for the d6 one, then I do feel like there is some kind of a drawing chance for black, despite being pawn down. White's construction on the king side is somewhat loose with the pawn on h3. Not protecting the g3 pawn. It's not given that Arjun will win this.
Yeah, no certainties here. Okay, a5 by Pragg. He played that move quite tentatively. He kind of pushed it really slowly, despite just having 2.5 minutes on the clock. And okay, meanwhile, breaking news: I can confirm Nagil Salimova has won the first game of the quicker rapid tiebreaks. So Anna, again for the second time today, in a must-win situation, this time with the white pieces. That was a demolition, you've got to say. Queen's Gambit accepted. Made to look less solid than it usually is. Impressive stuff. Okay, this game, Peter, rook to h2. Nice defense along the second rank. Do you like that one?
Well, it's a nice defense. On the other hand, it gives black a tempo. Clearly, somehow black would love to kick that queen away, but white's queen will come back to d4, yeah, which protects the e4 pawn, eyes the d6 pawn, protects also the b2 pawn, and Pragg continues to push his a pawn, yeah, a4, a3, yeah. White did not want to allow black, of course, advancing that pawn all the way to a3. But now that pawn on a4 is a vulnerable one.
Yeah, feels a bit counterproductive. It's as if Pragg didn't know where to put the black rook, so he decided to postpone that decision by pushing his a-pawn. But as you say, it's not necessarily a kind of bad inclusion for white here. Black's rook on a8 is now fixed, defending a4. And okay, he hits the white queen. I'm expecting queen to d4 here, just to stay on the 4th rank, keep everything covered.
Yes, that would be the tempting move. However, computer indicates that queen d5 followed by rook d4 is extremely strong. And Arjun is posing. He might be feeling that now with the pawns a5, a3 included, he might need to switch position of the queen. All eyes on Arjun. If he finds queen d5, rook d4, I feel like this is, practically speaking, gives white such a coordination and stability. No, queen d3 played, no rook d4 yet. In this case, Pragg is fighting. He will go all in with rook a b8.
Yeah, he has to do something on the b file, at least plant a rook on b3 and hope for the best. And yeah, I mean, here it just feels like any piece trades, any queens coming off the board will guarantee a win for white. Rooks coming off the board, inch closer to converting that advantage. h6. He's so calm, Pragnananda. He's banking on long-term compensation here.
Yeah, creates a luft for the king. I love this decision. It also shows that he is not panicking. It shows that he believes in his position, that, okay, long-term, and especially after the move queen d3, there is no real threat, but also white is not able to improve his position. Rook is moved. Rook from h2 moves all the way to c2, or...
Yeah, looks like the rook has landed there on c2. I mentioned the rook trades favoring white most likely. So, okay, he has gone for it, Pragg. Must be based on something very concrete. He hits the h3 pawn, I think. He's played his queen to e6.
Yes, hints at this pawn and also kind of provokes g4 when black will be able to play queen f6, targeting the f4 pawn and also setting up rook b8, attacking the b2 pawn. g4 on the board.
Yeah, if white could somehow push his kingside pawns back, there's no attack here. So just if you could push them back to f3, g2, h2, suddenly you have more stability. But yeah, right now it's definitely Pragg can go on a fishing expedition, go hunting for some of those pawns. He does go for the move you mentioned, hitting the undefended f pawn. How does Erigaisi defend against this? Not easy actually here for white to make a decision.
Yes, not an easy decision at all. It's very important not allowing white's rook somehow to reach to the b file. If white's rook lands on b4, protecting b2, protecting e4, and eyeing the a4 pawn, then it's game over. That's kind of the dream scenario for white. Black will do everything in his power to stop that happening.
Okay, and f5, not a move you want to play because now white's pawns are totally immobilized. They are fixed. And okay, rook b8 quickly by Pragg. He's tying down the white queen. It's tough. I think maybe that one opportunity, Peter, earlier to get the rook to b4 with queen to d5, that would have been a huge chance. But still looking good for white. I still feel like somehow white should be able to stabilize.
Yeah, king a2 is a very nice stabilizing move, followed by rook d2 and eventually activating the queen. And then the pawn on a4 will be vulnerable. White has made a huge step forward by trading one pair of rooks. Compute actually gives more than +2 advantage for white. I'm giving it to your information because I know that you don't have access to engine.
Mm-hmm. That's huge. I mean, one pawn advantage, I can understand if the computer was hovering around +1, doesn't mean too much. But +2, that means certainly, yeah, convertible here. And rook to b3, the problem is it's always just met by a rook exchange threat. Again, any pieces that come off the board is going to favor white with the extra material. Pragg in big trouble.
And also down to a minute.
Yeah, maybe it just stemmed from the opening, Peter. He lost a pawn quite early on and unable to fight back.
It was fantastic. opening choice by Arjun. Yeah, it's of course with any kind of random stuff like what happened in this game, if it works, then everyone praises it that, yeah, it was fantastic. If it backfires, then why did you do that? There was no need to. Rook b5 played. Pragg wants to maybe fight for the c5. Okay, he can't fight for the c5 while the pawn is hanging on a4. But just he had to make a move.
He had to make a move under 1 minute. And I'm expecting that really classy idea that you're highlighting there, White's rook just to shuffle up to d2. Because then the a4 pawn is genuinely under threat. It's hit. And not too many ways to defend it without going passive. And okay, how calm will Erigaisi be here? He will know that he's got a big advantage. And rook d2. Really nice, really calm move there. Defending everything, overprotecting in these positions is often a good idea. And queen takes a4 is on tap.
Yeah, Pragg in a lot of trouble. Yes, I don't see any way to... because going passive with rook a5 is not an option. That just loses. Slowly, White actually can grab the d6 pawn as well. He needs to go active. He opted for rook b3. And rook d3, wow, but this gives Black some chances. I mean, take on d3 and play the queen endgame. No, Pragg goes back to b6.
Yeah, I think he chooses the more natural approach, but yeah, I think you might have been right, Peter. It's counterintuitive to take rooks off the board. It looks like White's just going to win there, but queen endgame's Jewish tendency. As long as you keep the a4 pawn on the board, maybe some chances. But now he's coming round. Erigaisi, he's coming around with the white rook. He's going to land on c4, b4, take all the pawns, as you were highlighting.
Yes, and where is the counterplay? Yes, Pragg goes queen d4, so rook c4 is met by rook takes b2 counter strike. That's very important. And how does White untangle maybe something like queen d3, forcing that black queen away, eventually regrouping?
He's going to play h4, g5, I have a feeling. Just okay, no, I think you're right there. Queen d3, he is switching around the order of his pieces. Yeah, he needs to get active with the white queen.
Yeah, I think that it's very tempting because queen f2 can be nicely answered by rook c2. Again, you protect and then queen c4. Yeah, Pragg falls back with the queen to e5.
Now, what to do? Do you take another timeout? Do you play a move like rook to c2, just overprotecting everything? It's not easy here. Erigaisi to untangle. With White's king so weak, stakes are still high. And he's visibly nervous, Peter.
Of course, no. I mean, he's a human. Yeah, it would be insane not to get nervous in such situations.
Yeah, this battle of friends who just for today are foes. It's not going to be easy. And okay, still with the time advantage, he needs to maintain that Erigaisi because it feels like Pragg at least will be able to cause some tricks. He's kind of his moves are pretty much forced. Erigaisi, okay, queen to c4, hitting that a pawn we've been talking so much about. This allows the black queen in maybe to h2.
Well, yes, at least black can grab a pawn on h3. It does not look so important because rook c2, queen takes h3, queen takes a4. White eliminates that pawn and somehow one has the feeling that the coordination of White's forces. But Pragg has to try it. There is no other choice.
Yep, needs must. And there, really nice move. Actually, he protects his back rank because White was actually threatening a kamikaze attack against the black king. Black's king was vulnerable just for a moment. And okay, B and A pawns now for White connected, but the king is on that side of the board, so not easy to push them. If queens come off, White is just winning, but that's never going to happen. Still,
yeah, and I think that this maybe it's bad objectively. However, practically speaking, Pragg has something to play with. With little time on the clock, he also was able to collect those 10 seconds. Yeah, with queen h2, queen takes h3, rook b8, he's now back to 46 seconds. Arjun is also equal times. And some tension here.
Yeah, more than a little tension. And g4 is hanging the pawn on g4, wherein the black h pawn might start running down the board. It's definitely not one-way traffic anymore. He's lost some control. Erigaisi still in the driver's seat, but what will he do now? I'm expecting a centralizing move somehow. Okay, wow, rook. Where's that rook landed? c7. Going on the
c7,
counterattack.
Yeah, targeting the f7 pawn, clearly hoping for queen c4. How to deal with this?
Yeah, that's a brave move. Most people would be looking at defending the white king, somehow keeping it nice and safe on the second rank, but going active against the black king suddenly, queen c4, as you say, Peter, and queen to g2, that type of move will be met by, I guess, queen to c2?
Or queen d4 or queen c2, yes, any of these
d4.
moves.
Okay.
Yep. Pragg down to 13 seconds. He grabs on g4. He had to make a move.
And again, under 20 seconds, he has to defend f7. Checkmating type of ideas are in the air. Not quite checkmate if f7 falls, but he does have to protect it. And how will Erigaisi react? It's time to start pushing pawns. The a pawn versus the h pawn, potentially, Peter. It's a race.
Yes, however, white is up a tempo and Pragg down to 10 seconds. He is very nervous. He will push the pawn. He has no other choice.
Yeah,
h5, a5.
Look at the clock suddenly. 54 seconds against just around 10 and counting. He's got to calculate this, Pragg, but you don't envy him. He's just got to push and hope. Nothing else to do now. White's pawn is about to land on a7. I think you're right, Peter. It's just too slow. And d5 throwing a spanner in the works, but that pawn can just be captured.
And then queen e2. That's the idea. And then try to give a7, queen a6 check.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting move. Forget about the computer criticizing that move. This is fighting. Pragg is fighting for his life. Queen e2 on the board.
Really clever practical try here. Easy to get nervous as Arjun. Will he offer a queen trade? He needs to make sure he's not getting checked too much if he pushes his pawn forward. Maybe he can still get away with it, but scary stuff for both sides. Okay, he does offer the queen trade.
Hang on, but now we can take rook a8 and then we push h3 before you go. Exactly, queen takes c4, rook a8 and h3, h2 before white reaches the with pawn to b5.
Wow, so Pragg has to sense that for the first time in this game, he can trade queens, and there we go. Concretely, it does work. White's a pawn ran too far away from its supporter there on the b file, and we're going to get a rook endgame where white's a pawn up, but not easy to decide. This computer says draws, Peter.
Yes, it is a draw. I mean, Pragg is out of trouble, and look at this. He feels I'm back. That's the body language we are seeing, and Arjun in a state of shock. It looked like, okay, when, of course I can trade queens because my pawns are queening, but no. Chess is crazy.
Chess is crazy, and the skill level of these players is crazy. Pragg, so resourceful, so tenacious. It looked dead lost. It looked like he was dead and buried. That a pawn about to win the game, but suddenly that pawn is falling, and Arjun's got a gamble here. Okay, he's banking on his b pawn. But don't forget about Harry over there on h4. It's another race, Peter, and this one could go either way this time.
Yes, it's getting out of control because there is no easy way of shutting the game down for any side. Basically, you have to go with the flow, and you don't know exactly where this flow brings you.
Yeah, and Black's g-pawn could start joining as well, the action a bit later on. Black's rook is ready to slide behind his pass pawn. We saw how effective that was in the clash between Salimova and Muzychuk earlier. Okay, first hitting the black rook. Okay, where to go? It looks too tempting to go behind. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Look, h6.
And I know in the featured chat, people are talking about a save by Pragg, but this could be more. This could be a turnaround if Erigaisi now loses a bit of control. He has to go back with the white rook to stop this black h pawn.
Yes, and also the question, do you give rook c8 check? Yes, forcing black's king to h7, yet he does that. Now the rook falls back to c1. Quite a big finesse.
Yeah, when in doubt, give a check. Very clever. Black's king misplaced now on h7. And what to do for Pragg? You need to be active somehow. g5 is very attractive to me, but again, it's a race that, there we go, he pushes the pawn. It's a race that's so hard to calculate with 20 seconds on the clock. En passant, trader pawns.
And e5 is only move according to computer for white to save the game. So critical is this position.
That is not obvious, Peter, because it looks like it does nothing e5. Black will just play g5.
Yes.
I don't think that's easy.
Yeah, not at all. It's impossible. I would say it's impossible.
Oh, he's reaching towards it, Arjun. What is even the idea? It's not just e5 alone. It's the idea connected with it that's going to be difficult to find with under 10 seconds now. Erigaisi, he doesn't find it b6, but surely this just allows black's rook to get behind.
Yes, g5 wins. Rook c7 check. King goes back to the 8th rank. This is the point. Yeah, it looks like this should be terrible for black, but if Pragg goes back with the king, it's winning for him.
How is he winning? Where does he hide with his king?
Well, if you keep on checking me, then he zigzags his king all the way to d8.
And black's pawns are just too far advanced. Black's g and h pawns will beat the white rook later on.
And look at Pragg. I mean, he senses that, wow, I can maybe win this game.
He's on the brink. Massive turnaround. And rook b6 comes with a check. That is the key tempo. White doesn't have time to win that black rook for the b pawn. And the black pawns are just going to push.
Well, but now g4 only move h2, rook h7 is a draw. Which basically, if you are calm enough, you understand. With few seconds of rook, you never know.
You never know. But g4 is logical. Pawns on the 6th rank, or here the 3rd rank, will beat a lone rook.
Yeah, but g4, rook h7, rook takes b7, sacrificing the rook, and then the two connected pawns are winning the race. It's study-like stuff, and Pragg goes for it.
Study-like stuff, but we all know Pragg does his endgame studies. He's so good at calculation. I think we'll see that variation on the board, Peter. Erigaisi's moving towards his rook. He just lost control, and it's all fallen apart. Rook h7. You can see the nerves there. The rook landed in the middle of 2 squares almost. Not placed well on the h7 square. Now rook takes b7. Is that the only winning move?
It's the only winning move, yes. Otherwise, it's a draw. Very difficult. And Pragg is going for it.
He's going for it. He's going to make a new queen. These pawns are too strong. We might see an endgame rook and pawn against a queen, and it might be winning, but that will take a long time. Okay, still some technique needed by Pragg. He's about to make a new queen. Erigaisi has to snap off that pawn now. And hope and pray.
But also the problem is that his rook is not connected to his king, yeah? So it's very tricky to find the way to coordinate forces in the first place.
Yeah, if you could land the rook on f5 or a similar square protected by the pawn, then maybe some holding chances. Yeah, in the feature chat, never think of pushing that g-pawn. I mean, these players are genius for a reason. g4 was amazing. And look at Pragg's body language. He knows he's got this in the bag. Saving chances, Peter? Any at all?
No, not really. I mean, with 10 seconds increment, I think this heavily favors the winning side because you can just make incredible amount of moves, improving your position. Rook b2 was kind of the only move. But yeah, Pragg goes queen g8 check. He might be winning the e pawn. No, king d4 followed by e5 is still possible. So white is not losing the rook. But king c5 played.
Yeah, now the white king is disconnected from its pawn, at least temporarily. White's rook not defended. If Pragg is accurate with checks, I think you might be right. He might be winning a pawn. He gives a check. King drops back. Now how to pick off this pawn. Oh, he gives a check. The pawn is falling.
Yes.
Matter of technique now.
We have seen this position in Vincent Keimer's game against Tabatabai already in the World Cup. Then it was 30 seconds increment, but this should be. I mean, unless Arjun has studied it with the computer, and the computer is the one who is able to put up some unhuman resistance. Every other human usually just, I mean, any human just loses his position without a fight.
Yeah, incredibly hard to even know where to begin to defend. Eventually, White's king will get kicked onto the A file or the first rank onto one of the corners, and Black's king will come. There's all sorts of zigzwangs. That game I was watching, actually, you commentate that on that one, Peter, with Vincent. He took a while, but he got there in the end.
Yes, and I believe that once already White's king is pushed to the B file, there is even no computer that can save this against a good grandmaster. The play is just so easy for Black. Yeah, you just keep on advancing with your king. You create those zugzwang positions, which is quite easy to understand. Pragg can always, if suddenly he's not sure of the winning method, can give bunch of checks, collect 30, 40 seconds, then think again. Practically, this is completely hopeless.
Yeah, the 50 move rule is no solace here because that is a mile away for Erigaisi. So he's going to have to defend this for a long, long time. He pushes his rook really far away from his king.
Wow.
That's brave.
Yeah, usually this kind of moves are driving one crazy. Yeah, you feel like, okay, there should be a way of giving a couple of checks and collecting that rook.
Yeah, that's how computers defend it, right? They find ways of kind of blocking the third rank, cutting off, and somehow not losing their rook to any obvious checks. So Pragg is looking for ways to pick up that rook with a series of checks. I don't see it at the moment, but there will be ways to maybe check the white king and continue advancing with black's king.
Queen g3 check given. So white's king is forced to the second rank.
Mm-hmm. Now checks on the second rank, at the very least white can bring the rook back and coordinate. So
Queen g6 check. Yes, your favorite.
My favorite. I mean, that's the only thing I know about queen endgames, is that for some bizarre geometric reason, diagonal checks tend to be very effective, harder to block, harder to react to. And
King d1.
Go. The king is coming. If white checks from afar, the black king will start inching closer, and it will hide on the e file, I guess, because there's no access to e8.
Yes. Rook d8 check, king e3. Also no stalemate ideas. That's also one of the main point, keeping that queen as far as possible from white's king, just not to run into any tricks.
Yeah, and this one looks like it might be over any moment. White's rook can never get to a safe square. He sidesteps, but surely now there will be a series of checks to win that white rook. Somehow.
Yes, well, I mean, there are so many ways, I think, to win that rook. Pragg goes queen g4. Now rook d8 check is met by king c3. No more checks. The rook cannot connect, and it's game over.
Yeah, beautiful by Pragg, using this technique of the queen covering any checks.
Queen a4, it was Danya's favorite motif. Queen a4 was winning on the spot, and Pragg has played it instantly.
Yeah, you can tell these guys, they've studied their queen versus rook endgames. And there we see a handshake. White was about to get checkmated or lose his rook. And Peter, what a turnaround we just saw. We thought Erigaisi was going to take the win. He had a beautiful position, extra pawn, and the queen trade led to that turnaround.
Yes, it was a sensational victory for Pragg with incredible turnaround. Shocking moment. I mean, all of Pragg fans are now celebrating. Still too early to celebrate. It's not over yet. Arjun will have the chance of bouncing back. But psychologically, this is a very important moment. Winning a losing position and winning in style like he did, that was fantastic. But also, I think we missed out on some incredible action. The last couple of moves of the Salimova Anna Muzychuk game, maybe it's a good chance to catch up on that.
Yeah, just while the players take a breather before that all-important second tiebreak game, let's check out this finish because it was beautiful. The final move of the game was given a double exclamation mark. It was a nice sacrifice by Salimova, showing her sharpness today. And Peter, take us through it.
Yes, exactly. Let's just go back. This was the moment we felt like, yes, black is lost. Bishop e3 will be played. And then the beautiful final touch after rook c7. Rook takes d5. The rook sacrifices himself on d5, forcing e takes d5, opening up the e file. And after e takes d5, the bishop sacrifice appears. And after queen takes b6, which is forced, then white sacrifices the queen on e8. And after rook takes e8, there are almost no pieces left. But the rook on e1 captures the rook on e8 and delivers check and mate. Sensational finish by Salimova.
Wow, that belongs in a book of attacking masterpieces. White to hold queen down. I think 3 or 4 double exclamation mark moves in a row by Salimova. And Anna Muzychuk must be reeling. She needs to bounce back next, but she does have the white pieces. 2 players now in must-win situations. Peter, that was dramatic in both games. I think we need a breather. So we will go on a short break, but don't go anywhere because just in a few minutes, the next games will be starting. It's crunch time for the 4 players. So stay tuned. See you soon.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. You're getting started on the fundamentals? You should check out everyone's first chess workbook. Maybe you want to stop letting all those points slip away in the endgame. 100 endgames you must know is the course for you. Did you not notice your king was in check and still can't figure out why the pieces won't move? Actually, Chessable can't help you with that. Maybe try refreshing your tab. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 FIDE World Cup in Baku, Azerbaijan. We just saw some dramatic tiebreak games, and for 2 of the 4 remaining in today's play, it could be their final games. Peter, so many turnarounds that we've seen so far. How are the players feeling? And equally importantly, how are you feeling after all of that?
I feel all the pain of the players. It's just insane action. I felt like I couldn't rest. I was just trying to calm myself down in this couple of minutes. The players have to do the same. Everything at stake. We see Pragg and Arjun both ready for their decisive game, for the second 10-minute segment game. Now it is Arjun who needs to win on demand with the black pieces. We have already seen Pragg do that in classical portion. In a rapid one could argue that if somewhere it's more easy to spice things up, of course it's completely crazy, very difficult, but in a rapid game you definitely have chances to do that.
Yeah, you definitely have chances in rapid, and he needs to take one of those chances. Also, we see on the camera Anna Muzychuk with the white pieces. She needs to win for the second time today on demand to balance the scores after that brilliancy from Salimova. With the white pieces, same mindset, Peter, same kind of strategy she used just 2 games ago to bounce back.
Well, now she has the white pieces. It's crazy. I'm waiting for the game. I'm suddenly stuck by trying to wait for this game to appear. Did not appear yet. We do see the players are ready to start their games.
Yeah, the countdown clock is now under 10 seconds. We'll see a handshake. I think we'll start with this encounter, this dramatic encounter between Pragg and Arjun, but we will, of course, go to the women's games. Four by Pragg. And okay, what will we see here? Will we see a Nimzo Indian, Catalan, Queen's Gambit declined. Pragg needs to choose where he feels more comfortable, where he feels safer. That Arjun won't get a chance to look in with a complicated position, and Queen's Gambit declined, Peter.
Yes, this is a very solid choice from Pragg. And Arjun going for knight bd7. That's a way to try to spice things up. In a sense that avoiding forced lines, maybe Pragg will play the move bishop f4, just avoiding any kind of c takes the ed, bishop g5, bishop b4 kind of things.
Yeah. And lots of potential ways to direct this opening for Praggnanandhaa. Early days though, and he takes the first pause. Let's check in on the first few moves of this encounter because, Peter, I'm intrigued. It's a total repeat of what they had in the first game of today's tiebreaks, where Salimova was potentially in a bit of trouble. She sacrificed a pawn, objectively wasn't working out, and now she's gone for something a bit different against Muzychuk.
Yes, I think that is also very important to mention. Yeah, this is again the same Caro-Kann with d takes e4, knight f6. That I'm pretty sure that the players have access to their coaches. The coaches are coming and they are giving valuable advice very quickly, how to deviate, what to do. Bishop e3, h5, we do see the very same line, and now black plays bishop e6, long castles, knight a6, and g4. Wow, sensational stuff. Anna knows that she needs to win. She wants to open up the files against Black's king.
Wow, Anna Muzychuk has just dropped a bomb on the board. G4, giving up a pawn, seemingly for nothing. It could have been captured in 2 ways. It was taken with Black's h-pawn, and yeah, she's just aiming to plant a knight on f5, rook coming to g1, pawn to h3, opening lines against Black's king by any means necessary. And wow, Salimova must be prepared, Peter. She's just played queen to a5 instantly. If someone plays g4 against me, I'm tanking for the next 5-10 minutes in pure desperation. I'm sweating. But Salimova, calm, nerves of steel, just counterattacks.
Yes, queen a5, that's certainly a move that is very pleasing because it has a double purpose, hinting at queen takes a2, and at the same time also the queen is kind of defending along the 5th rank. Now the big question is, how deeply Anna is prepared, or was it some over-the-board inspiration, or she knew the idea but she's not exactly familiar with the follow-up? It's dramatic action now.
Yeah, dramatic action, and I do have some insight that Salimova has looked at this before. She has played it before, this type of thing. So Anna, not just in the first game today, Anna will be aware of that. And yeah, G4, I must admit, I'm a bit ashamed of myself. I pride myself on knowing everything there is to know on this e takes f6 line, but G4 to me is brand new. So maybe both players were aware of its existence. It's just who knows deeper. And it looks like, at least judging by this first think by Muzychuk, Queen a5 has surprised her. It's not an easy move to react to either. You don't want to touch anything on White's queen side near the king. And continuing the attack still takes a few more moves.
Yeah, according to the computer, knight f5 is kind of a very important move, but a very difficult one. That you basically feel like after bishop takes f5, queen takes a2, let's just show this line. It's not clear at all that black king is in any imminent danger, while black is already getting access to white's king. On the other hand, white's king can always hide on d2. White will have rook g1, rook take g4, so all eyes on Anna. Will she be able to find the move knight f5? According to computer, bishop takes f5 from black is even maybe not the right choice. It's extremely crazy and demanding on the players.
Yeah, and I like it from both of them. Salimova, just the fact that she's confident enough in her core openings, in what she's prepared to kind of repeat, even in a situation where she's happy to be solid, and very principled play there. But Anna just going all out. This is a dream for anyone in a must-win situation because it's just wild. And knight f5 on the board, Peter.
It's on the board. Also shows true spirit, fighting spirit. Also, it means that she is kind of in the right mindset. Yeah, that the way how black reacted to her shock with g4 with the very quick queen a5 response did not set her off. She follows her idea. And I believe one thing is also very important to mention, that after bishop takes f5, if black is not collecting that pawn, instead tries to stabilize the position with knight c7, then the idea of king b1, knight d5, bishop c1 back, giving stability first, and after trying to target black's king is of vital importance, according to the computer. Let's see what will happen in this game.
Yeah, I think all bets are off in this wild position. White has the bishop pair. White could be down 2 pawns, but this long form attack, this kind of slow way of building it up, impressive and innovative stuff from Muzychuk. Let's wait for this one to bubble. We do have more developments, and actually things are moving very quickly in the game between Pragg and Arjun Erigaisi. So here we see the bird's eye view. We'll keep you updated with the Muzychuk Salimova game. Lots of quick moves in that opening battle. And Pragg, he's with the white pieces here, wanting to stay solid. He's not being allowed to do so because Erigaisi's taking some big committal decisions. And it's not this endgame. This was the final position of their previous encounter, that queen versus rook, where Pragg won. We'll shortly get the this game, this second 10-minute tiebreak game up for you, where it did start, as we saw, as a queen's gambit declined, but it's changed. It's come to life.
I don't know. We still have some technical issue, or why is this game not popping up? It's crazy.
We'll let the viewers feast on this image first of all.
Yes. Yeah, let's look at the board. It's a crazy situation. It's some kind of a Rakosint type of structure. Yes, and we have access to the game. Wonderful. Pragnanda Gaishi battling it out objectively. White probably has the upper hand. On the other hand, forget objectivity. Black has to create chances. Just very quickly, we're gonna see how we reached here, because it's only move 9. Knight c6, knight b7, bishop f4. Super professional by Pragg. It's a very solid line. Black is trying to be very aggressive. Computer is not liking what Arjun is doing, but he knows that he needs to create chances. Knight e4, bishop d3. Black grabs the pawn with knight takes c3.
That is a hot pawn. That is it looks almost poisoned. You're willingly walking into some potential pins with queen to d2. That's very brave from Arjun. Do you think this is preparation, Peter? He's got a huge clock advantage already.
Yes, he has, but is it really preparation? On the other hand, otherwise, how would you come up with moves like this over the board? I do believe that probably he knows that objectively it's not a perfect line. On the other hand, it puts some pressure on white. Queen c2, forget the question mark, because white just wants to make sure that he has everything under control.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Pragg's last move. I would have been tempted to pin that knight, but yeah, just superficially, but this looks safe as well. He's going to attack this knight, potentially trap it, unless black gives a pawn back. And yeah, it could be one of those lines that Erigaisi's looked at in the past. He knows it's bad, as you mentioned, or knows it's a bit suspicious, a bit dodgy. I think all top players have something like that in their repertoire, where in must-win situations, they pull it out. The opponent's never looked at it because the computer doesn't approve. And they just assume that, okay, at least in rapid chess, blitz chess, the opponent won't find the best continuation, or at least they'll burn a lot of time doing so. The board has changed. This isn't the position. We'll get that back for you. But yeah, it does look like Erigaisi's grabbed a pawn, and he now has to deal with some problems.
Yeah, now we are back again. Yeah, we had some, I mean, there is so much tension. Yeah, I always feel this, that when there is too much tension, even the technique is not playing along. It just gets out of control. All eyes on the players. The knight on c3 is kind of a semi-trap, but it's not trapped. I believe that we did mention the move queen d2. We have to highlight that I believe that black wanted to take d takes c4, bishop takes c4, and follow it up with knight b6, a tempo on the bishop. And eventually black knight might reach to d5 and create counterplay and create a grip on the position. So Pragg plays the move queen c2. He might feel that this gives him more stability.
Yeah, and Erigaisi needs to evacuate his knight on c3 in the near future, in the next 2 or 3 moves. The problem for him is there will be ways to do that, but they might come at the cost of releasing the tension, giving back the pawn, and not too many winning chances there for black. So yeah, he's fighting against the board, the clock, of course, and this match situation, needing to keep some imbalance, needing to provoke Pragg in order to win with black on demand.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to understand what changes after d takes c4, bishop takes c4. Now black has a chance to play b5 with a tempo, try to develop as quickly as possible. Is it really in control, or is he giving black extra options?
This b5 move is really nice. It wouldn't be possible with a queen on d2, or at least very unattractive with a queen on d2. So maybe Erigaisi has prepared something similar, but you're surprised by this queen c2 move, not the top computer choice. And yeah, working out the details here now, I think he has to do that, Peter, in a must-win situation especially. Let's just show that on the board. b5 attacking white's bishop. Not even sure where it goes. Say I retreat to d3 feels more natural.
Yeah, you have to retreat to d3, and then, okay, black has chances to go c4, go bishop b7, things out of control. d takes c4 played. We're going to see this. Bishop takes c4 blitzed out.
Yeah, credit to Erigaisi. He somehow creates messes anytime he wants, if he really needs it. And b5 has to be played. He's maybe contemplating knight b6 as well, but that doesn't look too appealing.
Well, it's also a move, yeah, knight b6, and then try to follow it up exactly with the same idea, knight b5. Maybe it's also something that it's in your mind. Yeah, you know that against queen d2, that was the main idea. Then it's so tempting to try to make it work again.
Yeah, the problem with knight b6 potentially is that white can play even a kind of cowardly move, my type of move, rook f to c1, and just try to trade everything off and make a draw, just with the match situation in mind. I'm not sure that's totally drawn, but yeah, swapping off pieces here, if Pragg can win his pawn back, should lead to safety. So feels like b5. Can that be met in any other way by Praggnanandhaa? Bishop d3, you said, was forced, and chaos.
Yes, I mean, according to computer, and chaos is what? Yes, exactly. b5 on the board. Wow. I mean, just after 12 moves, we get a completely crazy position. It's anybody's game. We know that, of course, Pragg is extremely good in complications, but so is Arjun. We have a game.
Yeah,
that's totally, the most important.
Totally fresh position after just, what was it, 8 or 9 moves a bit earlier. Just impressive creativity. And yeah, I think Pragg won't be liking his life choices in the last few moves. He'll be frustrated that he's allowed this to get a bit out of hand, even if objectively he's still doing okay. Okay.
Yeah, there's a question that can white, for example, because we know that draw is kind of enough for white. But is rook f1 such an easy way? Yeah, b takes c4, queen takes c3, queen takes c3, rook takes c3. The pawn is still alive and black is pawn up. Black will be able to protect that pawn with bishop a6. It's also very risky going into an endgame where you are not sure if you're going to win that pawn back.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a last resort. And it's not Pragg's style to kind of beg for the draw, to go passive negative, and therefore he retreats his bishop. Very understandably. There's some threat potentially of bishop to e4, trapping this black rook in the corner. And
yes, c4 played.
c4.
Yes, bishop e4 and then knight falls back to d5. That's the key move.
Yeah, really important resource there for black. And he has these passed pawns, Peter. Pawn on c4, pawn on b5. If Pragg doesn't find anything now on the next few moves, black will be in control.
For sure. Yeah, bishop e4 played. Okay, black has to play the move knight d5. Arjun is about to make a move. He will definitely retreat.
Only way to save that rook in the corner is to block white's bishop. And then how does Pragg continue with the initiative? Moves like a4 to spring to mind, but potentially some tactics there as well. Knight d5, a4 maybe is met by b4. That's very annoying.
On the board, and now we're going to find out how deeply Pragg has calculated, or was he right of entering these complications. Yeah, a4, b4, and queen takes c4 runs into bishop a6. That's a kind of very annoying problem for white. White can simply just now first move the rook, according to computer, rook fb1, but this is such a difficult move. I mean, it doesn't do so much. Yes, it does prepare a4, but with this time situation, and it's already a blitz game. It's not a rapid game anymore.
Yeah, pure blitz here, 5 minutes each, and we know the nerves will be jangling. Looks like Pragg has lost control, still objectively fine, but needs to react really, really energetically and accurately here to keep the balance. Otherwise, Arjun might well strike back. Peter, there's chaos on the other board. Let's allow Pragg a few moments to figure this one out. I'd love to check out the game between Muzychuk and Salimova because, well, who knows what's happening in that one at this point. It looks like some crazy attack. Anna Muzychuk's burning her bridges, going all in.
Yeah, she has to do that.
Ooh,
By the way, before going, yeah, suddenly we get this news that a4 had been played, but we're getting the bird's eye view. We have to jump into the Muzychuk game. Wow, what is happening here? C5, all this chaos happened. Bishop takes f5, knight c7, and she did not play the stabilizing king b1, went for the direct. Rook g1, knight d5, rook takes g4, rook takes e3, and rook dg1, ignoring the capture on e3, going all in against black's king.
Wow, this is very brave stuff from Muzychuk. She's got 3 minutes left on the clock. We have to applaud her for this type of attack. And it looks like a deadly threat. Rook takes g7. I'm not sure you want to allow that one. So, okay, not too many options. Bishop to f8 also looks extremely risky because potentially bishop to h7 check. Some nice variations there. Maybe we can just show Peter bishop f8, bishop h7 check, king h8, rook h4.
Yes.
And if g5, bishop to g8 would be a very nice checkmate. Queen to h7 next move. But yeah, I mean, this is one of the dangers that can befall black if she's not careful right now. Salimova, what comes to your mind here?
Well, if you can't play bishop f8, and it seems like it's very important to keep the king f8 option, well, g5 is a move, just making sure that we lock everything down on the g file. And there is also a tactical trick that, of course, the Silicon Monster, the computer highlights, that you can just sidestep with the king to f8, invite rook take g7, and then probably answer it by a rook e1 counter strike. That's such a typical computer way of dealing with the problem.
Yeah, that is a devilish tactic, luring the white rook to g7 first and then distracting it with rook e1. I mean, if she finds that, Salimova, the form she's in, she might well do. She's a tactical machine. But yeah, that's another level.
But there is good news for all the Anna Muzychuk fans that after king f8, white is not forced to capture on g7. She can play the move rook h4, setting up the rook h8 check idea. and then black basically has to sacrifice the rook on e3 and follow it up with rook a8. And then we get some completely crazy position where in a must-win situation, anything can happen.
Yeah, to my human eyes, at least g5 looks like the way to go, or at least for now, the safer way, just to slow down white's attack. But yeah, who knows at this moment. F takes e3, always met by knight takes e3 and some forks. So Salimova, her time advantage is disappearing. I think we have some crazy surprises ahead for us in this one as well, Peter.
For sure. Yeah, this is, I mean, that's why we are so happy that not computers are facing each other, because then there are no emotions. Like this, all the human element, all the craziness, all the drama, you feel the threat. White is coming after black's king. How do you react to it? Do you keep your composure at all? G5 is such a committal move in the long term. Of course, it's a big question. Can we talk about long term or not? Because at the moment, black is a piece up. So yes, white will need to hurry up with something. All eyes on Salimova. And she finds the move king f8.
She is incredible. King f8, double exclamation mark, and that's because it just leaves the black rook attacked. It leaves the pawn on g7 hanging. But Anna Muzychuk, she should not get tempted by another poisoned rook. She should not take on e3. Her downfall in the first game of the day was taking a rook. And now rook h4, Peter. That's not immediately obvious. Just requires some calculation there. But I think she will play it after a bit of thought, after recovering from the shock of king to f8.
Yes. However, the big problem that I'm seeing that even after rook h4, rook a8, rook h8 check, king e7, rook takes e8 check, king takes e8. Still, the problem is, however, after f takes e3, knight takes e3, there will be a pin with queen e2. That's kind of a very important nuance, but still, rook g7 played. What? Oh my god, rook e1 probably wins the match for Salimova.
A mistake there from Muzychuk. Couldn't stand the tension in the end. It's a crazy position. We can forgive her for doing so. But rook to e1, Salimova must have spotted it, Peter. This is the whole justification of king f8, that move order. And she's going to win this game. She's going to emerge with an extra knight. And white's attack fizzles out once one set of rooks disappears.
Yes. It's
beautiful tactic.
It's so hard to imagine, but yeah, all eyes. Usually if you have been expecting rook take g7, rook e1, then one could argue, why aren't you blitzing it out? So does it mean, yes, rook e1, check on the board, a big shock, Anna Muzychuk, rook takes e1, king takes g7. She will have to play for some kind of a compensation with the bishop on f5, but black also has chances of transferring her bishop via f4 with a check and get rook to h8, cementing everything on the king side, and then there is no attack going on.
Yeah, cemento, Peter. I like it. Bishop f4. Maybe that's what's making her hesitate here. She wants to take the rook, but fighting her nerves. First of all, Salimova, she's got 1 foot in the final now in the candidates, but also she's tempted by bishop to f4 check. I wonder how much she's calculating right now, how much she's just kind of relishing the moment. But we'll wait for her to play this move. I'm assuming king takes g7, king takes rook, and then we'll go back to the other game, which has got spicy again. Maybe we zoom out to the bird's eye view. Oof, drama, Peter. It looks like Pragg is in big trouble in this must-win situation. Erigaisi, he's worked some magic.
Wow. And we have the game, so we can jump right in. The technique is working perfectly. What are we seeing? Bishop a6, a double exclamation mark move by the computer, by Arjun Erigaisi. And yeah, Pragg plays the move queen d2. Now, if black finds the move rook b8, which is a very natural, tempting move, protecting the queen, that's a +4 advantage for black, basically meaning an imminent comeback by Arjun Erigaisi.
Wow, Peter, we will be treated to more chess, most likely. Rook b8, what could be more natural? Trade queens, but only on your own terms. Keep the pin. Get your rook out of fire. He finds it. Of course he does. And yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, in the feature chat, it says big blunder by Pragg, but I think Erigaisi just tricked him in the opening, and it's been slowly but steadily downhill ever since.
Yeah, he's also down to 1 minute 20. It's It's basically a sensational, brilliant comeback by Arjun. And to be fair, after losing that first game, he really deserved it to bounce back. It's not over yet, but this match deserves to be decided in some more games. It's just fantastic what these players are doing.
Yeah, we're really being treated here. Two potential future world champions. Queen's off the board. Pragg gives a desperate check. Where's that knight going? Okay, it blocks the bishop's hit on the f1 square. Makes a lot of sense, but black's going to be up a couple of pawns at the very minimum. Erigaisi here pushes. Why not? Push that b pawn, and actually it might be more than a couple of pawns, Peter. He might well just be winning some material.
Yes, I mean, after rook a b1, you can just keep it simple. Bishop e5, a b5, rook takes b5. You eliminate that pawn as well. The rook protects the b2 pawn. The knight is fantastic, ready to jump. There is also a reserve pawn on a7. It's a completely winning position.
Yeah, again, not for the first time in this match, a player winning with the black pieces. Nerves getting in the way maybe, but also inspired opening choice by Erigaisi. And okay, which one is he going to go for? He goes for the simple approach, as you advocated there. I approve. And yeah, just two passed pawns connected. White's rook on f1 unable to join. Take that pawn off the board. Rook takes b5.
Yeah, very important to keep things simple in such a critical, nervy moment. Bishop takes b5, a b5, rook b5. The board is not updating. Did Pragg not have captured on b5?
Pragg did, but Arjun hasn't replied after a takes b5 here. And I can hear a screaming baby just outside my window, and that's probably because of the drama of this moment. It's just incredible right now. I think Pragg will be screaming inside himself. Just how did he let it get to this? Just needing a draw. And Peter, are you surprised Arjun's not taking this pawn on b5? It looks like, again, free snacks for this rook.
Well, he is having 3 minutes. He's taking his time. On the other hand, we lost control. I don't think that the technique is able to handle things. We have to focus on the live action on the board. All eyes on Arjun. Why is he not capturing on b5? He will. I'm pretty sure that he will.
He's frozen, at least temporarily. Huge moment, of course. Biggest game, both of their lives so far. And rook takes b5. Simple plan. Just push that a-pawn. Pragg's body language shows he's pretty much given up here. He doesn't look like he believes that he can even pose a question or fight back. Okay, of course, though.
Yeah, but it's a hopeless cause. Yeah, it's an endgame, no counter chances. Black is just comfortably converting it. Knight can jump to f6, beautifully coordinating all the forces. Look at b8 is coming. Yeah, knight f6 on the board.
Yeah, and it looks like a matter of time, matter of technique here for Erigaisi with his huge pawn on the b2 square. He's going to strike back. Peter, let's go to the Muzychuk Salimova game, where still complicated, but White down a piece. Muzychuk, can she swindle her way out of trouble here? Can she fight back? Rook takes g6 on the board. Black's king not safe yet.
Yes, but the problem is that bishop f4 check followed by queen f5 is such a nice stabilizing move, and at the same time also threatening with mating ideas. Bishop f4 check, king d1, queen f5, hinting at queen b1 checkmate, and also the rook is threatened.
Yeah, beautiful dual purpose move, swooping back, forcing a queen trade pretty much at the very minimum. And okay, breaking news, Praggnanandhaa has resigned in the other game. Just a couple of moves after we left it. So we will see more chess between those two young superstars. But first, let's focus on whether Salimova can fix her place in the final. There we go. Arjun feeling on top of the world after a miracle comeback with black.
Yeah, and this was a very easy victory. Yeah, that somehow disbalancing Pragg in the opening. But now we are focused on the Anna Muzychuk Nurgul Salimova game. But here we know that Anna needs to win. She's a piece down in an endgame, hopeless situation. It's basically over. It's all over. It will be Salimova entering the finals.
Yeah, we are likely to see a final between Goryachkina and Salimova. And judging on this performance, I don't think she necessarily starts as an underdog there. But first, she has to put the finishing touches on this one. She didn't take that pawn on h2. I think she could have got away with that safely, but a very professional approach, deciding not to take any risk, not to get her bishop trapped. The position repeats itself here, and okay, she just takes a draw, Salimova, by repetition. She is in the final. Anna Muzychuk is eliminated. Peter, what a result.
Yeah, very big congratulations to Salimova. Incredible. She has managed to checkmate Anna Muzychuk twice in the playoffs. Also, Anna was fighting very well, like a lion bouncing back in a must-win situation with the black pieces. But now, finally, with white, she wasn't able to get her attack going. She tried everything, but Salimova just with perfect play neutralized all the tries that white had.
Yeah, many congratulations. You can see Salimova struggling to keep her emotions intact, and she should enjoy this moment because she has clinched her place in the Candidates Tournament for next year, the 2024 Candidates. And of course, she has a shot at $50,000 for first prize and a World Cup gold medal as well. So she will be back with us in the finals. Many congratulations and commiserations to Anna Muzychuk for that great fight. Peter, breathless action again. We're going to be treated to some blitz next between Erigaisi and Pragg. First, I think it might be time for a short break. Let's collect our thoughts, and we'll be back with you shortly. Don't go anywhere. We're about to see the Indian Derby, and it's going to be a lot of fun. See you soon.
International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up one pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push them, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajaba. Here, white plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights, again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After black takes it, white pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn due to the light square bishop, this game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and white would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, should a takes b5 have been played, white would have pushed this pawn and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn. As with it protecting the bishop, this rook is completely out of the game, and white would easily go on to win, picking up pawns and just flexing the rook's muscles over the bishop for the rest of the game. So here we see a passed pawn being used as a weapon to just cramp down and trap all of your enemy pieces. So this has been another Chess Terms video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're enjoying all of them. And with that, I will sign off, hoping that you learned something about what a passed pawn is. And we'll see you around on chess.com.
109 players. 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. The top remaining seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Aleksandra Goryachkina. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Caruana, Pragg, they're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field also boasts some of the strongest players in the world. Who will take the throne this year? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Hello everyone and welcome back to what has been an incredible day so far of action at the 2023 World Cup. We have seen a win by Nagil Salimova over Anna Muzychuk, so many congratulations to the young talent. She's the first IM to reach the final of the Women's World Cup since 2015 and she has deserved it. She's clinched a place in the candidates as well. Peter, what a prize that is for her wins today.
Yeah, and the sensational style. Yeah, she checkmated twice. Anna Muzychuk, a very experienced player, stunning performance. And when you mention international master, I mean, come on, with this play, you deserve the Grandmaster title. That was just fantastic.
Yeah, I have a feeling she'll be a Grandmaster before too long, Salimova. And we should also mention that Anna Muzychuk, heartbreak today, of course. She can no longer win this World Cup, but she does get a chance at a reprieve. She has some very important games coming up. She'll play Tan Zhongyi in a playoff for a candidate spot, the third place playoff, and a lot riding on that one. So she can pick herself up now, brush herself down, and looking forward to those games too. And Peter, of course, we are also blessed with this clash, this marathon clash at the going on between Pragg and Erigaisi. At this point, all predictions off, or can I tempt you with some thoughts there?
No. I basically feel like I have no thoughts left. I'm just thrilled with this insane action during the break. I also realized that while we are covering all this action, we have seen crazy nerves by the players. It's all about that candidate spot. I think that's why the players are showing so much nerves. At the same time, incredible fighting spirit, tremendous will to succeed. Arjun coming back with the black pieces. Pragg has done that in the classical portion. I mean, it can't get more dramatic than this.
Yeah, it can't get more dramatic. And you touched upon it there. We mentioned it in the break. We were chatting with each other and imagine basically a blitz showdown to decide a spot in the candidates after Magnus announced yesterday that he will not participate. It doesn't get much bigger than that. How do they focus?
That's a big question. How do they focus? And we also see the road to candidates and what it means for the players.
Yeah, here we see Jan Nepomniachtchi is already qualified as the previous challenger after his match against Ding Laren earlier this year. One spot will go to the FIDE circuit, the circuit of tournaments throughout the year, and 3 spots from the World Cup, one of which should be potentially occupied by Magnus Carlsen, but he will be stepping aside. He confirmed he's very unlikely to play in the candidates, so that means any semi-finalists now likely to qualify. And of course, the Grand Swiss, the top rating throughout the year, those will be decided a bit later on. These are high stakes. That's the dream of any chess player. Peter, you've been at that elevated level yourself. It's so important, right? It's the high point of anyone's career.
For sure. Yeah, the candidates. But we are also hoping to have a special guest. Do we get a chance? Do we know?
I think we will be joined very shortly by a special guest. So stay tuned, everyone. We're just trying to get that sorted. We do have a bit of a break as well, while the players Praggnanandhaa and Erigaisi are just making their last-minute preparations. I think they'll be starting in around 6 to 7 minutes. Their blitz games, where they will only have 5 minutes on the clock. And we've seen how fast and furious and dramatic those rapid games were. It's only going to accelerate, Peter.
Yes, and how the players will handle the nerves. We have seen both showing nerves. I mean, Pragg winning that insane time scramble, winning that rook-end game. I mean, first it was a losing position, queen-rook versus queen-rook, pawn down. Then the computer was criticizing that sensational d5 sacrifice, and then this queen e2, everything got crazy. Arjun aired, suddenly not only Pragg saving that game, even going on to win. Heartbreak for Arjun. One could have thought like, okay, that's it, how you recover from that. And what Arjun does, he comes up with a very tricky system that is objectively not good, but it suited the situation perfectly, grabbed the initiative right from the start, and went on to win a very smooth game, bounces back. And that's how we are headed to this decisive blitz match.
Yeah, and talking of the blitz match, let's remind ourselves of the time control, of the rules. It will continue to be a mini match of 2 games, but the time is halved yet again. We're down now to 5 minutes each on the clock, plus 3 seconds after every move. And if that's not fast enough for you, if the scores are still tied, we'll be down to 3 minutes, where the players will be separated. It will be sudden death. So 2 more games. How will the nerves hold up? Who will take better opportunities, who will capitalize? It's hard to say. These two, they're just so close. They're so balanced in terms of ability right now, Peter.
I really hope that whatever happens, these 2 extraordinary gentlemen will be able to remain friends forever. And I'm sure that will be the case. But at the moment, it's so dramatic. One has to forget about friendship. You have to forget about your opponent. You just have to focus on yourself, gather all your strengths, calm your nerves down, and show your best.
Yeah, you have to show your best. And we do know, actually, at the playing hall, the countdown clock is on. Praggnanandhaa is the first to arrive. And Peter and I were debating, is he potentially the youngest player ever to qualify for the candidates if he gets there? It's a big if. He has this mammoth task ahead of him, beating Erigaisi, which at this point is no guarantee. But he would become one of the youngest candidates ever. Likewise, Arjun, if he wins this game. So incredibly high stakes. We see the countdown clock just over 3 minutes. And do you think Arjun, is he preparing? Is he looking at chess? Is he just shaking off some nerves, running around outside? What is he doing right now? How would you prepare between games, Peter?
Yes, well, it depends how much time you have. If you only have 10 minutes, then I think you have to forget about the game. You just make sure that you erase all the emotions from the previous game, and make sure that you will be able to start the game with more or less a cold head. I mean, it's impossible to calm yourself completely, but just you have to try. If the break is like 50 minutes, and you might feel that opening wise it's very important, and we have seen that in the 10 minutes portion, Arjun managed to surprise Pragg twice, and it worked to perfection. Also in the first game, which finally he lost, he got the upper hand. If he can keep on delivering surprises and put Pragg under pressure right from the start, then he has all the chances. At the same time, Pragg, I believe, feels like enough of surprises. I don't want to be caught into any kind of new adventures. I want to be as solid as possible.
Yeah, definitely feels like Arjun Erigaisi has been winning the opening battle in several encounters so far. So definitely expecting Pragg to shake things up, switch things up there. And just for everyone at home, unfortunately, we will not be able to be joined by Salimova. We had lined her up for an interview, but the internet out there in Baku, we've already seen some technical problems. The games are just too fast. So much going on out there in Azerbaijan. So unfortunately, not this time, but hopefully at a future date, we will hear from her. Of course, she's got some big games ahead as she aims to win this year's Women's World Cup. So many congratulations to her, and hopefully we'll hear from her in the future. Peter, under 2 minutes now. We see the arbiters in the hall. That's a lot of arbiters just for one game.
Yeah, the tension is rising. Everybody should be gathering around this game. And Pragg we did see Arjun, I think, arrive. So does it mean he will have the... No, it's actually Pragg. Yeah, we have seen Pragg arriving. I'm losing my mind already. Arjun, Pragg, everything are crazy.
And Peter, talking of losing our minds, I think the internet out there in Baku has been losing its mind because it tricked us. We thought we wouldn't be joined by a guest, but we do have her. Nagil, many, many congratulations on your win today. How are you feeling?
Thank you very much. Well, I can't believe what happened, so I don't really know what to say, but I'm just super happy.
Yeah, understandably. And some incredible games. You've qualified for the candidates now. You're in the final. What are your thoughts, or have you not had time to unpack that yet?
Well, not really, because I was just trying to concentrate on doing my best for today's tiebreaks, because Anna is, of course, a very tough opponent, one of the best female players in the world, so I was just trying to prepare well and be concentrated and not care much about candidates and so on. So I think I did well.
Yeah, you did indeed. And we heard rumours that you might have been playing and opening this Caruana that you've looked at with another player who's still in the open section of the FIDE World Cup. Is that true? Have you been working with Abbasov at all?
Yes, I have been working with Abbasov, but for this tiebreak, concretely, we didn't work together as he's super busy. I mean, with his own tournament, he's also doing great. I have another supporter here, Grandmaster Cem Gökhan from Turkey. So I'm working with him currently here.
It seems to be working very well for you, and we'll be watching with interest in the final. Good luck, Nagil, and thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. And meanwhile, the games have just started just a few seconds ago. This clash between Erigaisi and Pragnananda. Erigaisi starts with the white pieces, and Peter, it's the Italian game.
Yes, it is the Italian. I wanted to ask Salimova, how does it feel to be qualifying into the finals with two astonishing checkmates? But there was no time. A very big congratulations one more time to this sensational victory. And now all eyes on Arjun Erigaisi against Pragnananda. It's a bishop g5, the sharpest of all in the Italian.
Yeah, the sharpest line of all. And the one maybe downside for Erigaisi playing this line is that Pragg will be prepared. There we go. Lightning fast moves. Of course, it is blitz. Because Erigaisi's been playing this. It's been maybe his main opening of the last 12 months or so. So whereas he was surprising Pragg previously, this time Pragg maybe more in his comfort zone. Peter, this is provocative stuff. White's bishop being kicked around to g3. Black has weakened himself slightly, but kingside tension. Who does that favor?
I also think that it's kind of a famous, and I'm completely shocked by Arjun that he mixed up the move orders, because these castles and a4 together are very dangerous. Yeah, he tries to break in the center with d4 is the only justification. If black is able to land that knight on g6, that's very bad news. Now Pragg of course captures the pawn on e4. We see d takes e5, the computer not liking what Arjun is doing, and certainly White's position look very risky. Pragg in a good situation.
Yeah, it feels like the first time that Pragg has maybe managed to get his opening preparation on the board, and Erigaisi, judging by the evaluation bar, might have mixed up his move order, which is so incredibly easy to do. It's topical, the Italian game, of course, but the way that he plays it, it's such kind of fine margins. One slip by either side, and you could face an opening disaster. And yeah, Peter, the more I look at it, the more I think, actually, this white bishop on g3 is so badly misplaced. The bishop on a7, meanwhile, is beautiful. It feels like the fact that black hasn't castled is not an issue at all here. White might be about to come under attack.
Yes, it's a very scary position. Yeah, bishop d is the only move. But, I mean, it just shows the nerves. And so far, White hasn't scored a point yet today. And not only today, during the, I mean, okay, two draws in the rapid portion. I already forgot about that. But the classical portion have featured two victories with the black pieces. Today, so far, we have seen two victories with the black pieces. And another incredible dramatic moment.
Yeah, these guys, they've played each other 6 times before this game, and 4 decisive results already, all with black. So, okay, Pragg, I think he made a move there. He developed something. I was expecting him to start throwing pawns towards the white king.
I think he has played the move bishop f5. Yes, on the board, I already almost got a heart attack that, again, there is some problem with the transmission. No, everything works. Bishop f5 on the board. Knight d4 looks very tempting. I mean, you try to get a tempo. You also feel like you have to do something with that knight on f3.
Yeah, that would be the most logical move. You block that black bishop on a7 as well. You gain a bit of time. But Pragg looks super confident. He looks supreme right now. I will say Arjun's blitz skills are incredible. I think the only player I've ever felt truly outclassed by in blitz over the board was Arjun Erigaisi when he crushed me a couple of times in the Grand Swiss Blitz in Riga. Even playing against the likes of Magnus, I never felt like I was out of the games. But Arjun, when he's in is unstoppable. But this time it does feel like an opening slip up here. And he's pausing, maybe just regretting his choices a bit earlier on. He needs to move, Peter. He's spending too long on this one move, 1.5 minutes now, just failing to adapt to the pace.
Yes, because the situation is so critical. For example, the move knight d4 can be maybe simply ignored. The threat of knight takes f5 can be ignored, and black can go for a direct h5, h4. That white bishop on g6 is kind of trapped. White is unable to save that bishop due to this terrible pin against white's king on g1. So much at stake and such a catastrophic position right from the start for Arjun.
Yeah, and it's not one of those positions where you can slowly kind of weasel your way out of it. You kind of have to concretely survive these next tactics that are incoming. But look at the clocks, 2 minutes against 4. He does eventually go for that natural move, and Pragg has been thinking in Arjun's time, of course, immediately reacting. Queen d7 as well. Very logical, about to castle queenside, despite the question mark attached to that move. It looks just purely logical there, Peter.
It's a stabilizing move, yeah, and also Pragg feels like, my opponent is down to 2 minutes. I have 2 minutes time advantage. I have everything under control. Black's ideas of going h5, h4 are still in the air, making sure that the king evacuates as quickly as possible. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And still pressure on Erigaisi. Maybe he can hold the balance now, but he still needs to be accurate. And with 1 minute 40 on his clock, this time it's only 3-second increment, remember. So the margin for error, it's scary times. Okay, he evacuates his king off the long diagonal, shuffles it into the corner, hinting that he might at some point push his f-pawn. But there we see Arjun not liking that. Peter, is this the signal for black to start stepping forward?
Yes, definitely. And the reason why computer did not like the move queen d7 was some kind of traits with knight takes f5 and then bishop takes e4, queen takes d7. That endgame, however, for a human eye, looked like a very bad position. Without any counter chances, black clearly better. And Arjun is famous for going for double H positions. King h1 is the move to be played. However, how do we react after h5? Black has this initiative anyway.
This is horrible. It's a real dilemma because this king is just going to get hit. h4, pushing pawns on the side that you're being attacked. Very double-edged, especially if the enemy king can go the other direction. And it feels like something is loose. Something is wrong here for black. He doesn't necessarily need to break through yet, right, Peter?
Yes, white is in a lot of trouble. Eventually, the g file opens up. Imagine a black rook. After long castles, rook dg8, landing on g8, it will have devastating effect. h4 is clear desperation from Arjun, and Pragg goes for long castles.
Yeah, it feels like black is the new white. Just every time, just getting the advantage with the black pieces. These young players, it's definitely backfired here, and you just need to go into defensive mode. Erigaisi, okay, he plays queen to e2. Very slow move. He wants to bring his knight to d2, but there were some tactics with a loose bishop hanging on d3. So a slow preparatory move here. That does give Pragg the time to bring his rook to g8 to start building up for this assault against the white king.
Yeah, and Pragg also has moved forward on his chair, yes, sensing that this is an incredible opportunity. There are so many tempting options, even bishop g4. Like, how does white react to a move like bishop g4? Where do you place that queen? So many questions, but it's not just bishop g4. I mean, any kind of move is very strong.
Yeah, very strong. And maybe the one downside for Pragg here is he has too many tempting opportunities here for black. He has a big time advantage over 1 minute, but you could easily get carried away down that rabbit hole of calculating variations. And actually, you just need to improve your pieces. Bishop g4, I love it, Peter. Just ask your opponent questions in blitz that set those traps. That tends to be the way. And he plays it. White cannot block this hit on the white queen because the bishop on g3 is attacked. So you need to find a really ugly square. Instead, retreating back to e1 and momentum on black side. So he continues stepping forward. Knight f5, eliminating white's blockader in the center. Very logical.
Very logical. And yeah, he's in the flow. I mean, his pieces are just asking, yes, please activate me. I want to join the party. I want to be part of this attack. And Arjun in a terrible situation. How to continue? I mean, knight d2 you need to develop, but the king side is falling apart. Also, the control of the d4 square is falling apart. Just too many problems.
Yeah, it's as if your house is burning, yet somehow you just don't have the time to go in and collect anything, save anything. And 30 seconds on the clock for Arjun. You see visibly he's checking out the clock now. No easy natural moves. As mentioned earlier, it's so much more difficult to defend with no time on the clock than it is to attack. Pragg's just going to throw pieces at the white king. How is Arjun going to survive? He eliminates one piece. It's just a trade, though. It's not going to help too much. No influence on the light squares anymore. And, okay, he's going to go down fighting. Queen takes e4.
Yes, he had to do this. Practically speaking, one had to eliminate that knight from e4. Arjun also down to 17 seconds, and it's only 3 seconds increment. That's such a big difference compared to 10 seconds. You can never accumulate time.
Yeah, and a quick trade of white's central knight, and now he's breaking through Pragg. He's regained the pawn. He's attacking white's bishop, but a spanner in the works thrown in there by Arjun. Really nice move, at least in practical terms. 15 seconds, he's thrown away a pawn to try and open up white's bishop.
Yes, it's a great idea. I'm loving it. It's the only way to put up some fight. Pragg captures that bishop, knight takes g3, fg, and bishop takes e6. And nothing helps white. I mean, still, vice king in a trouble. The pawn on d4 is falling. The position is getting more and more simplified, but the problems are still there.
Yeah, look at that white king around it. Just no defensive pieces. Pragg can even go into a winning endgame and with a queen exchange here if he wants to take that pawn on d4. But no, he's going for checkmate. Black rook is going to land on g4. Looks like it could be devastating. Black is going to pocket 2 pawns at the very minimum and continue an ongoing attack. This is disaster for white.
Yeah, Arjun down to 6 seconds. That also does not help, but clock isn't the problem. And Pragg goes for queen takes d4. That's a surprising decision.
Yeah, full of surprising decisions today in this match. Queen to d2. He's trying to break through with his queen, threatening some nasty stuff on both flanks actually here. But Arjun just doesn't have time. 5 seconds on the clock, gaining only 3-second increment physically over the board. That's difficult to even make moves in that time. You're pointing out rook takes g2 there, Peter. Looks like a hammer blow.
Yes, rook takes g2 seems to seal the deal, and Pragg has still 1 minute. He's looking, he will hit on g2. I feel like he's just double checking.
He's a calculating monster, Praggnanandhaa. He's going to take on g2, deflecting away the white queen so that the white rook on f4 will fall. And with that, the game will disappear. He's just double checking. 45 seconds is much more than Erigaisi and should be plenty to win. Bang! There we go. Rook takes g2. Do you think we'll see a resignation now? No, still fighting.
Yeah, knight e4, but now rook h2 check. Then another check on g8. Yes, on the board.
White's king is living a charmed life. It's getting hit in every single direction right now. Another check from the other black rook. White's knight blocks. Now the black bishop joins in the party. And white will lose his queen or be checkmated. This is game over. Another win incoming for the black pieces. Arjun made that move with 1 second left. He's losing material here either way.
Wow, there are also stunning mating ideas like queen f2 check, queen f2, rook h1 checkmate, but y2, yeah, rook h1 is the professional way.
Peter, that would have been a beautiful checkmate in two, but Praggnanandhaa, of course, finds a way. He was about to win the white queen, and another decisive game between these two young superstars. That was just impressive. That was a masterclass from Praggnanandhaa.
Yes, but also, as you highlighted, this is a line that Pragg certainly expected, so that did not come as a surprise. Arjun is famous for playing this very aggressive line in the Italian, And all the more shocking that he mixed up the move order with castles and a4, because if you play a4, you have to connect it with knight bd2 before committing the king's position. If you castle short, you have to play knight bd2. You cannot waste a tempo on a4. And Pragg knew this knight e7 move. After that, white is already in a lot of trouble. Fantastic victory for Pragg.
Yeah, just very smooth victory there for Pragg. Bit of an opening disaster from Erigaisi, but can he bounce back? He's done it before. Join us again in a few minutes to see whether Erigaisi can win the next game on demand against Praggnanandhaa. Stay tuned, everyone. We'll be back in just a few moments. Hello everyone and welcome back to what has been a dramatic day of action at the 2023 World Cup. We are treated to this marathon derby between two young Indian talents, Pragg and Arjun Erigaisi, and it is the latter, Erigaisi, who is now again in a must-win situation with the black pieces. Peter, what do you make of today? It's been crazy stuff we've seen so far.
Absolutely. I mean, so far, from 7 games, if I'm calculating correctly, between these two players, 5 had been decisive and all 5 had been won by black. I don't think that it ever happened in the history of chess. This is just some completely insane stuff. It feels like a total heartbreak, whoever sits on the white side. And but then they are coming back with the black pieces. Nothing is decided. All to play for. It's a blitz game, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds increment. The tension is unbearable.
Yeah, the tension unbearable, and we mentioned it already, but so much at stake, not just a spot in the semi-finals, but pretty much a guaranteed spot in the candidates for whoever wins this match. So Erigaisi needs to strike back with black in order to have any shot at that, whereas a draw will be sufficient for Pragg. And Peter, what advice would you give Pragg? He's got white. Should he just play 1a3, throw away the first move and pretend he's black?
I mean, just play good. I mean, play where you are best. Try to forget about the situation. We have also seen in Salimova's case that in that game, when Anna Muzychuk needed to win with black, she did not capture with the pawn back on c3, didn't go for the initiative. You have to stick to your instincts. I think that's the main issue.
Yeah, in blitz, especially when it's purely about instinct, you have to do what you know best. And there we see the countdown clock in the background, about to reach 10 seconds. We are going to be off any moment now, and it's going to be fast and furious yet again. And we'll see that customary handshake, and we're off. Pragg with the white pieces. Will he switch it up? Nope, back to d4. And Erigaisi, can he pull another trick out of his bag? He needs to surprise Pragg in the opening. That's been his recipe for success so far, Peter.
Yes, and now Pragg is pausing. Is he going for the London system? Does he try to be very solid? But it's also Arjun's setup. No, he finally goes for c4.
And a repeat of the game just 2 clashes ago when Erigaisi was also in a must-win situation. There he surprised Pragg with a slightly dubious opening line, but it worked to perfection. Pragg, you would have thought he spent the break trying to work out what to do here. Surely he expected this, but now he's in the tank. He's burning some valuable seconds trying to figure out what to do, and it's just move 4 or 5.
Yeah, he went for c takes d5. He just wants to make sure that we get the Carlsbad structure. On the other hand, Arjun will for sure go for some bishop b4 Ragozin type of action exactly on the board.
Yeah, and this is a very principled setup for black, and it ensures that there's no end to the tension. This one is going to be a long game, a long battle. And okay, Pragg forcing Erigaisi to part with the bishop pair, losing a bit of time in the process, and now how aggressive will he be as black? He can castle, just play a normal position, or he can maybe try something a bit more fruity.
Yes, there are all kinds of c5, queen a5s, knight e4s. Yeah, Arjun goes for knight e4, trying to spice things up. White plays with the stabilizing queen c2. g5. That's I think the move Arjun will go for. You have to create counterplay.
Yeah, it's right up his alley, a move like g5. There we go, it's on the board. Comes with a lot of risk attached, warning signs to this move. Pawns don't move backwards. You're down the bishop pair, and you're basically burning your bridges, saying you won't likely castle on the king side. But you are asking big questions of this white bishop. Which way to go, Peter? Where's that bishop going to retreat to?
I don't know, but it brings me back some memories. Garry Kasparov getting crushed by Jan Nepomniachtchi in Zagreb 2021 in the very same variation. It's a completely crazy line. Yeah, bishop e5, things are out of control. It's a dream come true for Arjun. He gets a chance to fight in a very sharp position.
Yeah, great opening choice from Erigaisi. No matter what the result in the end, he's got what he needs, a really fighting position. And okay, bishop to e5, hitting that black rook in the corner. 2 real, or maybe 3 reactions to this. You can trade off this bishop on e5. I think that's the least likely of them all. Either black will castle, as Erigaisi's just done, or he would have kicked that bishop away. So, okay, he castles. I said it was unlikely because this side is weak, but some serious threats. White's bishop in the center, potentially trapped if Pragg is not careful here.
Yeah, also there are ideas like e3 can be met by g4, kicking away that knight, and if that knight is forced away, then we trade on e5, destroying white's pawn structure after d takes e5. White's structure is awful, it's damaged. Lot of pressure on Pragg. Done 1 minute on the clock, and the position is out of control. Very shaky situation.
This is real youthful energy from both of them. I mean, this is basically textbook what not to do as white when you just need a draw. You've just allowed total chaos to reign over the board. Usually you want to develop very sensibly, not take any risk, not allow the opponent any aggressive attempts. But exactly as you predicted on the board is happening now, Peter, and a chance for Erigaisi to damage white's structure.
Yes, the big question with which move order you start? Yeah, knight takes d5, d takes e5. Now what do you do? It's clear that it's nice. It would be lovely to play the move bishop f5, but that is met beautifully with bishop d3, releasing the tension. That would be fantastic news for white. I'm expecting maybe a retreat, maybe knight c5, just to make sure that that pawn on e5 keeps on being isolated.
Yeah, not being tempted to trade off too many pieces. If knights leave the board, then white might breathe a sigh of relief. White is also behind in development with the king stuck in the center, so it makes sense to keep pieces on the board. But of course, Erigaisi needs to decide here. It's a matter of taste. Clocks level.
Yes, after knight c5, there is h3. Yeah, that's kind of an unknowing move. Knight c5 on the board. I'm pretty sure that Pragg will play the move h3. He needs to try to create counterplay against black's king on the h file.
Yeah. Looks very active. Again, it's so tough in this match situation to play active, aggressive moves like that because they are committal. But it is up Pragg's alley normally. It's either that or a developing move such as bishop to e2, but that feels slow. It allows black the tempo, the time to bring the queen out. e5's super weak.
Yes, basically it's such a crazy position. It's so much out of control that you have to forget about conventional wisdom and try to focus just on the position. Taking his time, senses that this is a very important moment. If black just stabilizes, black wins. Yeah, so much at stake. And Pragg goes bishop d3, hitting that pawn on h7. That will be ignored. That pawn is not a problem. Bishop h7 will be met by king g7. I'm assuming queen g5 to be the most natural move here.
Yeah, it's almost automatic. Black needs to activate the queen. Getting rid of that e5 pawn will just totally kind of structurally and strategically be desirable for black here. And okay, Arjun, if he's feeling ambitious, maybe he'll push his h-pawn just to try and keep a material advantage. But there we go, queen g5 on the board. He's working his magic again. I really fear for Pragg's position here. It's all falling apart.
It's falling apart, and how quickly it is falling apart. Now I also feel like already it's too late to start action with h3. If white castles short, then black just takes on e5, and suddenly white can't take on h7 because the h5 will open up for black in case if white castles short. That means white might have to fight a pawn down.
Yeah, might well be a pawn down with a fractured structure. Just really unpleasant here. And as said in the feature chat, this is top level prep by Arjun. Just great psychology as well to keep playing down this really sharp, really risky variation, provoking Pragg into some early mistakes. And look at the clock times again. It seems to be the story of the day, Peter. The side with white just unable to get a playable position and always down on the clock.
Yes, and you know what comes to my mind? That at this moment, Hikaru Nakamura is going crazy. Why didn't Pragg show these nerves against me? Yeah, it was Pragg played e4, played a professional game, and Hikaru never had a chance. And in this match, he's so shaky with the white pieces.
Yeah, I don't understand why he's not playing 1e4, his bread and butter, the opening he's played most of his life in this situation where he just needs to go back to basics and make a draw. But okay, finally h3 on the board, the move you were advocating, and this allows. Okay,
but
e5. Wow,
that's shocking. H take g4, opening up the h file. The rook comes to life. That's a big moment for white.
How could you allow the h file to become open? It looked like just shut down that flank, and black is in full control. Just he's allowing all sorts of nastiness on h7, Peter. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, completely crazy, and this is exactly what Pragg needs. He's down to 1 minute and 10 seconds. The position is very sharp now. He doesn't I mean, there is constant action. He does take on h7, and after king g7, knight f3, computer's top choice. Pragg is back in business.
Back in business indeed, and this is what nerves do to you. He was up almost 2 minutes on the clock there, Arjun, but just rushing and allowing counterplay. Suddenly, if you capture this knight on f3 with black's bishop, you open up even more lines towards the black king, and therefore you need to maybe lose a bit of time with your queen, but no easy square for her. Still really imbalanced. Anything could happen, but Pragg breathing a sigh of relief. It's no longer one-way traffic.
Yes, not at all. And you mentioned that bishop f3 does open the g file. On the other hand, if white knights land on d4, then the f5 square, white can fall back with the bishop to f5, and black's king will be super shaky. I believe that black has to take on f3 and gf, probably play the move rook h8, then hide the king on f8, and then try to coordinate the forces.
Yeah, and I love that featured chat talking about how pragmatic he's being right now. Pragg is being the opposite of pragmatic in this game. It's just, wow, look at what's happening here. Look at white's structure. Look at the king positions. And white is ready to castle queenside. Who would have thought it in the queen's gambit? You nearly never see that. And okay, rook to h8 just played there by Arjun, still maintaining a clock advantage. That's his main trump card right now.
Yes, that was perfect judgment. It's clear that Arjun feels like, yeah, I might have blown it, I might have lost the momentum, but still, I have everything to play for. The good news for white is that white has this very stable pawn structure now. Black's knight is not able to find the weak spot. Yes, there might be some tactical idea like knight e6, knight f4 check, but Pragg connects the rooks. It's anybody's game. And Pragg has enough time. I think that 50 seconds are enough to be able to show his best.
Yeah, forget classical, rapid, or blitz. This is pretty much bullet chess now. And yeah, these players, they do thrive. They're very good, of course, at those time controls. And white's king, surprisingly safe on the e2 square. And what has Arjun done? He's played a5. Wow. Mysterious, Peter.
Yes, very mysterious. Because, okay, one could argue that the rook wants to be activated like this, but it takes too much time. Pragg jumps on the opportunity. He might go f4 and then activate his rooks.
A really, really slow plan there from Arjun. Look at those black rooks back on their starting squares. f4, momentum type of move. Kick back the opponent, gain space, gain time. And suddenly, okay, still 30 seconds for Pragg. Suddenly the white rooks leaping forward, as you mentioned. Where to go next with the black queen? He needs to retreat. The rooks are coming in.
Yeah, now maybe rook h5, activating the rook, hitting at the pawn on d5, and Pragg is going for it.
Hitting a pawn. Everything's coming with tempo now as well. And that's a real warning sign in blitz. When things turn against you, you really start to feel it. You start to sweat, panic, and freeze. And no easy way to defend d5, this pawn in the center, Peter, because there will be tricks like c4 just opening things up, and open positions will suit white's rooks and bishop.
Yes, and there is also this tactic that queen a6 check can be met by bishop d3, for example. Ooh. Arjun has made a move, knight e4, c4 on the board.
Yeah, c4, and okay, not approved by the engine, but looks very natural to human eyes. Just really asking big questions of Arjun now. It's hanging by a thread for black, the pawn and knight in the center. That construction's being undermined. Something special here. 30 seconds. Queen a6. Okay,
wow.
Hitting this pawn.
I think that pawn not approved by the engine. If you already mentioned that c4 wasn't approved, that's the same. But nerve set play, who can play perfect? We have to focus. Pragg down to 10 seconds.
Wow, and he gives up a pawn with check instead, sidestepping with his queen, hitting that black rook in the corner. Of course, neither side can play perfect chess in this bullet game now. 8 seconds for Pragnananda. And I think this pawn will be gobbled up with check. What next for Erigaisi? He's also panicking. Look at it on his face. Stakes are so high. He has to react. He drops back with his knight. He doesn't take any pawns. And that knight gets pinned. This is chaos.
Total chaos. Rook takes h7.
White bishop falls, but now the black knight will be captured. Oh, he made that move with 1 second, Peter. That's the small margins. And look at the evaluation.
And the blunder, rook takes h6, winning on the spot.
Wow.
And that's it. Wow, Arjun bouncing back the nerves and the time together.
He blundered there. He should have taken the black rook. He took the black knight and instead hung his own rook. It's so hard here, and it's going to be resigned any moment. There's another spike check. Just a rook down for Pragg.
Yes, it's hopeless.
Arjun holding everything together. He's about to come in and deliver checkmate. Pragg knows this is the end, and we'll see more chess. Again, another win for the black pieces and a handshake. Erigaisi, he does it again, Peter.
Amazing, completely crazy, and we see the nerves, the time, everything. And we are moving down to the sudden death blitz game, which will be 3+2 segment. I mean, incredible. It's the 6th win in this match with the black pieces.
6th win for black, and neither player will be enjoying that pattern of results right now. Of course, you mentioned it, Peter. Sudden death. It's going down to 3+2 minute blitz, and it might even come down to who draws the black pieces. Imagine that. They will alternate colors. It's the next one to win who will progress. Or 2-game mini matches. It's literally the next winner. And in that case, you might want to be black between these two right now. The nerves are out there. They are. It's really, really tense in the playing hall. And I think we need time to recover as well, Peter. So we're going to go on another short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with more action from this crazy match. So now Magnus and myself are going to be taking on the Air Things Challenge. We're going to play chess, but with a twist. All of the pieces are Air Things devices. We might be able to rely on pattern recognition in the first few moves, but we will definitely lose our way somewhere along the lines. We also have a big crowd here, so I'm feeling the pressure. Let's go. Okay, I'll start my... Okay. Oh no, he's too calm, I don't like it. Oh dear. Did not expect that one.
It's not a very good move.
It's the mind games, he's teasing me already.
Does this actually work?
You tell me. I'm guessing.
I know you're guessing, just sometimes your guesses are right. That's the problem.
I've studied this before, Magnus.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't back down in this game. So.
That's brave. Okay, that was a check. So I'm hiding in the corner. He's coming. Another check. Oh my god, I need like 2 hours for this position.
Oh, I just saw a nice way to lose the game. Okay.
He spotted my trap.
One thing is like to play chess this way, but to watch this must be...
We're so sorry. Ah! Oh my... Oh. What is my... Oh, I'm losing. Damn it.
Ooh. No, that's fine.
Oh. This is a new queen.
If you say so.
Too slow. Okay. Well played, man.
Thank you. I think what helped, some pieces were exchanged early. The position was very open. I think that helped a lot. Like if we'd played a closer game, it would have been a lot harder.
Hello everyone and welcome back yet again for more action at the 2023 World Cup. It's been a marathon day. It feels like it's never going to end. The players have been cancelling each other out. Praggnanandhaa against Erigaisi, but finally we have reached that stage. After the score of 4-4, players are now in sudden death, so the next winner will win. We will find a decisive result. We will find our final semi-finalist. And it will be 3-minute blitz this time, 3 minutes plus 2 seconds on the clock. Time is lower than ever. We've seen the nerves that have appeared already with such high stakes. And Peter, all bets are off. What are we about to witness?
Well, we already don't know. I just feel like it could be an incredible fitting finale if White ends up winning that final decisive blitz game. And it was a big question. Is it a psychological edge now to get the white pieces, or is it better to play black after black has won 6 games in this match? But I do feel like now that the pressure is off and Pragg gets the white pieces, he has to forget about, playing safe, making a draw. He has to, first of all, he doesn't have to risk anything, because if it's a draw, the players are alternating colors, the match keeps on going on. I don't know what to expect. It's just completely crazy, insane action.
Yeah, it feels like the players have had the results on their mind, and understandably so. But now it's just purely about the game. One game to decide everything. Potentially a spot in the candidates and a ticket to the next round of the World Cup. And Erigaisi is the first to arrive. Where is Praggnanandhaa? Just around 10 seconds left before the clocks begin. And they will start the clocks on the dot. That's how it works at the FIDE World Cup. Praggnanandhaa arriving late, and with only 3 minutes on the clock, you cannot afford any slip-ups. He arrives just in time, I'm assuming. No, the clocks begin. Where is Pragg?
Yes, it's clear that, well, Arjun is definitely feeling very uncomfortable starting the clock, but the arbiter was there and he asked him to start the clock. Otherwise, he would have waited for his opponent, and Pragg is not there. He's losing valuable time. Okay, he has the white pieces. He can play it safe if he feels like, but this is crazy.
This is crazy. This has never been seen before. We've seen Magnus Carlsen arrive late to games, but this is even higher stakes and unforgiving. And there we go. It is a handshake. Pragg has lost 30 seconds, 30 valuable seconds on the clock. And we know with White that is not great right now. And okay, we're off. It's the Reti switching things up. No more main lines, no more craziness. And it's B3. Praggnanandhaa just avoiding all theory and taking his jacket off as well, Peter. Is this mind games, or is this just trying to get in the zone for Pragg?
Well, we don't know. It's but basically his approach is, let's just play chess. Let's forget about craziness. I want to be strategic. Whatever craziness was happening, it worked in Arjun's favor. I like his approach. It's a slow approach, not playing for an advantage, but just making sure that he can play sound moves.
Yep, and there we go. Some very quick, very natural moves. It basically looks like a London system, just with reversed colors. And that's the one downside maybe with the Reti, that you allow these types of innocuous positions, but it's very much about understanding now. And I like the position that Pragg has, very flexible, and who will understand, who will maneuver this position better? That's the big question. Still with 30 seconds down on the clock, it's not necessarily a good start for Pragg. He just needs to get through this game. I think a draw here would prolong the tension. And of course, with White at this point, any draw might feel like a win. So we see a trade of knights, and he'll step forward in the center very shortly with his pawns.
Yeah, knight takes d7. It's kind of a typical idea, opening up that bishop. The big question, is he going to go for the c4 setup? You are a big maestro of this. What would be your suggestion?
Yeah, I tend to favor playing with c4 rather than e4, just because it's not actually clear you ever want to step forward on the king side, and that tension is almost unbearable. But I really like what Arjun's doing here, gaining as much space as possible while White is indecisive. And okay, finally tension in the center. Yeah, I tend to favor these positions with an extra set of knights on the board, just because it gives you a few extra plans as White. But matter of taste, of course. Pragg has a very healthy position, and yeah, it's all about the bishops. Black's bishop on h7 a bit stuck, even though it's on a lengthy diagonal, whereas White's bishop's on the long diagonal, looking very nice. But Arjun first to break up the structure, and White's queenside falling apart. He needs to compensate with dynamism here.
Yeah, knight e5 played, queen c7. The a4 move was a pawn sacrifice, aiming to destroy the pawn structure. Typical Arjun, immediately creating some practical problems.
Yeah, he's always asking questions. I think that's why I've struggled against him traditionally. Just every move, it's the most ambitious, it's the most testing. And okay, first he's the one to answer a question. Do you think he's going to recapture this pawn on d5 with his knight, with his pawn?
Tough call, a very tough call. Intuitively, one would like to capture with the knight, I believe, but maybe capturing with the pawn is better, yes. And he captures with the pawn. Pragg grabs that pawn on a4. Now it's a very loose structure. White has a weak pawn on a4, but also black's d5 pawn is not safe. The bishop on g2 is eyeing that. Queen a5 played. Queen b3.
Yeah, Pragg hits that pawn on d5, as you mentioned there, Peter. He's definitely sped up. Now the time difference is only a few seconds. It's now level on the clock, actually. Will the curse of the white pieces finally be broken? That's the big question. He's asking some questions, hitting b7, hitting d5. Maybe Arjun missed this last move. It's very annoying, this double hit on the pawns.
Yeah, the pressure is hitting on. I just would like to very quickly say that what a good news that it's not an Armageddon. And it's so nice that with an increment we will get a winner, because otherwise it would be very bitter.
Yeah, I was discussing in Baku with Magnus whether, if Armageddon still existed, whether you could draw your way to becoming world champion. You could literally draw every game in the World Cup, win by Armageddon, draw every game in the candidates, hope the tiebreaks come to your favor. But yeah, it's nice to see this decided with a decisive result potentially. But now Pragg, he's won a pawn. It's come at the cost of the bishop pair, Peter. Any compensation here for black? Well,
if black's bishop would be on e6, yes, but that bishop on h7 is out of the game. I feel like white has perfect grip on the position. And the good news is within 3+2 seconds game that we won't be seeing flying pieces, because that's the horror of any kind of Armageddon. It's a great news that we have this, and Pragg has things under control.
He does, and okay, a retreat with his queen. I think it's not just the fact that he's got an extra pawn here, but it's just the fact he has stability. Black has no pawn breaks. This black bishop on h7, normally with the bishop pair you say compensation, but this bishop on h7 is staring at a wall of pawns, and Pragg's just going to retreat. He's forcing off one set. There we go, that's an exchange. And black's remaining pawns are pretty weak on c5 and b7. Feels like Arjun's a bit in panic mode here, down on the clock. And those mind games at the beginning, it feels like they've worked perfectly in white's favor. Queen to e6 here, hitting a pawn. He's stable, Peter. Extra pawn here for Pragg.
Yes, just defend this. The pawn on e2 is the soul of white's position. That's why we talk about a very stable construction. Pragg goes for knight e3. That's a surprise. Removing that fantastic knight from c4.
Yeah.
And apparently it allows black to play the stunning c5, c4, and somehow opens up the bishop. Will Arjun play it? No, he misses this opportunity.
If Arjun were in a must-win situation, as he has previously been, I think he would have played that c4 move, just throwing away pawns, trying to get his bishop back to life. But now he's allowed Pragg to re-establish control. And look at that, Pragg was aware of black's plan. He has prevented that with his rooks right now. And okay, getting his queen back active. Still all to play for. Arjun just needs to get through this game. Remember, a loss for anyone now, and they will be out of the World Cup. Okay, 5 played. He's going to gang up on this white a-pawn.
Yes, but white can just probably sidestep with rook a, b1 and target the b6 pawn himself.
Oof. Peter, who do you think's been the more impressive? Who would you favor if it does get down to that scramble of just a few seconds each? Because we're getting to that phase.
Both equally impressive, but okay, we know the nerves. Who will keep the better nerves? That's the big question now.
Yeah, I think it's pure nerves on position. White has the advantage, but anything can happen. It's 20 seconds against 15 seconds, only a 2-second increment. It's not online where you can pre-move. It's literally to the death. And okay, Arjun keeping an eye on white's pawns. Offering a trade now, Pragg. He's giving up his a-pawn for black's b-pawn. White's knight holding everything together.
Yes, rook takes a4 can be met by rook takes b6.
Strong. Instead of queen trade, we're under the 10-second mark for Erigaisi. Oh, you can see the nerves changing his mind with seconds to spare. King h7. White has an extra pawn. It's 5 versus 4.
Yes, because rook b8 was a big problem. He did not want to trade that rook.
Where's the counterplay? Black's pawns all separated, especially the c5 pawn scattered. White's defending, controlling everything. Oh, 2 seconds. 1 second for Arjun. And Pragg got excited there. You can see him looking at the clock. He's ticking down now. He made it with 1 second as well. And a trade of knight for bishop.
Even with the 2 seconds increment, we see flying pieces.
Yeah, I think we'll see more pieces fly, but White's king is coming. White is winning this endgame. White's rooks are about to land on the 7th rank. Okay, this is a scramble on the clock. A second pawn falls. Arjun has a hopeless position, but he's got time on the clock. That's his one saving grace right now. All bets are off. Making moves with 1 second, 2 second every single turn. Black's rook almost trapped. How does Pragg finish this off? Do you think the clock will play a factor here? Oof. Barely pause for breath.
Yeah, if White can accumulate some time, then it's completely winning. But Arjun is keep going on blitzing, not allowing Pragg to think.
And e6 by Pragg there. Has Pragg let it slip? He thought he was checkmating maybe, but then panicking. He's given up some of his advantage, but he's still going to stay with a 2-pawn edge here. And Arjun needs to find a miracle. Offers a rook trade. And there we go. Pragg ganging up on the e6 pawn.
Yes. Now back on track.
It's almost guaranteed at this point. White has 2 extra pawns connected. Black's king is cut off. White's moves are automatic. He's going to gain time on the clock. He's going to win. Arjun is in a hopeless situation here. If this were online, you would pre-move to the end now. White's about to make a new queen. And Arjun offers his hand. After all of that, Praggnanandhaa is the one to win and will advance to the semi-finals.
Wow, incredible. What a drama. And we have seen that extra 2 seconds made such a huge difference. You could convert the winning advantage.
Yeah. He played the 30-second gambit there. He arrived late to the game, slowly adjusted his pieces, but he got in the zone very quickly. And in the end, Peter, you said it, win with white and you clinch it. And it was Praggnanandhaa who got that first win with the white pieces out of 9 games between these two. And he is through.
Yes. And he's in the semifinals. Very big congratulations to Pragg. A big heartbreak for all of Arjun fans, and I think that there are tons of people rooting for him. He was very close. It was a very close match, absolutely 50-50. And finally, Pragg seals it with a white victory.
Yeah, I think if our viewers weren't Pragg and Arjun fans before today, they should be by the end of today, because they've both shown courage of lions, of tigers, just in this marathon event. I mean, I'm struggling to find the words to describe it. It's been so unpredictable. Every time I thought one player was about to clinch it, book their ticket in the next round, the opponent suddenly upped their game and had something to say about it. And yeah, I think that means we do need to look at the bracket to see what kind of will unfold after this momentous victory by Praggnanandhaa. He, as mentioned, is in the semi-finals, but it's not just that. He will face Fabiano Caruana there, first-time semi-finalist himself. And if Magnus Carlsen follows through on his promise there not to play in the candidates, that means Praggnanandhaa will be one of the youngest players ever to have qualified for the candidates himself. Peter, help me out here. What to expect with the rest and how to sum up today's action? Yeah,
it's basically impossible to sum up. We have seen so much drama, so much ups and downs. It's completely insane. Pragg breaking all kinds of records. Turning 18 during the tournament, during that match against Hikaru Nakamura, knocking Hikaru Nakamura out of the competition. Now finally sealing his spot in the semifinals, which guaranteed the candidates. It's kind of a chain reaction, just amazing stuff. I don't know. I also ask for help from your side. Please help me out, share your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, so many thoughts here. I mean, first of all, congratulations to both players, just for entertaining us as well. Commiserations to Erigaisi, who will be back, who will be stronger. He's improving every single day, and I think he's already one of the world's elite. But for Pragnananda, I'm hearing that, I'll wait for confirmation, but I'm hearing that he's the third youngest player actually ever to qualify for the candidates. So impressive stuff, and I look forward to watching his games. But Peter, we are hoping for a bit of a surprise for the viewers, a bit extra at the end of today's long show. But first, we will go to a short break while we confirm that. So don't go anywhere, anyone. You won't want to miss what's coming up next.
This August, engage in a battle of epic proportions against some of the most bodacious artists history hath ever seen. Behold, Raphael, the Prince of Painters, doth seek a fresh apprentice. Dost thou possess the prowess to impress him? Michelangelo, a true Renaissance man, painter, sculptor, architect, and poet, doth possess a myriad of artistic talents. Yet one wonders, can his creative genius translate to brilliance upon the board of chess? Prepare thyself for a game as dramatic as the Baroque paintings of Artemisia Gentileschi, one of the most expressive artists of the 1600s. A renowned sculptor, Donatello stands tall as one of the most important artists of the early Renaissance. His unique blend of creativity, aesthetics, adaptability, and patience maketh him a challenging foe. Lo, Leonardo da Vinci, known for his artistic talents, scientific curiosity, and innovative ideas, is the very embodiment of the Renaissance. He is not only among the greatest artists to ever live, but also one of the greatest thinkers. May fortune smile upon thee. Create thy masterpiece on chess.com. Cowabunga! Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final stage of our coverage of the FIDE 2023 World Cup today, and we are very, very lucky to be joined by the winner of that marathon quarterfinal. Pragg, how are you feeling after all of that?
Yeah, I mean, definitely happy, and I don't think it was easy at all for both me and Arjun. I mean, we were just fighting, and we were really, I mean, not playing well with White. White was just losing almost all the games except like the two games in the start, and yeah, finally I managed to win with White, so that feels good.
Yeah, I've got to say congratulations on winning in general, but winning with White felt like the breakthrough. Can you explain maybe what do you think the players with the white pieces struggled so much throughout the match?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just hard to find ideas with White. For me at least, Arjun is always very well prepared with both colors, and especially with black, he's very strong. I mean, he has these rapid and blitz repertoires as well, so to fight that, it's very hard. And I think I was just regretting why of playing this line again with White. This I mean the main line d4 c4 knight f3 knight c3 after losing the 10 plus 10 game, and then playing it again with having just to make a draw. I mean, I could have played anything else, but yeah, after that I was just trying to calm down and play my best and see how it goes.
Yeah, big congratulations also from my side, Pragg. And one question: that what do you think your relationship, your very close friendship with Arjun, did it influence the match and the reason why you guys were suffering with the white pieces?
No, I don't think it was like, for example, our walks. I don't think it was really coming to the board. I mean, I don't think we were really thinking of that. I mean, we were just trying to fight, and I don't think it has any correlation to playing with White.
Yeah, and Pragg, we saw that final game that you did win with White. You arrived slightly late. A question from the chat from 1TXCHN1C. Can you explain why you were late? Was it just the nerves of the occasion?
No, it was not nerves. I mean, I saw it was saying 5 minutes on the clock, and I thought, okay, I'll just use the restroom, and I went, and maybe it was not 5 minutes because I don't think I took so long, but it's just to come back. I kind of forgot that I have to run for the game, and yeah, I was just washing my face and so on, so it took time, and yeah, I lost 30 seconds there, but okay, I kind of recovered from that, and when I managed to equal the time, I was quite happy. And also I think the moves were flowing for me after I won d5. It was kind of very very clinical, I would say.
Yeah, you seem very calm despite arriving late for the game. Were you aware of was it on your mind that the stakes were so high, potentially a spot in the candidates at stake as well?
Yeah, somehow I was not really thinking about the spot in candidates. Now it's, of course, I guess it's likely that there should be a spot, but before the match, I didn't really think about that. I was just trying to play. I was just, trying to be confident and try to play my best.
I mean, there was a moment we were shocked with David that you came late for that decisive game. Then you removed your jacket, you shut up the pieces. What a composure. Please tell us, how did you do that?
Wait, did I jarub? I don't remember, but no, I think I played knight f3 immediately, no?
Yeah, but after you removed your jacket.
Yeah, okay, I was not very comfortable wearing jacket in a blitz game, so I tried to remove it. Nothing. I was definitely upset with losing the 30 seconds because, okay, in the previous game I just got down to seconds, I panicked and basically lost the game, and to lose 30 seconds without doing anything was upsetting, but okay, I managed to recover.
Yeah, and Pragg, it seems to be going really well out there for you in Baku. What's your day-to-day routine been like? How are you going to prepare and recover for the semi-finals after this game?
No, I don't think I'm going to touch chess for next half a day at least. Yeah, I mean, just it's exhausting both mentally and physically as well. So yeah, I think I'll just try to rest. And in general, my routine has been like to relax in the evening and maybe to decide what to play for the next day, and yeah, just prepare in the morning and play the game. That's kind of how it goes.
And it's Fabiano Caruana next for you. Any thoughts on that matchup?
Yeah, of course. It's always a pleasure to play any strong players, and yeah, Fab is very strong, and yeah, I'll just try to play my best. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do every game. But yeah, some games I don't do, but in general, I'm trying to do that. But for now, I don't think I'll be thinking about that match. I'll just try to relax and yeah, also recover from this match. It was just crazy one.
Yeah, that was my next question. I wanted to ask that tomorrow is a rest day. How relieved you are that after such a marathon match, you have that extra day to recover?
Yeah, I think here every rest day counts literally. After Icarus match, I really wanted a rest day. It took me some time to recover from that. I mean, to completely like totally get out of that match and prepare for the next one. Yeah, I think, as I said, I think every rest day is needed for me at least. I don't know about the others, but yeah, for me, I really need them.
Yeah, I think we're glad it's a rest day as well, Pragg, after all of that drama. And yeah, I mean, on that note, I want to thank you so much for joining us after what must have been a nerve-wracking day, and after so many hours at the chessboard. You deserve your rest day. We won't hold you back anymore, and I just want to say good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much for joining.
Yeah, thanks.
Wow, what a gentleman, what a player, and he is in the semi-finals. We saw the bracket, we see it in front of us again. He will be facing Fabiano Caruana for a place in the final of the World Cup. And as he mentioned, a spot in the candidates, it's just part of the process. He's not focused on that too much right now. Peter, final thoughts of the day.
I think that's also the key word. Yeah, forgetting about the candidates, making sure that in every single moment you are showing your best. The match was anyway nerve-wracking without thinking about that. Sensational match. Pragg has also said it, yeah, there were mistakes, but there was this incredible will of fighting till the end. And finally, he prevailed. A big heartbreak for Arjun. He also deserved to be there. He played fantastic chess throughout the event. But this time, it's Pragg's time, and Pragg is joining Fabiano in the semi-final.
Yeah, it's Pragg's time. And let's not forget, we had a great day of chess as well, with Salimova winning her finals in the women's event. But yeah, Peter, it's been a pleasure commentating with you these last 3 days. I'm hoping to do it again sometime, but we won't be back for the semi-finals.
Yes, we all need some rest. The rest day is coming, and it feels like, it was an insane journey so far. The action is heating up. The semi-finals are coming. Yes, it was a great pleasure. I enjoyed it. It was fantastic. And big shout out to our audience who stayed with us all till the end. It was insane action. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, thank you everyone. I'm hoping we can team up again sometime, Peter. But stay tuned in the next few days, because of course the World Cup is far from over, and we will be, instead of us, having Tanya Sachdev and Simon Williams for the semi-finals. So you're in for a treat, everyone. Thank you for joining us, and we will be with you again after the rest day. Enjoy the rest of your day, wherever you are.
Goodbye.